watch you sleep in my clothes. No, it ain't right, I've been stressing at night. We're together, but I feel alone. How long do I stand here in the fire? How long do I try before I'm on my own? How long do I walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. And say things we wanna take back. Is there a reason that we're still together? How long do we stand here in the fire? How long do we try before we're on our own? How long do we walk across the wire? Stay till we fall. lost your attention. I'm running out your mind. Don't know the direction to your side. Got the wrong impression. I thought that we were fine, but now it's turned to ice. So you decide, and I just wait. I don't get you, I don't chase. So you decide, and I'll just save my time. I guess we'll never know, but don't say that you're sorry. Don't say that you're sorry, girl. 'Cause we came almost too close, but don't say that you're sorry. You don't really want know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. Tell me the truth, tell me what's bothering you. We know we're future proof. We know we're future proof. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. You wanna know my feelings every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. We're in the starlight now. We're in the starlight now. We're in the starlight now. frustration I have inside my head. Tell me to go away again. I guess we can all be warriors, assassinate the foe inside your mind. It'll take time. Raise your pledge, watch it cut through the air.
Searching for the break of a day to follow away to you. 'Cause at the end of the day, I ain't looking for no reason to change. 'Cause everything is good for you. Baby, I can see we're gonna shout it out to the sky. Tell our secrets to the night, so we can see the end in sight.
The melodies in my soul. to face. I need to find my purpose again. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is pretty hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down. Our vision is clouded. It feels like we've been aging faster. I feel so secluded. I really wish that things got better. It's been hard to keep my composure, and I really wanted to be over. Innocence and summer rays, we come back swinging. When it all comes crashing down on us, stand your ground. Faith is something that is really hard to find. So take it on yourself and keep your head up straight. Brighter days will come, so you better be prepared. When it all comes crashing down on us, crashing down.
Welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You're watching coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown as top high school gamers compete to see who has the stuff this year. My name is Joan Glovely Clock, and I am joined by Brandon Red Hot's Kozianson.
There you go.
There we go. And we're here for some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, and I am super excited. This is not a game we usually get to cast.
Absolutely, and I think Smash is definitely one of those games where it's kind of always fun to watch.
Yeah.
There's always so much things happening and so many cool, like, I guess, ways to play the game with all these different characters and how many viable characters are, so very fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about a roster size of over 70 different characters, it gets pretty intense for just the sheer number of them. This is going to be a crew battle. Most of my experience is with single 1-versus-1 matches, so what can we expect to see as a result? We have to see 5-player crew battle, 3 stocks per player in a best of 3. They'll have a 7-minute time limit for each matchup.
Yeah, and the biggest thing that's different about crew battles, right, is it doesn't matter how much percent you get. So if you have, like, let's say it's 3 to 2 stocks, and the next thing you know, that you end the game with 2 stocks and you have like 200%, it doesn't matter because you're still going to keep those 2 stocks.
Right.
So the biggest thing is making sure that you keep those stock differential. And I think the biggest thing is, like I said, just 1 stock means a lot in these kind of things because the smallest advantage can really go far.
Sure does. Here we are in our first matchup. It is going to be Burley versus Highland here. I'm already excited to see this matchup between these 2 teams. The high school matchups are always fun. Now we're going to go quickly to Doc's keys to the game. It's for Super Smash Brothers. Punish openings whenever you find them. Look for that 2-frame to keep them from getting back to the ledge. Make sure you're winning in neutral and keeping your advantage. And don't forget to taunt. This is brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. Pardon me. This is brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, who who I am conveniently not holding the rein for.
Works out. But overall, I think we're getting the game soon. So after this, it'll be really fun to go about. And I think they're probably warming up, doing a little test right now, making sure they kind of see what's going on there. And always kind of differentiates, I think, in terms of how you go warm up. Then, okay, are you feeling good today? How much do you get to warm up? Did you need to warm up today?
Got to get those fingers loose.
Absolutely.
So what I want to know is players. You have multiple players on these teams. It's a crew battle. It is a team game, even though you're only playing one-on-one. So how much does that player order factor into the way that you play?
Yeah, I think everyone kind of has their different strategies in terms of, okay, well, do we have our best player go first, or do we have our best player in the middle? Do we have our best player go last? Like sometimes people want the anchor to have that last player back, like, you know, see how it goes. But a lot of times I've seen strats of, okay, we're going to put our best player forward first, and then just see how far they can go. And then once you see, you know, if they can get at least one, if they get 1 player down or 2, you know, at least one stock for the second player, that's already good value there. So I think it comes down to your strats in terms of, okay, well, which one do you want in terms of, okay, well, do we want to kind of win early? Do we want to win middle? Or do you think we actually think it's the best there late? And now we can get into game here. And it's going to be a Roy versus Mark. Or sorry, Roy versus Ike.
Yeah, the 2 powerful swords been known for their zoning capabilities, but more importantly for their terrifyingly powerful abilities.
Yeah, Ike is a very strong, heavy character, but he actually has a lot of fast tilts. So you're going to see a lot of tilts or aerials a lot. He has very fast aerials, that forward air and nair.
Pay attention to that little graphic in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That's going to mark how many lives these teams have left.
So that actually has a sweet spot there. Doesn't quite hit the sweet spot because that can actually kill early. And then, of course, Roy's going to be kind of fishing for those those common jabs into a back air or forward air kind of combo into that.
Yeah, Roy has some absolutely explosive power. If you let him get going, he could take multiple stocks before you can react. Ike, though, doing a good job zoning him out. Does have control of the stage. Good job by Spark there. Throws out the ether, but is going to get punished for it with the jab and the blade dance, but is able to shield out of it.
Oh, nice up. He gets the super armor there, so he actually gets past that ability. Good edge guard here.
Ability frames.
Could try to read the roll. Doesn't read it, unfortunately. Just get some nairs going here, try and get some of those attacks, because any aerial can actually kill. Oh, hits him with the forward air, though. And Rams actually keep those 2 stocks there, so that's going to be the big thing to look at. He's have 2 stocks going to the next game.
And remember, that percentage is going to reset. So
so exactly.
Case, back to 0%. He's going to have 2 full stocks to work with into his next opponent. And again, Roy, such an explosive character. You got to watch out, or he's going to catch you off guard, take your stocks completely out.
Absolutely, and I think, yeah, Roy is a really fast character, so we see a lot of these kind of aerials going through, or a lot of these jabs, and the side B has a lot of just, pretty fast in terms of the first couple, but after that, it's, shieldable. So we'll see what kind of the next matchup is, because Roy actually has a decent amount of bad matchups in terms of, people faster than him and stuff, because he doesn't have, too many, I guess, guaranteed combos. So it takes a lot of just kind of on-the-fly action, ready to go.
And of course, any character that doesn't have a projectile is at risk of being zoned out. Maybe they'll change up the stage in order to give themselves an advantage, give themselves a little more space. Maybe we'll see something like Samus, Zelda.
I think at this point you never know. It just comes out of comfort. I think it's just, okay, well, what do we play? And, if it lines up with, the matchup, and then it lines up with the matchup. But, that's the thing about crew battles is you kind of have to, predetermine your lineup. So you just kind of have to hope that, matchups that are good or bad for you line up when they do.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of thought into this. I'm sure both teams have been preparing a long time, thinking about all of their different individual matchups. I myself am a Little Mac main, so I know that regardless of what matchup I go into, it's not going to be in my favor. But who would you choose to go into the Roy? Actually, it looks like we're going to get right back into game.
And I think I saw
I dropped it.
He really chooses to.
Yeah, I've seen some absolutely terrifying stuff by skilled Sora players. You do not touch a Roy's shield, then you're going to get a free up B there. Sora, though, very easy to recover.
It's a really fast move there by Roy, so. Now we go back to the neutral, which we'll see a lot of with the Sora, right? Because you can just have some spammable abilities and stuff like that. So you can create that spacing. It's going to make Roy actually. Oh, he does read him there. Just waits a second, then up attacks there.
Yeah, good read there with that up smash. He's going to get a good jab off as well. 129%. He's still alive. I think he recovers. Yes, he does.
149% here from Ram. He's just looking for another stock here. It could be a huge kind of play in terms of this lead. Good grab.
That's the weakness of the Sora. Yes, you have this great floaty character with a lot of recovery options, but he struggles. Oh,
okay.
No, okay.
Thank you. Sora's recovery is pretty insane there, yeah.
Any other character, they would have been dead there.
Yep, very floaty.
But Sora doesn't have a lot of really good kill options, so that's going to make it very difficult for him. Even though Roy's at such a high percent, you got to land like a smash attack or something.
Yeah, and Ram definitely just kind of wants to fish for one. He knows he's pretty low, so like anything could kind of get him down here, but not going down just yet. Oh, and actually, because the ice makes it so it doesn't go down there.
Yeah, need to wait a little bit longer. It's because the percentage is so high.
206.
So
oh, he accidentally down smashed. Yeah, down airs there.
That feels bad. Even Sora can't recover from that
one. And Ram is now actually in the lead now, starting with a stock down. Gets a counter, goes 10%.
He hasn't lost his stock yet. Sora doesn't get the grab.
This back air should kill, yeah. So he's like 220% there. I think no matter what back air you have, that will eventually kill him.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you could do like Pichu back air, and that would probably kill. Does manage to get a grab, does some pummeling just to get some extra damage. Needs to get that percentage up quick. Good counter. Got to keep the advantage while he still has it. This Roy, again, very explosive character. We saw him, take a stock, go to 200% before he finally went down.
Absolutely. Oh, kind of trying to hold that forward air, get something off, but does kind of recover slow. Really close percentages here, but Sora's definitely going to have a hard time kind of finding that kill like we saw earlier. He's floaty and stuff. He can get a lot of percent here, but it's going to be the hardest thing is actually being able to commit off that.
Doing a really good job holding on to these grabs, though.
Good
I appreciate that.
counter, and that actually does end the game.
There we go.
But honestly, Ram does a great job there. I mean, he literally starts with 2 versus 3, and he ends with 1 stock there. So he took overall 5 stocks for Highland there, and I think that's a huge win for his team. Already starting the lead here, and so I think the biggest thing is they got to kind of maintain that lead if they want to keep going here.
Definitely. I mean, you got a great start there. We were talking about how explosive Roy could be, and he managed to get his sword in exactly the right places. We found a lot of good punishes. He held on to over 200% before he finally got caught in a grab. Credit to Sora for making the adjustments there. Switching up to using those projectiles to force him to shield and then punishing with the grabs, that is what really turned the matchup around.
I think the biggest thing we got to say here, though, is percentage definitely, like an SD especially like in this matchup is huge.
Yeah.
Because if you accidentally fall off, like we saw that, he accidentally, down airs, then Sora's down airs, you just go straight down. So he accidentally SDs there. And an SD usually is like, okay, well, I can kind of recover from this, but it's the same match. But now in these crew battles, it's like, your total stocks all matter. So I think it definitely kind of plays a bigger part in terms of, okay, well, if you lose a stock, that's a big difference.
Yeah, and that is, however, something to consider is that the only stock that Sora lost there was that one accidental down air where they SD'd there.
Oh, and Roy got one more on that, too, because he ended with one there.
So it was 3 stocks. So, like, 1 elimination, 1 accidental SD. But even so, still did a great job, especially, like, making that adjustment.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, just being able to at least, put the Roy down as well, right? Like making sure you actually win that. Even though you did have that 1 stock at the very end, still getting the win at the end of the day is definitely more than just going down, because then you don't want to give Ram another stock to deal with, because it seems like obviously he's kind of punishing these, these stocks here. So I think just at least getting that last one to get a new player in there is definitely a difference.
Yeah, players are currently working on. I can hear them in the background doing some setup. I hear what sounds like an inkling to me.
Yeah. Inkling used to be an insanely popular pick, but they did actually get nerfed a decent amount. So a lot of people actually dropped them. Of course, you know, if you're still an Inkling main, you're just going to pick Inkling anyways. So
yeah.
Inkling has a lot of cool kind of setups there. One thing is her ability to kill definitely requires a lot more setup with that roller, with that paint roller and things like that. So she has really good recovery, though, because you can paint roller and then up B no matter what the situation is.
Fantastic projectile game, though, as long as you're keeping track of that resource management. Watch that little bar next to Inkling's health.
And the biggest thing is that you'll see kind of him start to get splattered with paint and things like that. And whenever they have paint, they actually take more damage there from the Inkling. So
ooh, that was a little dangerous going below the stage there. Does get punished with that up tilt into the up airs.
Using that floatiness to their advantage there. Ooh, a little down smash.
Throwing out a few smash attacks. None of them going to do too much knockback because Sora's still low.
Yeah, that kind of combos. Oh, wow. Really great kind of hold there with that down smash. Just with the paint. Now we're going back to neutral game here.
You can see some of that paint going on to Sora, making a big difference here.
So both just have a really good recovery, though. So it's going to be the biggest thing is if they can get these kind of looks like they're going to be ledge guarding most of the time here. Oh, tries to get another kind of that down smash with that frame right there, but unfortunately goes up with it, that hitbox.
Oh, it is so hard to punish Sora because he's so good at recovering, even if you do get him off the stage.
Absolutely.
You really need a kill move and
definitely. Oh, he does have the roller. Could be it.
Forward smash.
Yeah, just like that. That's kind of the combos that we were talking about a little bit, where Inkling's biggest setup is just roller into smash attack, because that'll basically confirm no matter what, unless you're just insane at mashing at that kind of certain percentage. But once you get to those 90 ranges where they were at, once you get hit by that paint roller, you're going off.
Yeah, and now we're at that point where you've got 3 stocks on this Inkling here. You're going in with your ranged projectile moveset. Like, how do you deal with that paint? How do you deal with...
I think, let's say, a good Inkling is definitely going to try to zone you a decent amount with the, that paint and stuff like that. But I think the biggest thing is, like I said, if you can kind of stay in that non-kill percent range and not get hit by that roller, you can actually stay alive a long time versus Inkling, because they're start to fishing for back airs and things like that. But then you can kind of take advantage of that if you're faster or, you're stronger than that.
I mean, that's one of the limitations on these lighter characters. Like we were talking about with Sora, they don't have a lot of kill power, they don't have a lot of kill moves, and like having kill setups available is what's really valuable on a character.
Yeah, I would say, because right there, I mean, he died at it was like 96%, which right there, yeah, granted it's a forward smash, but the thing is, he was on the right side of the stage and went all the way left. Even with DI, I think Sora is just so light that you're going to go pretty far even with just a small smash attack.
Yeah, against a heavier character, I don't think that would have worked. I think if you're going into like I'm thinking like Snake or Bowser, like either of those two. Okay, Bowser may be the heaviest character in the game, not a good example, but we are going to get back into game here. Looks like, oh no, this is a replay here showing that matchup between the Sora.
Yeah, and we saw a lot of recovery options, a lot of floatiness, but the thing is, Inkling didn't lose the stock there as well. Got to like almost 200%. They're 180, so it's gonna be a full 3v3 here, and we're gonna see some Captain Falcon going on, which of course I love more than anything. That's one of the characters, a really hyped character in the day too.
Oh,
goes for the Justice knee.
So close.
Goes good percentage though.
Trying to catch the bottom there. So Captain Falcon may not be. Have any ranged access. He doesn't have a lot of ranged pressure, but he is so explosive. If he catches you, the combo potential is absolutely
He's very
insane.
fast, and he doesn't have a lot of true combos, though. Captain Falcon is definitely kind of that essence character of you're just going to be flowing with it. Ooh, great down. So the thing about his down aerials actually has 2 hitboxes. The one you see right there where it hits kind of that knee option, it's going to hit you to the side, whereas the other one will actually spike you down.
I mean, either way, it's doing enough damage there to take that stock.
Great side B into Nair. That's true right there.
There's so many kill setups for Captain Falcon and just kill moves in general. He's just such a flashy character.
He's very fast,
so fun
too.
to watch.
You're seeing a lot of these back airs and nairs going on. And his tether grab up B is really good as well because people go for that shield. Oh, just outside of that paint range.
That's unfortunate.
It wouldn't have killed, but it would have done a lot of damage that he kind of needed going on there.
And it definitely would have given him more stage pressure.
Yeah.
Does get a good grab, punishing with that splatter shot. That's a lot of paint on a Captain
exactly.
Falcon.
So now we take a lot of those damage. Ooh, great parry there. Is very ready for this matchup, it seems. Ooh, he got his jump there. So, yeah, so the biggest thing is Captain Falcon and Cardi Party went for the jump, then up B. The thing is, he actually got caught out of that up B, so he has no jump, and he gets really far.
Yeah, that Raptor boost is an okay up special, but definitely very easy to punish.
Definitely going for that 2-frame. Too far away for that, actually, though. It's really hard. You have to be pretty close. And that's what I'm kind of seeing, you know, that up B out of neutral in terms of that shield. A lot of people get punished with that because it's a tether grab. And so what that means is you can actually grab the shield there no matter what happens. Gets one up air in. You're going to be fishing for those up airs, especially with these side Bs into up air like this. You can usually get 2 guaranteed at low percents.
Get punished for a bit of a greedy up smash there.
Oh, good grab
out of the parry. Is going to miss that side special.
Yeah, definitely going for the side Bs. Get things started. He has good jabs as well. Great jabs by both these players. Kind of playing that neutral jabs. Gets hit by paint, yeah. Ooh, down. He's definitely looking for off the edge kind of gameplay here. Oh!
Just barely.
Skeletor actually goes down there with an SD just a little too low there. And just like that, I mean, this match is close, like neck and neck. I mean, I think it's a 1 stock difference now in terms of we're going to see another 3, but that still had 2 stocks left there. And I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, now we have that Inkling out, but we have the Captain Falcon on the stage. We were talking like he's such an explosive character. Like look at some of these parries by both players. Great jab here, set up just to build up that percentage. Trying to cover with that down smash, but Captain Falcon can just punish you so hard.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, I don't know, I definitely am biased because I'm a Captain Falcon player myself, but I love Captain Falcon. It's so hype. If we see a knee, I don't know, I might go a little crazy there. But
if we see a Falcon punch, I'm going to scream.
Oh, yeah, those are always hilarious, especially with the reverses and the fun stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think we probably want to see that in the crew battle. I think that's a little bit too, you know, scary. That's a little too BM2 sometimes, so you got to be really careful about doing stuff like that. But I would love to see some knees and some spikes. We haven't seen a spike yet, and I love those spikes.
Captain Falcon is full of them.
Zero Suit. This is going to be a really hype match. These are two very, very fast characters. They love to get off the edge. So we're going to see some of that action.
You got to watch out for those disjointed hitboxes, though. If you're Captain Falcon, he doesn't have the range to necessarily deal with that. A lot of mobility on Zero Suit Samus. Like, there's a reason this character was very good in both Smash 4 and here in Ultimate.
Yeah, and Cardi Patty made up some stocks right there. So it's now 9-8 for held up 1 stock with this Snow Angel on this Zero Suit Samus here. Gonna be fishing for both are gonna be fishing for those up airs because those are their main combo starters. That's kind of what gets them going and makes it so they're so fast. Great dash attack there by Cardi Party. Gets another jab attack and both really close percentages at the moment here.
One of the great things about this Zero Suit Samus is you wouldn't think tether recoveries are all that good in some games, but here in Ultimate, I think they're fantastic.
And it's also the mix-up, right? I mean, there's so many different ways you can recover with Zero Suit with that tether. Oh, looking for another one. She actually kind of blunges there. She has the up B. It's a true combo right there. If you start with up B actually on the ground, it has really high kill percentage there.
I imagine that was probably an attempting a prediction of a jump after the mash. Didn't quite get it.
Oh, great grab. They're really close. Goes for the knee, but a little too far out. Great down B to kind of recover there, to get back on stage. Ooh, hits him with the up smash,
though. Just the tip of it.
Yeah. And it's now but now it's even stocks, though, but Cardi Party has very high percent. He's going to kind of get as much as he can get here. Your free percentage is what people like to call it. Kind of your free percent knowing that just get kind of as many as you can on this life here. Oh, goes for the up B out of shield, but unfortunately, Cardi definitely had the shield. Gets an up air.
Definitely a battle of some of their recovery abilities being used for all different purposes. Great forward smash that isn't going to kill.
And this is when it's kind of hard for Zero Suit Samus to attack because she doesn't have any, basically too many true combos here to actually finish them off. So she's going to have to be fishing for an back air or a forward air off stage or just a straight up neutral. Oh, right there, like this.
The berry.
There it is. Yep.
There we go.
That's going to be basically Zero Suit's bread and butter in terms of attacks there. Just kind of the grounded into the up B will usually always kind of confirm there.
I mean, I had a lot of nightmares in Smash 4 about getting caught by the up B. But, I mean, I have a lot of nightmares about Smash 4 in general after Bayonetta.
Okay, great down tilt. It's going to be pretty far there, but Zero Suit has a lot of recovery. Oh, went for the down aerial there, but unfortunately did get caught out.
Yeah, great job throwing out that hitbox there just to make sure that Captain Falcon couldn't punish.
That actually does grab.
Yeah, Raptor boost sets command grab, doesn't land it there.
It's a very safe gameplay, kind of playing on this ledge here instead of off it. A lot of ledge guarding instead of that edge guarding, which means that they're kind of staying stationary.
If the good captain had just turned around there, that could have been a KO. Zero Suit off the stage isn't able to recover. Yeah. That's unfortunate. 53% lead, though, here.
Yeah, it's still 1 stock, though, so either way, at least you got 2 stocks off the board. And it's now neck and neck here between Highland and Burley. 7 stocks each. Snow definitely has a percentage, but the thing is, Captain definitely can kind of bring it back in these situations. Does get off stage, though. Great kind of mix-up there with that down aerial. Definitely was not ready for that one. Oh, great jab.
It's going to build up some percentage.
Oh, great grab. He's him off the edge here. Cardi still has recovery.
Getting
Great
him off
kind of ledge guarding here.
I feel like getting Captain Falcon off the ledge in this case isn't necessarily just like to try and get the KO, but just to force him into this disadvantaged state.
Yeah, because he doesn't
take more damage.
So he doesn't have a lot of like different recovery options here, right? So you see a lot of the, if you throw him off stage, you up B a lot. Okay, now it's reversed though. Both are going to be pretty close into kill percentages here, and great nair there from Zero Super, goes really low, does recover.
Good high recovery there. He's going to keep himself safe. Party doing a fantastic job of staying alive here.
Oh, great back air though. Oh, that would have been another great grab. Doing a great job of reading kind of what they're doing here. Oh, great tether, goes really fast. If they don't go too fast in that tether, you actually can break the tether by hitting them. Great grab again. Unfortunately, the up air is not going to confirm to anything.
Ooh, that
great
was
recovery,
dangerous. Great down.
Wow, and just reverse back air. These guys are just back airing a lot. Oh.
Ooh, caught him right before that down smash went off. That could have been a disaster.
Oh, yes,
no.
these.
Oh, that feels terrible.
Oh, man. These are definitely hurting them really bad here. I mean, these SDs have such a big impact. They're so close, you know, back and forth, then you have the SD, and it kills all your momentum. And now you lose the stock as well.
Okay, huge credit to Party Card here.
Absolutely.
Just the explosive power he's got available to him. Like,
and now he's going to have the one-up difference here.
Yeah, and like, look at this. Like, they're both playing so carefully with each other, dodging out kill moves, and unfortunately, it's just
he definitely got caught up in kind of that side B animation, and you know, sometimes you just get locked, and the next thing you know, you're trying to hit that up B of like trying to recover, but you can't because you're locked out, and so by the time you actually are available to, you're too far down there.
I mean, the number of stocks I've lost to miss inputs going for a side smash. Here you can see our wonderful audience. Hello, audience. How are you all doing today? I hope you're enjoying some Smash Bros. Ultimate here. I know we sure are.
Yeah, absolutely. This is great. I mean, we do see a lot of neutral being played. And what I mean by that is like you're not seeing a lot of off the edge kind of things. Right there's a lot of ledge guarding. They're kind of just holding that angle, making sure that they're to punish every single time you try to get on stage. And that's exactly what they did. Is go back and forth of, okay, well, I got you. No, then I got you. There's a lot of grabs there, too.
Looks like we're going
Pikachu.
Pikachu, definitely a top-tier character as far as the 1v1 is concerned.
Yep.
How do you feel about that in Squad Strike?
Oh, I think it's still really great. I mean, if you're really comfortable with Pikachu, it definitely has a lot of great combos, those loops and stuff like that. Pikachu is definitely a very combo-esque character. Has a lot of kind of confirms.
Yeah, great rush down, but so does Captain Falcon. Pikachu is very light, so if he does get caught.
Oh, great little back air there. Oh!
Good Raptor boost, gets him back on stage.
He doesn't actually get the double up B. He actually missed inputs there and does go down, and Cardi Party has really brought back the Burly stocks here.
This Captain Falcon is terrifying, and I never want to play against it.
Doing a great job here, kind of get as much as he can. Cardi Party definitely has to play a little different when you only have one stock left, because you definitely want to try to get the stock no matter what. Because even if you go down and you get the stock, that's almost like a full, 2 stock difference there for the next game.
Definitely, and like holding on to that lead is so important for the rest of your team.
Yeah.
Good forward smash. It's going to catch out a little damage on the captain, but he's going to keep himself protected. Ooh. Good up side special.
Yes, a great air dodge there too, kind of getting out of that combo.
Shields the forward smash. The
gets
knee
the weak
didn't hit
knee
that
though.
Sweet spot. If that had hit the sweet spot, there was no more Pikachu.
Okay, great grabs. A lot of grabs being utilized here, which I do like. Grabs are definitely a very key point in this game. But E-Steve going up to 100%. A little side B actually throwing them off. Back air does not kill.
Ooh.
Captain doesn't really kill there until later for that back air. Ooh, does the tether and does go down. Cardi Party taking another stock here. If E-Steve does go down, Highland is on their last crew member, so they definitely have to be wary of that here.
This Captain Falcon is ridiculous.
Oh, absolutely.
Over 100% right now. It's taken 2 stocks off of one of the highest tier characters in the game is Pikachu. Continuing to struggle, trying to keep the captain off the ledge, but he's playing this so safe, so carefully.
But he actually gets a connection there with the Thunderbolt, and that will always kind of get you there. And Carly did a great job of honestly getting out that stock limit there for Burly, and now I think Highland is going to go on. They still have 1 member left, still have that 1 stock of the Pikachu, but they have 1 member left as well. But Burly is going to be sending down their second to last player here with that 3 stocks there, so it'll be 3-2 here. It'll be great.
We're going to quickly throw it over to Baratel down at the referee section. Baratel, how's it going?
I'm the referee, as you can clearly tell by my outfit. Guys, how's it going today? How's it going? How's the energy? Isn't this awesome? These players, phenomenal. you hear the ooh, the ahs, and I don't know, man. I want to get right in there with them, but fantastic showing for all you guys coming through. Thank you so much. This will be, I do believe, the last one for this semifinal. We got another one coming up, and then the grand finals as well. So make sure to keep your seats because I think people are scalping them out there. I saw people selling tickets for seats out there on the foyer, so be careful. It's awesome. Saw some awesome Captain Falcon gameplay. We won't probably see any Ganondorf, unfortunately, but that's okay.
You never know.
You know, true. No Ganon? All right. Well, it's confirmed. I'm sad, but that's okay. Looks like we're just getting into this final one. Pikachu again. Pretty spicy. Got the moves and the Bowser. Get the one stock lead. You can go with the super cool strat of just throwing your opponent off the edge. That'll be fun.
Okay, I love Bowser.
Oh, straight bully mode we're hearing here. So they want to close this one out.
This is a super...
We'll throw it back to you guys on desk though as the action starts up.
Absolutely, we'll see. Of course, East Team going to be going off the stage twice there with that one stock left. This is going to be Burley's, I guess, Burley's second to last kind of group there with that 3 stocks here. So East Team has a lot of work to do if they kind of want to get it to an even state here. And Bowser's going to be looking for those lot of up Bs in place there. It's a really fast move despite how slow and heavy Bowser is, but that up B out of shield is actually a really great option to catch him off guard.
With the lightning loops, he's going to get some great combo damage. Bowser, one of the downsides to this character is he's so easy to combo, but don't touch his shield or you're probably going to be taking an up special to the face.
Absolutely, and Pikachu actually has a decent matchup here, so East Team definitely has an opportunity, but the thing is each percentage that he takes is definitely going to be pretty scary, just because Bowser at any point can kind of gimp him off stage with just one heavy ability.
Good
a lot of nairs.
Ooh. Forward tilt, going to push Pikachu off the ledge. But it's so hard to get that character off.
Yeah,
really punching it there.
And that was a quick one there. Nuclear Pig coming in and getting that one real quick. And now Highland is going to go into their last member here. He's going to have to go against 6 whole stocks here. He's going to be, all of Nuclear Pig and then obviously all of the last one as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be like such a challenge.
Absolutely.
Bowser alone is such a difficult character to get off the stage. He's just so bulky, and for a heavy, he's got a lot of abilities that let him actually play that neutral game that you don't see in other heavies like K-Rool, DDD, Charizard, who struggle to be able to get in, stay in, instead of just being combo fodder.
Absolutely, and I think the biggest thing here is when stocks are such a big of the essence here, like maybe in a 3v3 Bowser isn't as optimal here, but if Bowser just gets one, he's doing his job here because then he has at least 3 whole stocks for the next member here. So any stock here that Bowser does get is actually going to be valuable.
And it is Bowser, so when we're talking about taking stocks, like
that's what he does.
Half of his moveset are kill moves, depending on the percentage.
Yeah, I'll say so. He's bound to at least probably get 1 here, and at the very least, that's going to be worth it, of course.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, like there's always what we call the Bowser side, where you grab someone with that side B and take them off the ledge. Sometimes that can be worth it.
Yeah, it really depends on the recovery of the enemy opponent there. Because if they have bad recovery, it's definitely going to be a good cheese mechanic in terms of, okay, last resort, let's just kind of trade that 1 for 1. But if they have a good recovery, you actually kind of live that as well. So you have to be kind of careful about that. They definitely did change that a bit from the other smashes. But should be a very close one. I hope it's, the last one you never know, though, because it could be it's the very last member here for Highland. So maybe it's just kind of ready to turn it up and ready to kind of be that anchor that they need here to get that last match.
Okay, so we've got Bowser. He's on the stage. He's terrifying. How would you play into that?
Well, I think the biggest thing is obviously he can be comboed a lot. Like if you can get those combos, and you definitely have been in the lab in terms of like, okay, well I know I can hit that, that 5 combo, 6 combo. I think you can definitely kind of work on that. But the biggest thing is you can't get gimped by him. You have to be really careful and cognizant of his like gimp mentality. I mean, Bowser at the end of the day is kind of a cheese character that can take you at low percentages, and we're actually going to see a Daisy, which is really good, a very high combo character, and a really fun character as well. Has some cool RNG aspects that's pretty fun in the way there.
I, for one, am happy to see the better of the 2 Mario princesses out here, already using those turnips to try and set up advantages here. He's going to use them to pressure that shield. Good grab to try and punish that.
Yeah, and Daisy has a really great neutral B to kind of deal with those heavy attacks from Bowser as well. It can do a lot of damage in terms of that counter attack.
It's very dangerous. Bowser's going to have to be, can't just be throwing out random up smashes. Does get a couple of good forward airs, though, with that claw. Covers so much space.
Oh, nice.
Reminds me of the melee days with the Koopa Claw side B.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll see a lot of these things of like these turnips that Daisy's getting. So it's actually a huge RNG mechanic. Daisy actually has like 4 different variants in terms of like what she can grab with different percentages. So you kind of see that. If you see a stitch face, you'll see the eyes being stitched and stuff. That's definitely some scary spots. Great tether grab with that
and
side
of course,
there.
like the bomb, the
bomb,
beam sword.
oh yeah.
There's some crazy
I think it's like
stuff.
a 1 or 2% chance to get the bomb off.
It's incredibly rare, but who knows? We could see it today. Bowser having a hard time getting back to stage. Does use that down air to give himself the space he needs.
Yeah, the thing though is you're gonna have to. Oh, great back air there from Deku Scrub. Kind of gets that on stage out of shield option, and you're seeing, like I said, just a lot of these turn-ups, kind of getting those combos going here. That's exactly what Daisy's good for. Oh, great.
Forward tilt.
Yeah, that's a great option there. Does get one. So remember, Deku Scrub is the last member of Highland here. So if they lose, it is now basically it's over there for them. So definitely has a lot on his shoulders here. And Deku Scrub definitely has to kind of get these next 2 stocks without losing one if he kind of wants a decent chance for the last game.
Definitely, and that shield is getting dangerously low on Bowser. You could be getting poked there, so keep an eye out on that. Managing to deflect a lot of these turnips, but at the cost of that shield. Bowser gets a good combo there.
Absolutely.
Good drive in. Gonna use that down air to try and approach, but does get a little bit punished for it. Bowser having a hard time finishing this off. Does get a grab off the side, but not high enough for kill percentage.
Oh, wow. Goes right over it. Great job kind of trying to hold that with that fire, but does get a back air. And like I said, this Bowser's doing a lot of percentage here. Great recovery. Oh, actually recovers on stage, though, but Deku doesn't punish.
That was
Gotta be really careful with that.
Oh, no, the Bowser in the middle.
Oh, and he gets one, and now Deku Scrub is on his last stock here. Nuclear Pig might just be the one to kind of end it all for Burley. It's now 1-1 here, but if Deku Scrub does win this, he has to put 3 stocks as the last member of Burley here, so definitely a lot kind of on the line. But Nuclear Pig, I think, is definitely looking to end it himself.
The pressure that Bowser puts on you, on your shield, just the sheer amount of damage.
Neutral,
great Flame Breath, gonna take 50% there.
Oh, great back air, too.
For another 20.
Oh, he's definitely getting really low percentage here. Oh, and the back air off stage. Nuclear Pig takes it all, and the first match goes to Burley in this best-of-3 crew battle here.
I gotta say that, like, some of these characters were just so terrifying to watch. The Captain Falcon, the Bowser, the Roy, like, they were so explosive, just taking so many stocks, and having that early pressure, I think, was so valuable because you got so many stocks off of people early that you had less pressure on your anchors later in the match.
Yeah. And overall, I think, like I said, Highland kind of had that good start there overall, though, but Burley kind of came back. Highland, that Captain Falcon and stuff was great to see. And I think the biggest thing is they're probably maybe swap the lineups here for this next game. It is a best of 3 after all, and it was honestly pretty close to the end of it. There's only 4 stocks. There's 4 at the end there, so definitely not too much of a difference. They had a couple SDs too, so I think if they clean that up with the SDs there, they can actually have a pretty good chance of coming and bringing it back here. But it is 1-0 for Burley, so maybe swapping those positions and stuff like that.
Yeah, we did have a lot of great options and opportunities that we saw as long as they clean things up. We're going to quickly go to a break. Get some rest, get some water, and we'll be ready for some more Smash Bros. Later.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Welcome to the Boys State Game Pants Esports Arena, and you're watching our coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown here as top Idaho High School gamers compete to see who has the stuff this year. My name is Brandon Red Hot Koziancic, and joining me to call the action is Joan Glovely. I forgot the last name, but overall, we saw a really exciting first match. The match is a very fun game to watch and stuff like that. We did see kind of a back and forth there with Highland, starting with the lead there, but Burley kind of brought it back with those Captain Falcon kind of later on anchors in the crew battle here, and so now they go up 1-0. And the biggest thing is, do you think they kind of swap things up here with how it kind of worked out there?
I think you have to. You have to take into account, especially that Captain Falcon. Like, oh my goodness, the amount of stocks he took, the length of time he was able to stay alive and be that anchor for his team. You need to have an answer for that Captain Falcon going into this next game, or you're going to get punished for it again. Absolutely,
and I think the biggest thing that kind of hurt them as well was those SDs, and so you're kind of having a lot of those deaths that you didn't kind of show out for. And of course, the crew battle rule set is, obviously you have 5 players, the 3 stocks per player. It's a best of 3, 7-minute time limit. Of course, each time you lose a stock, you lose it forever. But if you have 2 stocks, even if you have 200% at the end of the game, you'll keep those 2 stocks, like as we saw last time. So overall, great to see. And we love to see things like that. Smash is a very hyped game. And of course, it's our first semifinal. We still have another one after this, as well as grand finals. So the winner, so if Burley does win this, they will go to the grand finals here for our first kind of slot for those. And of course, we have Doc's Keys again, which is brought to us by Drop In Gaming. And in Smash Bros, you want to punish openings, look for the 2-frame. Win in neutral, and don't forget to taunt. A lot of neutral there. And of course, Drop In Gaming is a premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competition gaming, sign up at dropingaming.com, and we can kind of have a sideline over there, ref, if that's what you want to call it. We have Bertel on the action there. What's going on, Bertel?
I was muted. I'm sorry. We're about to get ready for the action. We want to wait for those wonderful plugs. Gentlemen, we got the rock, paper, scissors. Pulls out the scissors, takes it away with the rock. Scissors comes out and takes a W. So you have maps coming out here. Are we going to see like a Final Destination at all or anything like that? I'm a memer. I'm sorry.
We have Bertel casting the rock, paper, scissors action over there
Someone's got to cast it.
Let's go to Hyrule Temple. That's where I want to go, but I don't think that's on the legal stage list.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of these members are definitely having fun and stuff. And of course, it's really fun to kind of have a crew battle like this, but it's like it's your teams, right? A lot of crew battles are kind of artificial in terms of like the pro scene where it's like, okay, well, you have your friends or something like that. But this is a really fun crew battle because it actually does, it's their actual teams, their high schools. So you can rep with your friends and stuff like that, the players that you play all the time. Next time, you actually play together because obviously you're always playing against each other if you're playing those 1v1s and stuff like that. But now you're truly playing together here, and I think that definitely puts a lot more weight onto it. It feels a lot better, too.
Yeah, and having that community is so important, especially in fighting games where people have one specific main that they usually focus on, that one character that they're really good with, and that gives you an opportunity to practice against lots of players who are really experienced with that one particular character. Like, if I want to play against someone who plays Bowser, I got to have a friend who actually plays Bowser. I can't just play against CPUs, or I'm not going to get any better against human opponents.
Absolutely, and so I could definitely see some swap up here from either teams with those matchups, but overall, just kind of, and like we said, I see Deku Scrub actually going first this time. They decided, okay, well, had a great run there. Let's kind of swap it up here and see what you can do. Especially against that Ike. Daisy definitely has some great kind of movement against this Ike here.
Definitely, and also has the ability to do that projectile game, but already Spark putting the pressure on the Deku Scrub. 51% here with that opening combo.
Ooh, a little taunt there, too.
Hey, Doc skis of the game.
Goes for the, kind of down air, or down aerial into forward, but a lot of neutral being played here, which we do like. Shows the players are definitely in it and ready to go. I do love hold forward players, I will say. I'm definitely biased, but got to play that neutral when it's due. Oh, that smash. That run into
greedy. That was way too greedy. Is getting punished for it with some great combos from Deku Scrub. Does get that forward throw.
Great forward tilt there. A lot of damage, though. Even though Daisy, Deku Scrub here, looking like getting a lot of good hits, and Spark just needs a couple, a few good ones, whereas, Daisy needs, or Deku needs a lot more of those.
Definitely,
great down air.
But does have a lot more ability to pressure this Ike. Does get a great forward air. Ike has so many options for KO moves. Wow. Interrupted and during the ether.
Oh, great back air there, really delayed too. Spark gets the first stock here. A little up air out of neutral, maybe throw him off. Deku Scrub is still ready for this though.
Daisy just doesn't have the knockback to be able to punish that up aerial as much as we would like her to. Does catch that. Turnip is going to use that as a little safety.
Oh, great down smash, yeah. And these turnips are definitely good zoning tools. You can kind of throw them off, kind of force them to recover one way or a way that you kind of want them. Oh, he actually side B's the wrong way there.
That feels
Another
bad.
SD here.
Second one of our tournament
Does
here.
trade, but remember, Spark, Ike definitely is that really heavy character, so Daisy has to get a lot more percentage than Ike would have to. We've seen Spark get a lot of these kind of, 1 to 2 combos in here with these aerials. That's why you see Ike jump so much, because he's just so slow otherwise, besides there's a couple aerials, a couple tilts, but his aerials are definitely what kind of gives him that ability to play.
There are still a few options for this Daisy, though. The forward smash, of course, but also you can counter like half of Ike's moveset and you'll get some devastating power out of it. So definitely going to have to watch for that. Does catch with the up B.
It's like really pretty good neutral option. It's actually a pretty fast move though, so it's not like the worst option to catch him off, and has super armor as well. So if you try to trade at the very beginning of it, it's going to go through every time.
Good shield, trying to find an opening.
Another up air or up special out of, but does punish this time. Deku's definitely trying to adapt here. The biggest thing in these Smash sets is how fast can you adapt to what their habits are. Can you identify those fast, and how can you punish those? Oh, Spark hits him with the down air. Both very high percentages. Oh, the up tilt does send Deku off, and Spark is going to be looking to keep this stock. If he can keep this stock, it's a really great start here for Burley.
Sometimes things just don't feel fair when your opponent has an up tilt that kills within like 3 frames. So, all the same, Deku Scrub doing a great job.
Oh,
great
but does get off stage. Another SD there for
Good
Spark.
Jim.
Deku, though, still playing it. Definitely having a lot of pressure for him to able to, think too much about that for sure.
Armors through the turnip.
Now, this is very even here. They're both very similar percentages here. This would be a big stock kind of win.
Yeah, for either one of them will determine who's
neutral.
got the forward.
And this is when you start seeing a lot more shields. No one really wants to mess up here. And the game starts to become a little bit slower. Great grab, gets the percentage in. Just outside of that tilt range.
Look at the way that Daisy's been recovering, like
very
mixing
close.
it all up, having so many options. Does
great
catch
parry.
with the up B.
Oh, and great grab again.
Little greedy there. Not quite off the edge for that 2 frame, but is trying to catch.
And now we're back to center stage here, so not too many abilities can actually get a final blow here. Does get the down air, gets close, gets a forward air. Spark is going to be on the edge here.
It is Daisy's though, so unless you manage to catch her.
Yeah, she actually is a lot heavier than people think she is in terms of a character like in the game.
Unless you catch her with that straight up KO.
Goes for the, and it might be it. Oh, it does go down, and Spark wins that first one. Deku Scrub does go down, and Burley starting with that 1 stock lead here. Now, the biggest thing going into it, obviously, is how many stocks can Spark get here? I think in terms of the Highland really want to start bringing this back in terms of, they're down 1-0 in terms of the overall best of 3. I think they definitely got to get Spark early here. I think if they can just get him this stock right away and hold all 3, that's kind of what they need to get going here for the second game here.
Definitely, and I do think that it's great that you have that Ike setting up that pace. The downside is now you don't have that great recovery for later on, that safety that Daisy brings in the later stages of these matches. You won't have access to the turnips. You won't have access to all of that good stuff she brings to the table. You're going to be more reliant on some of your burstier options.
Yeah, for sure, and I think the biggest thing, though, is Spark gets that reset in terms of percentage there, and Ike's a very heavy character at the end of the day, so it is very nice, especially for those to kind of reset that percentage. And we're going to see a 3v1 here. Like I said, he's going to have to go off twice here, of course, and so they do have the stock lead, but if Skeletor gets this stock without going down, of course, that puts him in a great spot as well, so it's going to be a big moment. And we're going to see the FD here. We do love some FD. Both get a ton, of course, and then now game match gets start.
Inkling, I think, a great choice into the Ike just because, great recovery, doesn't have that ranged advantage. Although currently is getting combo juggled. There's no platforms to safely recover to.
Just say, definitely feels a little different, especially Spark, because he's like, well, I just need to play for a stock. Like, if I get one, I've done my job.
Definitely. Already 81% on this Inkling.
Going back to the neutral.
We talked about earlier about how difficult it is for some of these lighter characters to find the KOs. Does manage to get a really great combo there with that up air. It's going to get punished away.
Oh, great shield.
Ike forces out.
Yeah, so that down tilt doesn't actually combo in later percents, so does try to find that option, but does not. Great grab.
Really taking advantage of that paint there. Trying to set up that zone.
Oh, the forward tilt actually does. I don't know if he actually DI'd or not there, but Skeletor does go down. Spark already gets the one. Looking for a second one. If he gets a second one here, definitely puts his team in a big lead.
I could be wrong, but I didn't see Red
There's
Spark.
the roller.
I think there was some bad DI. Does catch with the up special. You just got to get one.
Oh,
you just
great
gotta
side
get
special.
One. But Spark is doing such a great job of playing safe, using that sword to make the space his own.
Oh, there
It's
gets the
gonna
roller.
cause
Should be
the
it.
roller.
Oh, he actually misses, but he has enough
There we
time.
go.
Woo, that was a close one. Does hit the up smash at the very end, and that's just what they kind of needed. He does get one stock down, but at the very end, he at least keeps it to 2. So he has those 2 stocks. Still only down 1 stock at the very, at the gist of things. So definitely very okay with that, I would say.
Yeah, and it's all about racking up that percentage, making it easier for those eliminations, especially when you're playing those lighter characters who don't have those big KO options. You got to get those points on. Inkling is thankfully very good. We're going to quickly throw it over to Baratel, who's down at the screen. How you doing, Baratel?
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to me, the referee, everyone. To give it up for me, I'm the best. Now, your energy's been fantastic, but I have a recommendation, a request, if you will. Granted, we don't have the biggest stage. I would like to attempt the wave. Y'all know how the wave works. I will point one direction. You throw your arms up, you go buck wild until your arm is tired. All right, so we'll start from the left. Ready? Woo! And back to the right. Woo!
Actually, really good. Rock
Yeah,
That's
not
a great
bad.
job from the crowd. I'll do
Thank
that
you.
one.
Game. We've got Sora here on the field, so this is going to be our first matchup between 2 zoner.
Yeah, very floaty characters for sure, and very light characters. So we're going to see, I guess who can, get that KO faster here at the end of the day. Great start there. Gets a little combo. Oh, great little combo again there.
That is the advantage. Sora is going to be stronger in the melee, so if he does get up close. The one downside he does have is that his counter reflector ability on his down special does not bounce it back towards the target. It's going to bounce it behind him.
Great
so
little up
keep
tilt
an eye
there.
out for that. That could be disastrous if he tries to use it against the bomb.
He's already got 70% there, doing a great job of kind of playing that percentage game for sure. So Bruce Zane slowly getting that into the kill percentage. And Skeletor definitely needs to kind of make his stride here. They're down, 1 stock as well, but he's already had that 86% here, racking it up. Does kind of have that zoning little paint bomb there, but does not land.
This game has been like 90% neutral game with these projectiles.
But I mean, just shows these players are definitely have the knowledge of it. You got to play that neutral and smash. It's such a key point, especially with Ultimate having so much neutral options here. Gets a little bit of paint, but it's still running low. But your roller doesn't actually need paint to ever use it. Does actually just go with a neutral beat. Doesn't find him at all. Very low, high percentage now. Now Bruce Zane gonna be looking for the finisher, and wow, goes for the down air. Does not connect, but does have Sora.
That can be a little cheesy.
Absolutely.
To get that KO. I'm not sure you need that.
That
Does
pretty
manage to
hyped
pick up
though.
a little bit of paint. That's important for getting some of your more damaging.
So low here, but doesn't have too many kill options off the ledge, but it's gonna be sitting there on the ledge as well. Okay, does go for it again, but has the recovery.
Yeah.
Sora, again, has so much recovery to deal with, has that side B, and just like that, dash attack actually goes through with how light. A lot of percentage there. Bruce Zane gets the first one already.
Gonna go off the side here just to get a little space. Thankfully, that does refill that ink tank.
Absolutely.
So it's gonna help Skeletor out a lot for setting up some of those more powerful moves. He's finding a hard time getting in on this Sora, though. That sword doing such a good job.
Forward tilts here. Ooh, great Zendaga there. Oh, off the edge! And it actually goes down. What a great play by Bruce Zane. And gets basically those 2 stocks, only losing 1 there. So just kind of furthers that lead that they were looking forward to. Great job by that. I love to see kind of those options there. Shows that they know the character pretty well.
Yeah, a very aggressive off the save option. If you're playing Sora, you can take those because of that ridiculous recovery. Like, you've got a super high double jump, you've got that up special, and then you can immediately go into the side special instead of going into free fall. Like, it's so hard to get Sora out unless you can completely eliminate him and just, like, force him to, even his DI won't save him.
So now they have those 2 Sora stocks still available, but we saw last time, you know, it is still hard to kind of kill at the very end of the day, so it depends what's coming next. We've kind of seen all these players, but you never know if they're actually going to be able to swap it up or not. You know, a lot of players have multiple characters they can play, so maybe they see the Sora matchup and they're like, well, you know, I kind of want to play something else this time or something like that. So definitely have a couple characters in your pool sometimes, but sometimes people just only play one, which is completely fine in Smash. You can kind of get away with playing a one trick as much as you want. We've seen a lot in pro play as well, and you know, sometimes it's just the best thing to do. And of course, we're getting to this next game here. I think Broly leads by 2 stocks, I believe, and up 1-0. We're going to see the Roy. Roy can definitely do some damage to a Sora because it's such a light character, so Roy has a lot of quick setup options, and gonna wait. Bruce has to actually, I'm pretty sure, get his stock off first. I think that's what they're waiting for. Actually, I don't think he lost his stock. He didn't lose his stock. Yeah, you're right. And so they're starting. They're just going back and forth with the taunts. And now Broly leads by 3 stocks. Ram is going to have to do a pretty good job to kind of bring him back into the game here. But I think Ram had a great run last time. So if there's anyone here to do it on Highland, it's definitely Ram.
I mean, we talked about how explosive this Roy is. If you get caught in one of those combos, especially up close where he gets that bonus damage, really close up to you, it's going to use that range. Good double-edged dance is going to punish the Sora, though. Every time Sora gets close, and he needs to get close to finish off these KOs, he's risking getting caught by a Roy combo and getting 0 to death.
Oh, and a lot of big combos back and forth here. Bruce trying to really zone with those spells that Sora does get. Oh, great. Wow, that doesn't kill him. That must have been a wrong DI there, but wow, that actually does kill it, like 70% there. Bruce Zane finding a lot of these early kills and doing these crew battles. That means a lot.
Did have a little time to charge on that up smash. Uses the counter to get through that double-edged dance, so very interesting choice there by that Sora.
And Ram gonna have to do a lot of work, even more so now. Already down a stock, so really has a 4-stock lead here.
Caught in kind of that dangerous situation where you are that melee-only character into the ranged character. Sora doing
a great counter.
There we go. That's how you get some stock back. Little bit of percentage there.
But doesn't actually get control of the neutral again, and Bruce Zane is really kind of dictating this game at the moment. Holds B. Oh, he actually gets him with it too. Great option from Ram with 2 taunts there.
It's going to get a little punished for it with that grab, but thankfully it doesn't take that much percentage. Is at 100%.
Let's say when you taunt smash, you have a big burden here, so definitely got to be ready for that.
Ooh. Down air met with the up
and so floaty, but
spike, but doesn't get it.
Oh wow, Ram is definitely feeling it now. Reading a lot of his abilities. Oh, that floaty little double jump there does get him on stage.
He's starting to get the hang of getting through these projectiles, and that's what's turning his matchup around. Great, perfect shield blocking that projectile there.
Yeah, just kind of, once again, throwing those spells. And Ram has 140%, but it seems like he's still kind of holding out well. He knows that the sword doesn't have too much kill percentages, so...
Ooh, that's dangerous, caught in the freeze.
Oh, great up air there. Actually kind of mixes up. He was going with a lot of down airs there, but he does mix it up with an up air there, so maybe probably wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, great punish.
Ram definitely needs to get some, at least 1 stock more here, as Bruce Zane does a huge combo with this Sora here. Definitely feeling it.
It's
great
terrifying.
Job.
Like he was playing so much of a zoner game here, and then immediately turns on the heat, gets a ton of percentage out of it from that aggression, forces Ram to try.
Oh, he actually gets him here. Will it go down? Great DI there from Ram. Does not go down. He's not out yet. If he can get 1 more stock, that's just what they need to kind of get going. At least something here. There's, he jumps. Great up B.
Explosive Roy is able to get 1 more stock.
And he hits the sweet spot there too. If he actually up-Bs and doesn't hit the sweet spot at the end there, it doesn't actually kill. So that is one thing to notice.
So at this point, the goal is to try and take a stock. Obviously, if you're down 134%.
Oh, doesn't get the tech there. But hey, Bruce Zane, I got to give credit where credit's due. Bruce Zane is definitely terrorizing on this Sora here, taking down 2 opponents. Granted, the first one had 2 stocks, but takes all 3 stocks from Ram and now remains with that 1 stock left here. So Highland is definitely going to have to kind of bring it back. Someone's going to have to step up here and bring it back for them to kind of get a good even game.
Look at this Blizzaga here. This
Absolutely.
is fantastic. Look at the way he's predicting.
And this is a good mix-up here, too. Roy goes with the air dodge because, you know, Bruce has been going with the down air so many times there. He mixes it up and hits him with the up air, so he read him right there.
Absolutely fantastic play from this Sora. And, like, I know there are some people who are like, oh, you're just playing the DLC character. You must be carried. No, Sora is...
very fun.
Sora is very fun to
And now E-Steve, they're going to need you here from Highland. So E-Steve hopefully has the music going or something. And definitely going to have to get some stocks here. With Burley now leading a 4-stock lead.
I mean, Pikachu was my first Smash character, so I have a lot of love for him here. Is going to try and close it down in with that blue party hat. One of my favorite options.
Oh, great little percentage. The biggest thing here is E-Steve just needs to not get cheese and just kind of play for the percent. Oh, wow. Bruce Zane gets the last side beat there. Great dash. Say, E-Steve definitely needs... oh, wow. Gets it up smash. Gets a lot of percentage there. Now he's 75% here. Goes to the side B, but actually gets frozen, so does stop it.
We didn't get to see just how terrifying the Sora can be
and now
his matchup, and now he's found his
Bruce Zane is definitely feeling on this one. Has taken, I think, at least 5 stocks now total for his team.
And it looks like he might be taking another.
Yeah.
Gets the back throw there onto E-Steve. Pikachu.
Oh, wow.
Caught
Great
by the
movement
Blizzaga
there.
is going to be safe because it's Pikachu, and most other characters would have struggled with that.
Oh, great dash. He goes down.
Oh, my goodness. Bad DI there,
yeah,
I guess.
I don't know if he actually was DIing or not, but that dash tech has gotten so many kills for the Sora, so definitely people not expecting it. Great down air. E-Steve definitely needs to end this quick.
Going to get himself down.
Bruce only has 1 stock here.
No punish there on that landing, though. E-Steve does have a little bit of pressure there. He's trying to find him, but these rolls are keeping him
definitely kind of trying to go after it. Great try there. Unfortunately, he is invulnerable in that, but great counter as well. And Bruce is doing a great job of just controlling overall the pace. He'll always get back to neutral. You might get 1 attack on him, but he goes back to neutral, hits him with that, you know, the zoning tools and stuff like that. He's doing a great job of what his win con needs to be.
And that is fantastic, but at this point, like, you need to find eliminations. You need to get these stocks off, and Sora struggles with that so much. Yes, he's getting percentage, but he can't rely on that dash attack to save him every time.
Yeah, be careful about that with that up air, because you kind of get that, I guess, neutral state. Oh, does go trade there, blow for blow, and they both have 110% there, so E-Steve really needs to find a kill here, or KO as well, to kind of get that, at least something going here for Highland. The stock difference is pretty high.
If you're Sora, you know that, like, all you got to do is get a
play
stock
back
here.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to keep playing. Honestly, Bruce has to just not change any of his kind of game plan here.
He does get caught in the throw, looking for something, isn't able to follow up.
A lot of just kind of dashing around, dash dancing, of course.
They're like searching. They're searching for
But, you know, Bruce is fine with that. That neutral, he has so much range with his spells that he's going to be kind of keep playing with that.
He's going to get caught in that last hit of the lightning loop.
Great forward air
off the edge. That's going to do it.
And hey, E-Steve 110%, but it doesn't matter though because he keeps those 2 stocks, which at the end of the day, that's what matters.
And yeah, that's fantastic. All that percentage set back to 0 for this next matchup. So you finally got rid of that terrifying Sora. That's good, but he took 5 stocks out of your 14.
I'll say Bruce Zane did a fantastic job there, taking I think 6 stocks total there because he had 2 stocks in that Pikachu there. So he took 6 whole stocks. That's just 2 full members there of Highland. So it is going to be, you know, it's definitely possible, but I think, you know, E-Steve is definitely going to have to kind of make a comeback here on this Pikachu to kind of get things even here.
Yeah, well, Pikachu is definitely a great character to do it with that terrifying rushdown game. We've seen the lightning loops be an incredible source of damage and combo potential, especially into some of those heavier characters. Like if the Bowser might come out eventually, and that's a character who can just get comboed into oblivion.
So the biggest thing here, though, is Burley definitely has that 1-0 lead. So Highland's definitely feeling a little bit of pressure here because if they lose here, it's out. You know, it's the end of the line for them. So they definitely have to be cognizant of like, okay, well, we are down 1-0. We definitely got to bring it back here. And if you got any secret juice or anything like that, right now is the time to use it. Oh, favorite stage, by the way, and the song. Whoever picked that song, just know that we know.
I'm more of
and we're going to see some Wolf. I love some Wolf. Retro coming in here. Show us some of that style points we see here. Wolf is really fun kind of combo character.
Yeah, this is definitely someone we didn't see before, but to be fair, we did see one member not play, so this Wolf is a bit of a surprise.
I'll say, yeah, we didn't see him last game. He was the last member, so he's ready to go at that point. If you're the anchor at the very end there, most likely going to be ready to go. We're going to see pretty good matchup here because Wolf can actually say down special, just these neutral kind of little thunderbolts here. Or lightning bolts, I should say.
Yeah, that reflector definitely going to aid Wolf in the neutral. We've seen a lot of
another he goes forward smash. He gets the stock right away here.
I mean, Wolf, he's fast. He's got a lot of damage output. The only downside to playing the Wolf is that his recovery isn't really that great. But if you've got this much control over the neutral game, that doesn't matter.
Wolf's strength is his neutral is really hard to deal with. He's very fast, has insanely fast moves and strong moves as well. So has a lot of that option. Gets great neutral air as well.
Taking advantage of that lingering hitbox.
And he's just playing the neutral just how a Wolf should, right? Just a lot of Newton airs, a lot of dash attacks.
A lot of rolling around on the ground.
Great grab as well. Oh
my goodness.
Wow, Retro goes for the down air into the side B off stage, so he doesn't even lose the stock either.
That was incredibly risky, but as a result, he keeps all 3 stocks, immediately eliminates Pikachu.
And
that was our first spike.
And I will say, that Retro, that was some style right there. I mean, when you go off there, he doesn't even lose the stock either. Things like that is always really hyped to watch. Hits it with the spike too, because it's a really small hitbox. It's only where it overlaps with that kind of the up and down there. So he knew exactly what he was doing, because as soon as he has that down throw, you see him instantly going to the side B, and that was sick.
I really hope production saved that one for
our absolutely. That is definitely a sick play. And the thing is, Highland's going to deal with Retro, who has 3 full stocks there, and I think after that sick play, Retro is definitely feeling pretty good there.
I mean, I would be too. You've got this Wolf who no one is prepared for. We're going to see like this matchup here. Look at how strong this neutral game on the Wolf is.
Absolutely.
It's so hard to close in. And every single position you're in, as soon as you touch the ground, you're in danger because Wolf is there in your face.
And wow, he just gets it. And look, he just goes for it. He just went for it instantly. Like, that's how you just know your character. And we're going to see some Fox. Angel actually swapping up here. I love to see the kind of channel that inner light. These are 2 really pretty fun characters, very fast.
I can't let you do that, Star Wolf. Tables have turned a little bit.
So this is the last member of Highland here. So Snow Angel has big shoes to fill, and Retro definitely has feeling some, I guess, momentum from last game. Great dash there.
Good jab is going to be able to close that in. Get himself a little space. Fox does have is a lot more rushdown oriented. Really needs to keep that pressure on if he's going to get the Wolf, but some great shielding is going to make sure the Wolf is still available.
The thing about Fox is a lot of his actual kill potential is a lot of his just nair into up smash potential. Oh, okay, no, he's good. He's good. You can do both. The biggest thing I would say, he goes for the 4-air again. Retro has some great spacing there, making it so it's really hard recovery on the stage there, at least for free. And Retro just kind of doing some great job here in this neutral. 4-air, nair, getting that in there. Stops the dash. That's side B.
Well, that's the downside to this Fox is that he's so reliant on his ability to pressure his opponent. But if you're Wolf, you have such a safe neutral game that it's really hard to keep that pressure on, especially when he keeps using the shield to deny Fox's attempts at rushing down. You got to mix things up. I would go
great forward, up smash. Now really low percentage already. Retro still 3 stocks, and Snow Angel's 103%. So a lot of moves from Wolf can actually kill at this percentage. The big thing about Wolf, though, is he actually doesn't have the best recovery, though. But the thing is Fox, it isn't like Melee, he doesn't have, like, the best edge guarding here. You have a lot of ledge, guarding where you see him on stage a lot.
And that's another elimination. The Wolf still 3 stocks
Absolutely.
Here. Highland, like,
they have 9 stocks here on Burley's. They still have 2 members after this.
This is terrifying to watch. Like, I would not want to play against this Wolf either. We saw how terrifying the Captain Falcon was, and now
great grab.
has this Wolf here. Like, how do you deal with this?
Yeah, he's doing a great job of neutral. He just keeps getting, 1 to 2 hits and then goes back to that neutral. Oh, does try to get the top, the up smash. Does go down. Great grab. Percentage there. That's what he needs.
Looking for that up smash. Isn't going to find it even with the charge up.
Great grab as well. Just a lot of grabs. Getting a lot of percentage because he has so much percent. He's going to be grabbed for a long time here. So definitely can kind of get that percentage in there.
I appreciate that there's more grabs getting mixed in because he was getting so punished earlier for hitting that shield on the Wolf and then getting smacked in
great grab again.
Yes, good grab.
Just goes to the forward. Doesn't have too many combos there with grabs as well for Wolf, so. Great down. Oh, he goes for it again. He gets the same thing he did last time. And Retro ends it with the same way he started last game.
And even if we'd kept going, Like, that was 150% that would have been wiped up. You still would have had to get through his 3 stocks and then his next 2 teams.
And the thing is, usually in a regular match, that is like, wow, you're going to go with that move. But the thing is, he can stay alive for that. So Burley is your winner of the semifinals. They will be moving on to the finals over Highland 2-0. So overall, and of course, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of Boise State Esports. Top plays are represented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering 20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out at twitch.tv/iGuardGaming. So make sure to check those guys out. They're doing a great job. They've been here with us all weekend helping out. We do love some Idaho Army National Guard. And it was a great series. I think it's our first kind of semifinal of the day, and it started out great. I mean, it was a 2-0 overall, but still some great matches in there.
Definitely. We saw like some of the explosive gameplay. Those 2 spikes from the Wolf were absolutely incredible. We had a couple of players go through multiple of their opponents. So we've got some top-tier players here.
Yeah, absolutely there. And I think it's going to be, we have an ICCU player of the game, of course. And so we're going to see who that is. And it's going to be, Bruce Zane. I will say, Bruce Zane definitely did his job in the first kind of match that they had. I think he took, at least, 2 to 3 stocks there. But this second kind of half, he definitely kind of opened the gap in terms of the stock difference. He took 5, I think he took 6 or, 5 or 6 stocks there. So Bruce Zane is your ICCU player of the game. The player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Bruce Zane is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, and well-deserved. So did a great job there, of course, doing overall a lot of, like I said, did a lot of damage there overall. And of course, Burley has a great team chemistry. They seem like their lineup's pretty strong all the way through there. It seems like they kind of got it figured out as well. And we got to see, Retro playing that last game where we didn't play in that first one. Definitely do some damage. So whoever's going to be going against them in grand finals definitely needs to come up with a plan of kind of to see who can match that.
Definitely, and there's a lot of things to take into account for. Do you focus on worrying about that zoner sort of neutral playstyle with the Sora? Do you worry about the terrifying power of that Wolf neutral game? What do you do about the explosive power of the Captain Falcon and the Roy?
Yep. That's going to be a lot of things that these people are going to have to think of. But as we get ready for the next match, we can share the top 5 plays presented by Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a 20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. And we're going to take a short break while we show you these top 5 plays. And we'll be right back, I think, with Overwatch. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right here after this break. Locked kind of on the line. But Nuclear Pig, I think, is definitely looking to end it himself.
The pressure that Bowser puts on you, on your shield, just the sheer amount of damage. Great Flame Breath, gonna take 50% there.
Oh, great back air, too.
For another
20. He's definitely getting really low percentage here. Oh, in the back air off stage. Nuclear Pig.
Back to be able to punish that up aerial as much as we would like her to. Does catch that turnip. Just gonna use that as a little safety.
Oh, great down smash, yeah. And these turnips are definitely good zoning tools. You can kind of throw them off, kind of force them to recover one way or a way that you kind of want them. Oh, he actually side pieced the wrong way there.
That feels bad. That's what's turning his matchup around. Great, perfect shield blocking that projectile there.
Yeah, just kind of, once again, throwing those spells. And Ram has 140%, but it seems like he's still kind of holding out well. He knows that the sword doesn't have too much kill percentages, so...
Ooh, that's dangerous, caught in the freeze.
Oh, great up air there. Actually kind of mixes it up. He was going with a lot of down airs there, but he does mix it up with an up air.
Does get caught in the throw, looking for something, isn't able to follow up.
A lot of just kind of dashing around, dash dancing, of course.
They're like searching, they're searching
but,
for
Bruce is fine with that. That neutral, he has so much range with his spells that he's going to be kind of keep playing with that.
He's going to get caught in that last hit of the landing.
Great forward air.
Off the edge, that's going to do it.
Has a lot of that option. Gets great neutral air as well.
Taking advantage of that lingering hitbox.
And he's just playing the neutral just how a Wolf should, right? Just a lot of Newton airs, a lot of dash attacks.
A lot of rolling around on the ground.
Oh, great grab as well. Oh, yes!
My goodness!
Wow, Retro goes for the down air into...
into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are currently watching our coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown. Right now, we have a fantastic matchup between Meridian Technical and Middleton, and this is the first matchup of our group stage. After this, the losers will go against Nampa for second and third seed. Whoever wins this gets first seed going into our finals. I'm your host, Colby D'Angelo Alloway, and joining me to call all of the action is Brenner Bear Ladd. So what are you expecting from these high school teams here today? We've had a wonderful weekend with all of them in.
Yeah, it's definitely been an eventful one, as you can just tell by how full the arena is. It's been full of excitement. We had Smash before this, and that's continuing to go on. So now heading over to Overwatch, it's going to be a big change because a lot of people coming off of the Overwatch 2 beta have kind of been really hyped for Overwatch, which is a nice change of pace, really. So I'm glad to see kind of the excitement return to Overwatch as we're kind of closing out Overwatch 1, heading into 2. It's an exciting time. So going into these teams, I'm really hoping to see some maybe dynamic team changes from Overwatch 2. They maybe want to try change things up in the meta rather than going to the traditional of, you know, kind of the pseudo dive or just the Rhine Diva traditional comp, you know, maybe our wall and all with the King's Row. But I know that for these group stages, it's kind of been a fixed start of Lijiang Tower, so we know we're going to see Sim Brawl somewhere in one of these teams.
That's fair enough. Do you have any specific gameplay advice before we get to Doc's keys of the game?
As much as I love Battle Mercy, this is for the state final, so it's probably not the best idea, but if you do it, you're the player of the game in my heart.
That's fair. And with that, we're going to get right into Doc's keys to the game, which in Overwatch is to never take a fair fight, which means take fights in unexpected places when they're unprepared, and tempo, tempo, tempo. And Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And it looks like we had the matchup immediately after this, so we can go ahead and get right into game, it seems. Do you have any thoughts right as we get into game here?
I mean, this is the first time for us broadcasting this high school match, so you're on the big stage, quite literally on the stage. Yeah. So it's a lot of pressure, but also fills you with excitement. I mean, some teams excel a ton better here on stage, or some play better at home. It's definitely a huge change to the environment that can definitely affect the players. But going into this, I mean, this is the start of the group stage. We're going into the semifinals. This is where you want to get that early win, get the momentum in your favor. And we're seeing our kind of go-to high school of Meridian Tech that we have seen a lot of from previous Esports Tower Rebels, even just here playing with them in the stadium. So some exciting things to look forward to, and a lot of player names that you and I might know.
And we actually did see Middleton do a fantastic job in Rocket League yesterday, finally going ahead and winning the whole thing of the Rocket League Grand Finals. Are there any tank-specific strategies with this double tank in the 6v6 before we transition into Overwatch 2?
Use it while you have it. I mean, the really go-to would probably be something like the double bubble. I mean, you can still technically do double bubble with Zarya since she has been changed, but I would think that's something that the teams want to go for with how brawly Overwatch 2 was. I think they might still hold on to that mentality and go for those eliminations, maybe a bit more of the bigger plays to try to have that clean team set to get the car as far as you can and get the percentage, get the ticks as quick as you can. Or they might go something like the Sigma Orisa Wombo combo where double barriers hold them back so you can be that defensive team, which is I'm expecting to see on Hybrid, especially on King's Row.
So what is the biggest thing in that double bubble combo? I mean, you need to stop yourself from getting walked on. How do you do that most effectively on Control?
I definitely think it would come down to your Winston of when they choose to engage, because we've seen a lot of the cases, even in Overwatch 2 for that matter, of the Winston goes in and doesn't have his team to follow up, or maybe one or two members can follow him up, but you're losing at least one of the supports because not every support can keep up. So it's definitely a harder thing to follow up, and especially with double bubble, the Winston can keep going forward and forward. The Zarya is almost always going to get left behind, so it really puts the pressure on the main tank role, which is why we've seen them have the most pressure in these roles. But then also you have to remember, if you're pushing forward, you have to be able to fall back for your main heals because they're always the target. You lose main heals 9 out of 10 times, that's the end of the fight. So it's going to be watch main heals and watch for the Winston jump.
And transitioning into Overwatch 2, you touched on something that I think is particularly important in the 5v5 as we're in this transition period, kind of like doing this. How do you keep your main support safe if you're effectively down a tank?
I think we've kind of seen that in the Overwatch 2 meta slowly creep in of you pick, the main heal of the Baptiste or the Ana, and then usually protect it with the secondary heals, usually of the Brig or the Zenyatta, who can output that DPS to at least try to protect the backline to some extent. They don't have the escape, so at that point, it's just become the Brawl comp, which is why we've seen so much of the Reaper and the Cole Cassidy, because they have that higher DPS. And with hopefully the Brig changes coming soon, I think that'll also really help the backline as long as we can. And also with the tank meta, just how much that changed, even with the new Doomfist and the new Orisa and how much DPS they can put out as main tanks, it's really changing things up. So as we get ready to go into Lijiang Tower, I'm expecting to see Simbrawl. I mean, people are excited for new Bastion, but I'm very much expecting to see as much old Bastion as we can coming out of this. And already a surprising change for Lijiang of a Roadhog to start things off.
And what a start we see. First of all, it is Meridian Technical that first on the point, and with that Symmetra, they are doing a fantastic job. Actually, their Symmetra is going to go down. That hurts their Brawl a lot, but with the Cole Cassidy trade immediately after that, the Brawl is still relatively even here. Actually, it looks like Middleton's going to get the better of them in this first fight, and at this point, Meridian Technical might need to adjust their strategy. What do you think that might look like?
I mean, this is the crux we see with a lot of teams is you go in with the Simbrawl first team fight, lose it, you want to swap off of it because now the team will always be looking for it, and that's exactly what they do, and I love to see it. They swap over to the main, which will help them with the Brawl on point, but they need to try to target down either the Moira or the Sombra to deny either the really high DPS or the really high heals. A lot of people usually try to burn down the Reinhardt shield because he's the front line, but you have to remember he has the Shatter built up, so they have to be calling that out because he got a ton of value with those Flame Strikes.
And as you see here, Meridian Tech actually does have a swap. They now have a Mei instead of a Symmetra, so it'll be and there's the wall coming out just as we were about to talk about it. It splits the team and forces Middleton to rotate back, but that Sim wall is going to come out to completely deny the amplification matrix, even as Meridian Technical pushes in. We're trading main tank for main tank here, and now that's Middleton's off tank as well. They do not have a front line right now, but Eternal Flame is going to go down for the side of Meridian Technical. That's pretty big. That takes away a lot of their Brawl. They have to be a little bit more careful. You see them in the corner playing that Immortality field. Fantastic team play here. I think Meridian Technical is going to go ahead and pick this up.
Yeah, Middleton really suffering running that Roadhog rather than having a secondary tank that can absorb damage for other teammates rather than just be a physical body block that is the Roadhog. But losing their main tank like that, Fem Neptune pushing up too far hard, getting charged into the enemy spawn as well is very hard for them. So they're going to have to play a little bit further back, a little bit safer, and it's going to allow Middleton to just teleport right onto point.
And because of that, Middleton has caught Meridian Technical off guard. They are just completely behind them here. Ooh, that is those are big picks coming out from Meridian Technical, particularly the remake. We always love to see the remake. It just puts a smile on my face when you're able to crush somebody with a giant pink bunny mech. What about you?
Yeah, they swung it really well. I mean, the D.Va with the triple, one self-destruct, and then the double mech. Usually we see it the complete other way around of the double with the self-destruct and the single remake. So the Law really playing out of their mind right now, but Meridian Technical is going to be looking to use this Blizzard with how far forward they're playing, or even the Shatter they even engage with the wall.
Main heal versus main heal. Dragonfire is just keeping popping up. There's that Blizzard that you were talking about, and it's used to get a lot of eliminations. Soup is going to get one of those himself, but mostly it's the Law that's going to be that follow-up damage.
Yeah, and now Meridian Tech even has their support ultimates built up to try to counteract anything that Middleton is going to throw at him, and now Jet even swapping over to the Zarya to try to help out the Reinhardt in the fight. He's been dealing a ton of damage for Reinhardt, but with that Roadhog, he was unable to get the support he needed.
And Soup is a big first pick for the side of Middleton. They might be able to turn this around if they can keep that aggression. Sound Barrier is going to come in to help Meridian Technical kind of like stem that bleeding there, and they're going to rotate back. Understandably, they are down a member. And the TP comes back, forcing them to go all the way back to point. But Middleton is split. All their members aren't in this together. A huge Shatter and some amazing Junkrat play is going to come out. The Law, there's with the bomb again. This is just trade for trade as these two teams, but it looks like Middleton's going to pick it up. Two members against the solo Mei.
Yeah, she's the one person you want last on point because she can buy as much time as possible, allowing the rest of the team to come back.
That's the rest 5 Remember, Soup went down first, but got there for the recontest, and now this is a 5v. It looks like 3 members are just trying to get back as fast as they can and brawl on this point, as it is 95 and ticking for Meridian Technical. This is a fight. Meridian just wants to stall this, even if they can't win the fight.
Yeah, allowed them to get up to 99 on the back of Soup, being able to stall for as long as they could. I mean, that's the perks of running the Mei, and Eternal Flame even had to swap over to the Tracer, which is not ideal, but they need to get on point as quickly as possible to try to end this out. They have time for maybe at least one teamfight remaining, and they have to be watching out for Annihilator with this tire, because that's going to be the huge playmaker for Middleton right now. So Meridian Tech needs to be calling that out and playing around the Shatter to land on at least 2 members.
And it looks like as we engage in this fight, it is Meridian Tech down 1, putting in a very difficult position, but they have to go in right now. Trades are coming out for both sides, still even Meridian Tech a little bit on the back foot here, but the law is absolutely here. They can't do much as the Baby D.Va. That is round 1, 99 to 99 as that Junkrat tire comes out. What a game! What a first map in this best of 3.
Yeah, Meridian Tech had a great engage. They had a huge 4-man Shatter, but did not have the DPS to follow up, so it really did hurt them that they didn't have the DPS with the Tracer and the Mei to try to follow up a Reinhardt Shatter. You want something with the bigger oomph to it, like a Reaper or even a Cold Cassidy for that matter, with the extra headshot damage, or even the Fan the Hammer for how much it's kind of fallen from grace. But it was a solid comeback from Middleton. They were down for a while, but they stuck to the Sim Brawl, and it really worked out for them. Even the last-minute swap over to the Doomfist has paid off to get back to point on time.
I gotta say, Meridian Technical's rotations and team play have been truly impressive, and I'm sure that's at least in part because Nerdy Bird, one of Boise State's own, has been helping them and coaching them and getting all these rotations on lock. Meridian Tech just needs a little bit more there.
Yeah, so going into this, it's going to be all eyes on Annihilator to burn down that front line shield so that his own Reinhardt can deal the DPS that he's been so consistent at.
An Annihilator, what a player to rely on. Middleton has been just, this Junkrat has been carrying with damage in the front line and all the eliminations. So you can see he's just spamming into that room. And with that Zarya, Middleton has all the aggression they could ever need to push in that room. And they have the point. Eternal Flame is looking for a flank, but I don't think he realizes Annihilator was just able to sneak up on them there. That is Eternal Flame down for Meridian Technical. That really hurts their brawl a little bit, even as you can see they're just corralled into this server room by that Junkrat. And Dragonfire actually says, I'm not corralled, I'm going to pick your Reinhardt. Fantastic job, especially as that amplification matrix comes down. It feels like Dragonfire has really been one of the amazing individually skilled players for Meridian Tech. As you can see, they have that pick and they're rotating in and they're getting the eliminations. Fantastic patience by Meridian Technical.
Yeah, they were able to hold that brawl for so long that they charged up a ton of ults. So did Middleton, but with classic Overwatch, whoever uses the ult first usually can win that fight, and Meridian Technical had the better ultimates and even the sound barrier to counter whatever Middleton could throw at them. You know Middleton's looking for the start, especially if he's taking the high ground like this, is on top of the Lucia sound barrier to help them into this team is exactly what Middleton needs to try to retake this point, having built up that 33%.
No, he dropped that. It was a risky play, but it's going to pay off on the side of Middleton. Annihilator with a 4K on the junk tire, and that's just going to let his team walk onto the point. There's not a ton that D.Va and Baptiste can do.
Yeah, so that's going to be a hard reset for Meridian Technical, but they do have both the wall and the Shatter coming online for them, which will be huge plays if they can watch out for Middleton's own Shatter coming out and their own wall. This is going to be a mirror match between these two, and it seems Meridian Technical is going to open up with their own.
And it looks like they're starting the brawl. That Shatter is going to land onto all the members except for the Reinhardt. Soup gets the elimination on Iron. That's huge. That's what we're looking for. The pin kill onto Eternal Flame. That is trading DPS for DPS, and now main tank for main tank. These teams are trading and scrapping, and you see Meridian Technical, now that they're down their main tank, rotating back into this server room where they've had success before, but they can't push into Jet. That is an 80% to 100% charge. There you go. You see it right there, 84. So they just can't walk in without their Reinhardt. But it kind of looks like they're setting up to go back in. What do you expect out of this fight real quick?
I mean, it's going to be Jet holding the front line with that high percentage, especially going up against a D.Va. That's where Zarya excels, just able to hold that front line while the Reinhardt's down compared to a D.Va. Now with the amplification matrix, that's why you want to run a D.Va.
And you see Middleton kind of scattering out of the way of that amplification matrix, as they well should, but they are split. Meridian Technical can absolutely take advantage of it, and they are! Soup's getting that elimination on the main heel, finds in the backline, gets the double kill immediately after that. Sound barrier comes out, really just to cinch this fight from Daydream. Daydream wants it, and they know they need it. Might have been a little bit of an overcommit, but a one fight is still a one fight, and there's no better time to commit everything you have than when the enemy's at 99.
Yeah, that fight was won on the back of Soup, taking down main heals first, then with the Deadeye picking up the next two, and even finishing off main tank. That huge quad allowed them to win it, and now even the Law picking off Annihilator off to the side should just buy that much more time that they need to build up that percentage crossing the halfway mark, but they need to be watching out for the ultimates of Middleton.
And it looks like Jen is going to take that. The Law with the huge bombs is consistent. You can count on it. And that is the rest of Meridian Technical picking up the fight. And because of that fight that they won, they're able to hold this room. And this room is going to be incredibly hard for Middleton to walk into. They might need to commit almost all of their ultimates if they want to push this choke.
Yeah, now they're going to have to be pushing into both the wall, but dealing with the sound barrier, Middleton can just throw all 6 ultimates at them.
And they are definitely trying. The big one that we're looking out for is the grab, and we haven't seen that committed just yet. Jen is waiting for it. Shadow's going to win. Neptune, somebody's got to keep them up here. Immortality Field's coming out. Man, that Baptiste is putting in work. Fem Neptune lives for a while, but that is Meridian Technical just getting wiped. And maybe that's control for Middleton.
Yeah, it's all up to Eternal Flame to try to stall now, but he's running into 4 members, and one of them being a Junkrat. I don't see this ending well. He's able to get the flank onto Lucio, buying his team that much more time.
Eternal Flame has really been doing a phenomenal job, especially on this hit scan, and main tank for Middleton is on there. I mean, they're still on the point. Trades are coming out. Meridian Technical is getting to this point, and they're getting the trades, and that's one of the most important things you can do when you're contesting the point in overtime.
Yeah, now even the Deadeye coming out.
Just a reload.
It worked. I mean, buys them that much time, and now Meridian Technical is just having to trickle in, but losing member after member, or at least having that Moira buys them so much more time as this brawl is continuing, and they lose both DPS.
Somebody's got to take Dragonfire down, or this fight's going to end. There it is. That fight would have sustained forever off the back of the Moira. We were watching it. That is round 1 in this best of 3 to Middleton. If Meridian Technical wants to pull this off, they're going to have to do the reverse sweep, and everybody loves a reverse sweep, so Meridian Technical is definitely still in this. And we're going to see the Junkrat play. What are your thoughts on this amazing Junkrat player that we've seen? And of course, it's this.
I mean, Middleton sticking to their guns, almost never changing their team comp other than Jet off the Roadhog, and just committing to it and able to excel at it. Even when they were behind and we normally see the Symmetra swap off, they stuck to it because she was just getting so much damage value with the help of Annihilator. He was able to break down the shield so she can just burn them down. And it was a great wombo combo that they just worked out on top of both the Lucio and the Moira with the higher speed, able to dodge out a lot of the DPS Meridian Tech was dealing, which is why they had to go to the Cole Cassidy to get the flashbang, slow them down, land the shots, and win the fight, which is how they won a lot of their fights. So I hope to see that change up going into this next fight of Meridian Technical being able to address kind of the higher speed and DPS output from Middleton.
And what are some specific strengths that you want to highlight from each of these teams before we go into map 2?
Meridian Tech, it's the ability for them to engage with the ultimates and get a ton of value for them.
Yes.
We've seen some huge shatters, but it's really been on the back of the Law with huge diva plays, as well as Soup with the great 2-man Deadeye onto both a support and the DPS prior to already taking down the Moira. It was fantastic. Whereas on the side of Middleton, they stick to their guns with their team comp. They know they can play it well, and they stick to it and able to excel with it. They wait until they have all 6 ultimates, which is something we traditionally don't like to see, but with how fast they're able to build these up, they can just push right into it, excel at it, and then keep pushing forward without even the ultimates and hold them at their spawn. So now even heading over to King's Row, I expect to see that continue, but with a May Brawl now.
And I think that Baptiste on the Dragonfire, I mean, you mentioned the Law, which they did a phenomenal job on the Diva, but another specific player that I want to highlight, in addition to the Junkrat, as well as for Middleton, was Dragonfire on that Baptiste. They were there with the Immortality Fields. They were there with the healing. And King's Row is definitely a map where I think that Baptiste is going to get a ton of value, especially if they're pocketing their Rhine. Are you expecting the Junkrat to get the same amount of value on this King's Row escort map?
I would hope so, but if they run something like the Mayball, well, he's going to have to burn through that Maywall first, or unless he can perfectly angle the nades overwards and be kind of a mortar rather than the artillery piece that he is. So it's really going to come down to how well can he aim over it, if he's even defending first. If they're attacking, I wouldn't want to see the Junkrat for attack, as he has been more of that defensive DPS hero. which is what he excels at much more, which is why we saw it excel in control so well, because they had the point. They couldn't push past him a lot of the times unless they prioritized him or got him to split off, which is why we saw the Law win the 1v1 against him, because a D.Va excels at beating down a Junkrat. But with Jet on the Zarya, if they continue that here going up against the Law, I expect to see Middleton take that fight, because Zarya will always win in a brawl against a D.Va.
Jet on that Zarya hurt, and especially with the Reinhardt and the Junkrat just there, Jet was able to go absolutely feral. I would have been amazingly curious to have seen their average energy. I would say I would put it at 65 or above. That whole map. Just a dominating force on that Zarya. As we see both teams set up, we have the Baptiste, we have the Cole Cassidy, and that D.Va, you have to think that's probably Meridian Technical on defense first here. That D.Va will offer them a little bit more high ground control, and with that Baptiste, they could potentially do some high ground plays that they couldn't otherwise if they had a Zarya.
Yeah, we do see from the silhouettes both the Zarya and the Hanzo, possibly the Hanzo swap just to try to scout it out, which wouldn't surprise me, but also a Reaper, which is a surprising thing for the side of Middleton. Also an attack Ana on Kings Row doesn't set up a lot of those sightlines, but it's going to be looking for those big anti-nades, and already the wall coming out.
And there's that Baptiste play that we were talking about from the high ground. The wall comes out, and they get that elimination onto the Reinhardt, and at this point, Meridian Technical is pushing. But they don't overstay their welcome. This is not the touch spawn door challenge.
Yeah, able to hold them just right out of that choke, but Reaper teleporting up, able to win the 1v1 against Law, forcing him off the high ground, but Law has a little bit more health than you and is able to re-engage very quickly, but he gets the heals up from the Ana with those longer sightlines off to the side, which prevents Middleton from being able to get more aggressive, but with a pick like that, good trade.
What an initiation on the side of Middleton there. Annihilator getting that elimination on Eternal Flame. Middleton, however, is still being forced to back up. At this point, now you see that script flip. Now it's Meridian Technical on their back foot. They are down their main healer. At this point, they just have to get back to point and do what little brawl they can until their Baptiste comes back. And Middleton is taking advantage of this. They are pushing. They're pushing hard. I would love to see the Dragons committed here, especially as Meridian Technical backs into that room. And there it is. Immortality Field comes back, though. Baptiste is in the fight, having impact. It's not enough to stop those 2 eliminations, and that is Meridian Technical wiped off first point by Middleton.
Yeah, they did have the Immortality Field, but it did not outlast the Dragons. And Eternal Flame, I feel so bad. As soon as they get back, they are immediately eliminated by the Dragons. Like, we watched their walk back, and they still get it. But Middleton well-deserved to earn that fight with, once again, Annihilator having these huge plays with the ultimate. First it was the Junkrat, now it's the Hanzo. And I'm still surprised that they're still sticking to the Reaper. Is something we have not seen gain the value yet, because Annihilator with another huge pick just stalling out Meridian Tech from this push.
And there's that Nano Blade coming out, or Nano coming out, excuse me. Middleton is just pushing in, and Meridian Technical is down too, so they have no choice but to back up. But without their Lucio, they're not quite as fast as they need to be here. Dragonfire is still making a valiant effort to keep that Reinhardt up so we can maybe have a last point touch. And actually, Meridian Technical is able to back out and regroup because of Dragonfire's amazing sustainability, so they do have a full fight before this comes in next.
Yeah, they were even pushed up all the way to the checkpoint, but with a great engagement with that bomb, that should be the fight.
And there it is, the Law. And now Meridian Tech finally has the opportunity to be the aggressor, just going in on everybody. And because of the Law and amazing plays there, they just have that fight.
Yeah, with the D.Va Bomb onto both heals and a DPS, that's exactly what you need to swing the fight, which allows them to push back up to Archway. They were pushed all the way back to the checkpoint, so able to swing it this much should save them a lot of time, especially with Middleton having 340 on the board and 5 ultimates built up, only committing the Nano to the prior fight. Things are looking good for Meridian Tech engaging with that Blizzard.
That's a big wall, can't run away if you're walled, and that is both tanks down to that as well. Meridian Technical is just going to wipe that off the back of an amazing May Blizzard. And, you know, the Law really doesn't want Annihilator on that high ground.
Yeah, he's fulfilling the role of the D.Va, which is to contest the high ground, seeing as no one else has the good verticality on their team besides the D.Va. So now Middleton's looking to re-engage, and they need to engage with one of their 5 ultimates that they have built up rather than wait for the Nano.
Their wall doesn't actually split the team this time, so this is Middleton's opportunity, especially as that purple comes out onto the Law, and Dragonfire Meridian Technical just backing up. They're caught in the shatter in rotation. That sound barrier is going to come out. MVP Daydream for keeping everybody up. It'll be up to Meridian Tech to continue to sustain. You can see they're pushing forward a little bit, but now they're just down too many members. They don't really have a fight anymore.
Yeah, there's a bit of an overcommit on the side of Meridian Technical. We saw the 1v1 Shatter miss against the Reinhardt of Middleton as the team wipe comes out. Very well deserved. It's the perk of having 5 ultimates going into the fight, and even
That's fair.
I also want to say, I think it was also an overcommit on the side of Middleton committing that nano. They didn't need it. They had already won the fight. They were +3 in it and continue to go forward. And a huge pick onto the Mei denies the recontest.
And actually, this Reaper's putting in work, especially as Fem Neptune goes down. Meridian Technical has a difficult recontest, if they even have one at all, as Dragonfire continues to go down.
Yeah, it was an attempt from Meridian Tech, but this is where we want to see probably a bit of the team comp swamp change here, as we do see Soup hover over the Tracer, try to maybe dive in on time, but was eliminated so early on that they were unable to get back in time. I would really like to see an Ashe come out here to try to contest Annihilator on this Hanzo, because he's just been such a threat that Meridian Technical hasn't been able to engage with unless they have the Diva Bomb to throw into the backline. They have nobody to disrupt that core backline of Middleton because they can't get past both Jet and the Reinhardt.
And at this point, you think an amplification matrix is going to come out. Storm seems right. Grab is going to come out. That's big. That's with Death Blossom. This is Middleton just using their ultimates, winning the fight. But now they have none except for Dragons and Nano going into this next one. Meridian Technical's got to be prepared. This is their last fight. If they don't win this fight, Middleton's going to cap with 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
It's going to be playing around the Shatter and the amplification matrix and not get line of sight.
There's the amplification matrix coming out. So far, no eliminations. Dragons right into the amplification matrix, so Meridian Technical can't use it. Fem Neptune's gonna get that elimination. We're trading tanks for tanks here, but because of that main tank loss, Meridian Technical loses a lot of point presence. But the members have to take this fight. We have to get the trades, and the Law making a valiant effort here. And at this point, the Mei is just stalling. Storm arrows were used by the side of Annihilator. Somebody melee this Hanzo. He's there. You gotta think they're just not aware that he's so weak as he proceeds to get the double elimination, and the Law can't quite touch the point. That is Middleton, Kings Row, with 2 minutes and 2 seconds remaining. What are your thoughts? How do you counter that Hanzo, other than the Ashe that you mentioned?
I mean, I would have loved to see a swap over to some type of sniper, or even go complete change, go over to dive and just disrupt the backline as hard as you can. Jump right over the Reinhardt and the Zarya and get back to the squishies. Call your target, go in on them. We saw the Law being the only team member to go for that backline on the Hanzo, and they couldn't win the 1v2 against both a support and a Hanzo because they couldn't out DPS the heals, and then when they focused over the heals, they were getting DPS down and lost the mech. So it was a really tough situation for Meridian Tech, just unable to regroup for that last fight and just kind of had to start throwing their bodies onto cart to buy time, and it really cost them there. So going into this, I would like to see a bit more of a change-up. We did see that from the side of Middleton on Lijiang Tower, or the complete opposite, but we saw Meridian Technical able to change things up on Lijiang Tower, but not do it here, trying to maybe follow up what Middleton did on Lijiang Tower. So I would like to see them maybe change it up, but now heading over to attack, they need to be ready for the Cole Cassidy and Hanzo, because you know Annihilator's not giving up that Hanzo with how much value he just got. So that's something you need to start playing around, because he's been the huge playmaker for them.
I mean, that's a Widowmaker, so they're definitely trying to do something about this Hanzo, just like you were talking. It's just like absolutely
Sigma
great.
well.
Taking your advice, we'll see this sniper battle, and sniper battles are so entertaining to watch, especially on Kings Row. But it also looks like they have a little bit of a sneaky play coming out of this left-hand room.
Yeah, I guess the Widow was just for the early scout up top, but actually going for a Statue of Liberty play, which is something we don't see all too often. And so he's going to need to get that pick.
Ooh, there's the first one. There's, Fem Neptune goes down. That takes out a lot of their aggression. But Eternal Flame does still have that Sigma shield, but they don't have the Baptiste sustain, which is the big thing there. It's not going to stop Eternal Flame with that Daydream Pocket Mercy. Middleton has just been put on the back foot here. They can't push this Bastion just yet, especially as Daydream gets that res. You gotta think this is maybe fight for Meridian Technical, unless Middleton can do something to earn them some aggression. And actually, that pick on the Daydream and Suit, that might have earned them the right here, but they're still walking into a Bastion. Oh, he's slapped!
Nice sleep! The snipe from downtown coming out from Blue Onyx was huge. It keeps Middleton in this fight so far.
And the tank form is going to come out, and now there is no sleep for that. Going to get that revenge for that sleep that enabled Middleton to take some space.
Yeah.
That is point one for Meridian Technical here.
Yeah, with no heals and even denying the rotations, and Daydream once again with another res onto Dragonfire. That's something I think Middleton's going to have to recognize and try to focus down, is that Mercy is what's keeping the Bastion alive a lot of this time. And also, this is old Bastion, so he can still heal himself, but this time not move around. So that's something that they might also have to keep in mind if they've been playing a bit too much Overwatch 2. But that's why Middleton would swap over Annihilator to the Genji to counter the Bastion, but Meridian Technical's already a step ahead of them, swapping over to the Soldier and the Tracer.
And it looks like that Tracer wants that Genji right now. They're trying to soft engage. Now Meridian Technical has their full members. Dragonfire on the cart. So Meridian Technical can't actually push past this corner, but that Reinhardt is in their territory. But he's nanoed, so we're just going to Sigma ultimate in the air. Fem Neptune is down, however, that stops a lot of Meridian Technical's aggression here, even as Dragonfire pops that Amplification Matrix. Daydream searching for the res, is unable to find it at this point because it's in their team. At this point, Meridian Technical holding their space, but can't take any more on the backside of this cart here until Fem Neptune comes back, and you see Meridian Technical push forward a little bit with Valkyrie. Now is the time to walk forward, and you see Middleton rotating back, and without their Lucio, they're going to have a really hard time getting out of this fight here. This is still going. This is an extended engage. Actually, it looks like Middleton is going to be able to fully get out, but only a soft reset.
Yeah, Soup's still poking him from the backline, and Daydream's full Valkyrie is able to come down without getting eliminated by the Tac Visor that the Soldier has been holding onto. I was waiting to see if that would come out, but instead they're just going to re-engage with the Shadow.
Big Shadow, Fem Neptune putting in that work on that main, being aggressive, taking space. As the grab comes out, it is almost too little too late, especially as Nano Visor comes out. That was an overcommit by Middleton that actually didn't get much value at all.
My only guess is maybe they used it, and I expect Jet to come out with the swap, maybe even Blue Onyx swap off of the Ana. I would love to see those swaps come in, but also Meridian Technical was able to build up a lot of ult charge just from overstaying, whereas Middleton could have just simply backed off.
There's that swap.
Reset. But to the Roadhog is not the best choice. You would want a Diva, especially against a Soldier and a Tracer who's always going to be on your backline. Diva can fly back in time and absorb a lot of that damage, and with a pick like that, you're already +1 in this fight.
Gotta say, Annihilator's doing a fantastic job on whatever hero you put in their hands, but Daydream's gonna get that res. You gotta camp that body. And now with the Valkyrie coming out, this is Meridian Technical's time to be aggressive. They are pushing in, they are getting the eliminations, they are taking the space. They're putting Middleton on their back foot, and at this point, Middleton has one fight. What do they need to do?
First team wipe for Meridian Tech, well deserved, and they still have 2 ultimates to save. And that's what I was gonna say, is the early Tac Visors are just holding back. You don't have the Amplification Matrix, you even have the Pulse Bomb to pick up a specific member.
Oh, that's sleep, but in the Immortality Field, Eternal Flame is still up for now. Gets that elimination onto that Ana, but Dragonfire is down. Daydream might be able to get the res, but right now is just focusing on sustain.
There's
that res, that super jump. Amazing, perfectly executed. We love to see that, Daydream.
I don't think we've seen a single res that was contested. She's got them again and again and again. And that's something Middleton really struggled with, was trying to contest the reses. I mean, they get main heals, but didn't protect the corpse. And look at the time advantage between the two. A whole minute 42 ahead of the other.
And you know what? Middleton won round 1, but Meridian Technical says, this is still a game, and you know what? We really want Escort, just as you were talking about that massive time bonus there. It felt like Meridian Technical was putting Middleton in the position of they just had to respond.
Yeah, I mean, being the attackers, Meridian Technical was able to take the fights where they wanted to, and that's something Middleton did really well on the attack. They've been matching each other, of who's ever the aggressor, taking the fights where they want to and able to come away with multiple wins. Middleton held them out in first point for longer than they should have, rightfully, and same with Meridian Tech. They were losing healers, losing main tanks, but having that Bastion was such a presence on the map and able to out-sustain them that Middleton could not push forward into it and had to hold back behind Hotel, which allowed them to get onto point and just continue that push forward. So now, returning to the defense with Meridian Technical, you can see from the silhouettes the return of a Pharah, maybe even a Mercy behind that, trying to change things up, going from the ground game to the skies to try to split up that target prioritization.
And it looks like the attackers, yep, there is that Pharah, but the Ana is all we see so far. There's the Hanzo on the defender side, but it actually looks like that is Meridian Tech pulling out that Hanzo. Ooh, May's going to get pooped out a little bit. And it looks like Middleton is just going to go in and see what they can get.
Yeah, Middleton with the Pharah, no Mercy, is going to have a rough time in the skies, especially going up against Law, who goes right into her face.
Eternal Flame taking advantage of that Hanzo, getting the eliminations. This is Meridian Technical's time to push forward and take space all the way up to this wall, but they can't go beyond it, so that's a soft reset.
Yeah, they only costed them the Reaper, and with spawn advantage, that's something that you take for that situation, but you don't have much time to save, and now split apart, this is where you want to see the collapse.
Meridian Technical doing the divide and conquer strategy. Fem Neptune getting those eliminations, resetting this fight. What can Middleton do going in this defense?
I would say either commit a heals to the Mercies so that Annihilator can have more of a presence in the skies, or swap off of the far so you can start winning the ground game. You have to commit to one or the other, or where they're kind of half committing to one, and it's really costing them, whereas Meridian Tech has the main wall for the mall, which has been working out really well for them. And Middleton hasn't just been able to answer it just yet, especially with how aggressive they're playing.
There is that amplification matrix. Middleton is forced to back out even as the shadow comes out. Meridian Technical is just cleaning this up. Middleton has one more fight as they lose this one, and they do have the ults going in. It'll be all eyes on Daydream to see what they choose to use the sound barrier to negate.
Yeah, Meridian Tech only committed the 2 ultimates to that fight, which I do think were all necessary. That Shadow really helped them engage, and then the amplification matrix help them burn all those members down. Now they're going to have to be watching out for Middleton's Shatter as well as the Barrage and the Nano, because you know the Barrage Nano is a great wombo combo to keep the Pharah alive if she can get in the backline the first time. So it's going to be all in the law to watch out wherever Annihilator is, call it out and get in her base.
Stall Maywell, there's the Barrage. It's coming out, getting one elimination. The Law is unable to get there, but it's going to send a bomb in. This is now a battle of the ultimates. So far, the Barrage the only one getting the value, as this just evolves into an all-out brawl on the point. That's main heals down. Middleton might have this in overtime.
Yeah, the only remaining member is Eternal Flame. And as a Hanzo, he cannot contest the point even for that matter. So that should be first point for Middleton. Meridian Tech does not have time to recontest, but they have both DPS ults online, so they should be able to swing this very quickly if they can land that Blizzard in the right position and get Blue Onyx. He is target number 1 of that main heals. Quickly followed up behind is gonna be that Reinhardt of the main tank, because you lose the front line, you can push right into Jet. Just keep your Reinhardt alive.
And it looks like Meridian Technical is just gonna go right in. Now's the time to be aggressive. That Blizzard on the card is gonna freeze them all in place. But that Jet card is gonna, that is just a C9 on the side of Middleton there. They had members alive, but they were frozen or couldn't get to the point. Even off the back of that fantastic tire, nobody was contesting.
Yeah, the Dragons forced them off, and then the Blizzard held them at the far out angles because it has such a big radius, and that's exactly what they needed. And now Meridian Tech going into the attack has a whole extra minute and 42. That's at least 2 to 3 team fights additional compared to what Middleton has. And with how well Meridian Tech's been playing, I expect them to come at this and possibly even take it. They just need to have an answer for Annihilator with how much poke he's been able to deal. Either focus down, you probably know he's going to be playing that Hanzo because that Pharah was not working out as well as he'd hoped. He needed that Pocket Mercy and able to pop off. We saw his fellow DPS swap over to the Junkrat, get some value, but it was too little too late as they were running into a double DPS ult.
You can see that cart barely got off the point there. Capping point 1, this is definitely winnable for Meridian Tech. They're still in this, and this is a best of 3. So if Meridian Tech wants to take this, they have to win Kings Raw on Escort, and they're in a very good position to do that. What do you think Meridian Tech's gonna come out with on attack? Because they can't run the same Bastion strat.
I could see them totally doing that because that's the one thing you would expect them not to do, which is why exactly you would do it. And okay, so they're not doing it this time because you immediately see the soldier and not even going for the Mei to try to wall someone off. So they're just going for as much poke damage as possible. It's gonna be all eyes on to Annihilator to get his poke, but we're also seeing a bit of a role swap with now Jet on the Lucia and Blue Onyx taking over the Zarya role. So that might help Middleton as well, having a different front line to try to pull things out. So now also Malone taking over the main heal role.
Fem Neptune's just walking onto that shoulder, understandably gives up that high ground. Meridian Technical has the advantage. They can take a lot of time in this first fight, though it looks like the engagement isn't going to start right now.
Yeah, they're just trying to find an opening and onto Annihilator. That was some good poke damage, but he jumped off too soon, unable to get that damage that you needed from Eternal Flame. As you can see, he even committed the rockets there, but it's just a poke fest right now. They're really just utilizing this time and losing a lot. And with a pick like that, that might just be the end of the push for Meridian Tech because they're looking to jump down and Middleton's just swung around the hotel.
Eternal Flame peaked for just a second too long here, and at this point, Amplification Matrix is going to come out. I wonder if Middleton is ready for that. It looks like Meridian Technical is just going to rotate back and hopefully try to reunite with their soldier.
I don't think he's going to be able to reunite unless he runs all the way through a hotel. He's able to poke from behind it. A great pick. That's what they needed.
That off angle was actually huge. Losing the soldier was a big deal. Eternal Flame is going to get picked, but Meridian Technical is on this point, and Middleton was forced to rotate up. They're backed into hotel. They have their backs against the wall, but they need to win this fight, and it looks like they will be unable to off the back of Soup on that Cole Cassidy.
Yeah, once they cap this point, they need to take as much space as possible, have one member on the card, secure the win here, because Middleton does not have time to recontest, especially with a pick onto their one character who can get there in time. Nick, that's the second character who can get there in time. This should be Meridian Tech, but a huge anti coming in with the denial from the sides. That might be the end of it for Middleton for map number 2.
Reinhardt's just trying to get in there, but can't. Femneffin's just going to hammer him down there. That is round 2 for Meridian Technical. We are tied 1-1 in our group stage here. Winner of this gets to be first seed going into our finals, and Meridian Technical still in this. What do you expect from these two teams going into the third match?
It's going to be the battle of the DPS to get those early picks and keep your supports alive. The tank players have been phenomenal, which is why the Law gets the play of the game on the Sigma, no less. Having fantastic D.Va plays, but with a triple like that, it is well deserved. And that ended up being a team wipe, no less. So it was utterly a fantastic play for Meridian Tech. But coming into this next and final map, this is the last before we head into the semifinals and then the finals. So it's really, you put it all on the line because you want to have that good seeding to go up against maybe just straight into the finals. So going into this final map, play to your strengths. Annihilator was doing so well on that Hanzo, but Meridian Tech having a fantastic strategy for that final attack where I want to say it was calculated to lose the soldier so he could poke from behind when they swapped around the hotel. He was the cost, but they had the amplification matrix, swung around hotel, got both of the supports. That was the fight already over. Continued to push forward. Now both Jet and their soldier had to come and recontest. They got picked off because it's only a soldier and Lucio. Like, what could they do in that situation against all 6 members? So Meridian Tech played that very well, and I'm going to stick by and say that soldier was 100% calculated death there because it worked out in their favor. This Reinhardt just swing around, hold up his shield, and it's just poke damage from behind for free.
I think it worked. I do not think it was calculated. I absolutely think Eternal Flame just peaked just a second too long, and it worked for them. Gotta say, good job, Eternal Flame. But I don't think that was his thought process. So just to reset a little bit before we go into our map number 3, just the stakes. Let's talk about that a little bit. Whoever wins, just like we were talking about, ends up getting first seed in the group stage. Whoever loses will go up against Nampa for second and third seed as we go into our grand finals. So this is a very important matchup, but it's really just for positioning in the finals. It's really just gearing up for the main event that we have a couple games after this. And are there any strategies you want to see the teams run other than generally deal with Annihilator?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the strategy because he's been that pop-off DPS that's been making the plays for Middleton. They've been able to deal with the front line because their Reinhardt has been getting aggressive so that Annihilator has all that free space to capitalize on. But as soon as Meridian Tech gets into the back line, they're able to capitalize and win the fight again and again and again. So now with the final map of Escort being Junkertown, that's huge for Annihilator on the Hanzo. Even if we see the Widow return for Meridian Tech, which we saw a sneak peek of, but they did not end up committing it. But I think they should commit here, or at least to an Ashe. But I'm worried that Meridian Technical is not confident on the Ashe, which is why we did not see it on the final third point of King's Row, where they needed it for the defense. So going into Meridian Tech, it's going to be the battle of the snipers, which, as you said, is where a lot of the excitement comes. Because if they get a pick onto main heals out of the backline, which we've seen mostly be in Ana, so you take down Ana, it's left to Lucio usually. That's 9 out of 10 times you're going to win that fight unless tank players or the DPS absolutely pop off. Especially with Junkertown, we're probably going to see a Wrecking Ball, which can cause a lot of chaos, especially for snipers, which could really loosen the front line. So if, say, Middleton's on defense, runs the Wrecking Ball, has 2 snipers, maybe even 3 with the Ana, it's going to be risky plays, but if they're able to get the picks, they'll be able to hold. So when it comes to Meridian Technical, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Orisa Sigma come out even here, because double barrier works really well for the defense of Junkertown.
And actually, just like you were talking about it, just in case you're not confident to run the sniper against the Hanzo, I mean, your tanks can absolutely fill that role and cause that chaos that we're looking for. We see an overhead view. It actually looks like that Mercy's going to pop up and that Orisa. If Meridian Tactical is still in the blue, they definitely want to play a distance game, and Daydream, I think, will be the big player to watch to stay out of the line if it looks like a Hanzo, just so they can get all those reses, because I gotta be honest, when Daydream's on that Mercy, they do the best job carrying they can. They're not in the kill feed getting the eliminations, but they are constantly there with whoever needs them with that damage boost, and the res sometimes feels oppressive just because Daydream constantly gets them. And there's that Ashe that you're talking about.
Exactly what we wanted to see. Annihilator's now even bringing out the Widow this time around with Soup on the Hanzo, so keeping at a distance, and Meridian Tech should be able to win this fight, especially with the Jet on the Roadhog. They don't have that additional barrier to protect against that sniper fire, and that's how you lose a Lucio.
And it looks like that might just end up being the end of the fight here, just as teams continue to poke. Nobody has really hard engaged. They're just looking for openings right now.
That's the benefit of running the Orisa Sigma. You keep them at a distance, they can't engage. Plus, Middleton doesn't have any tanks that can disrupt that top high ground. They could try to hook someone off, but once again, another pick onto the Lucio.
It looks like this is Middleton's engage. We're walking in. The Blue Onyx is going to get the res. We were talking about how big those resurrections are, and actually with Mercy Lucio, Middleton doesn't have a ton of sustain, so they will just have to back out here in the face of Meridian Technical's fantastic spam.
Yeah, a Mercy on attack for first point of Junkertown is usually not the best idea because you already have spawn advantage. The res is not that much value, but able to charge the Valkyrie so fast.
Huge Sigma ultimate. That got everybody in an even bigger immortality field that saves everybody but Daydream. But Daydream is that key member. Can't res yourself. Middleton's pushing in, but on the back, they're unable to do so because Middleton just keeps going in, and Meridian Technical can't sustain, can't back up fast enough. They're on their back foot. What are you looking for from this recontest from Meridian Technical?
Use the ultimates, use it or lose it, because you do not want to stay on the double barrier of the Sigma and Orisa for second point, because that's exactly what Middleton wants to run into. And once you run over, Meridian Technical cannot hold them, which is exactly why we see the two picked off so early on. You can just run over an Orisa and a Sigma again and again and again, and they can't hold you back like a Reinhardt or D.Va or Zarya for that matter. So if Meridian Technical starts using their ultimates, because they have all 6,
there's some of them coming out. Then Neptune's going to go down. Amplification metrics always up for Dragonfire. Huge tire coming out from Annihilator. That is a 3K compared to their 4K earlier. And Meridian Technical now has about one more fight contest here.
Yeah, this is, you have to sacrifice the ultimates and just swap off at this point because the comp was not working. They needed to regroup and are just taking apart right now. Oh, they need to use the dragons to engage and maybe even the supercharger to follow it up so they have that extra damage to hit the stragglers.
No.
But a great hook doesn't pay off.
And because of Soup got the follow-up damage and elimination on the Jet. Now is Meridian Technical's time to go in, and it looks like Middleton, that Cole Cassidy, you see him just backing up. They know they have lost this fight, and now Meridian Technical has the right to set up. Where do you expect them to set up?
I would hope to take the high ground, seeing as they're still holding onto the Orisa, or maybe run the Orisa back and go for the swap onto ideally the D.Va, especially when you're dealing with both a Cole Cassidy and a Junkrat spam. The D.Va would get a ton of value here, but you see she's running all the way back, so Meridian Technical has to play a little bit farther back because they are down that secondary tank. They're playing Overwatch 2 right now with one main tank and everybody else, so they should be ready for this, but needs to try to cancel out that Gravitic Flux, and it does pay off, but they need to take that Mercy out of the skies.
And they are unable to do so at this point. Fem Neptune's going to go down. Meridian Technical loses a lot of aggression even as they try, and especially with Dragonfire down, that might be just fight for Meridian Technical. It's the remaining member on the point. Eternal Flame is going to trade. Their valiant efforts are being made, and they can't really afford to give this up, because if they do, they lose the point. So the remaining members are just trying to stall until somebody else can get there. Oh my gosh, and Fem Neptune is back, and it looks like that is a very brief pause. We might have had some technical difficulty there. It looks like, no, yeah, we are just paused.
Back and forth.
Hold was too good. We got sent to a pause there. That is Meridian Technical actually taking the fight back as soon as Fem Neptune respawns.
The Law really taking notes from Baby D.Va main Doc Haskell himself right now, and even winning a 1v1 against a Cole Cassidy is a feat right now, so very happy and lucky that we even got to see that. But Middleton needs to engage with one of their 3 ults, especially one of the 2 DPS ideally, because Jet can put in the denial for that amplification matrix if he can get to the high ground.
And it looks like they're going to engage. Meridian Technical is actually the aggressors here with that amplification matrix. Even as Annihilator's like in your backline trying to give out, you got to think he's going to go down. You can't just 1v6 like that. And now Meridian Technical is in a fantastic position to just press W, and they're doing that.
Yeah, that's using the ultimates and getting value with it as well. And I would say that teamfight was lost because of Annihilator trying to 1v1 a D.Va, no less, in the backline. He did have a good trap, but he tried to throw the mine, got eaten. He tried to lob any grenades, got eaten. And then he just was bursted down because he was so close to a D.Va, which is what you never want because she essentially has 2 shotguns for cannons. So Middleton needs to regroup here and utilize their ults. I was surprised Annihilator didn't commit the tire there, so I hope to see him committed here, especially with the Valkyrie to damage boost.
And it looks like that actually D.Va Bomb's going to be the first ultimate that gets value here. Middleton does not have the luxury to continue backing up here because their Mercy decides they're going to go. Jet's going to go down as well. Now is Meridian Technical's time to go in. Aggro Sound Barrier comes out, giving everybody the help they need to just press W into him. Dragonfire puts a little bit of a wrench in their plans, losing your main healer, but you still have your Lucio, so you have to play a little bit more passively.
Yeah, Meridian Tech just able to collapse on how split up Middleton is playing. We've seen both their DPS get taken out behind enemy lines. We saw that with the previous fight of Nine. Now this fight is with the Cole Cassidy. He was walking up the stairs and we saw both the D.Va and the Hanzo just turn around, immediately eliminate him, and keep pushing forward. So Middleton really needs to try to regroup and have a concise team push. And right now, Jet on the Roadhog isn't letting them have that because he can't absorb enough damage or at least even block any, because he's just a bullet sponge. He's giving a ton of free ult percentage over Meridian Tech, allowing them to build it up so fast. And now the Deadeye coming out, unable to land onto anything. Even the swap over to the Wrecking Bolt to try to disrupt things in the backline. Middleton's so split.
And it looks like, I think Middleton fell victim to a little bit here of the comp, right? Like, the Roadhog wasn't necessarily working, and the Mercy Lucio didn't offer the sustain that they needed to truly take this high ground from Meridian Technical. And Junkertown, second point, has some of the greatest high ground in the game. And maybe a strategy adjustment would have helped. But the good news is, for Middleton going into our next matchups here on defense, hero swaps are the easiest thing to fix. You just go back to the hero screen.
Yeah, I mean, we saw exactly the law do that when they were on the Orisa. They walked all the way back, swapped to the D.Va, flew all the way back, re-engaged, and continued the fight. So now, I would hope to see Middleton take that same strategy of, yeah, you may have ultimates, but you have to sacrifice it for the team comp, because if you hold on to the ultimates, but on a bad hero in the situation, you're not going to get good value of your ultimate, so just swap off, save time, because time's not in your favor, because Meridian Tech held you phenomenally. So now with the Meridian Technical attack coming in and you only getting the first checkpoint, Middleton's going to need a god tier defense here, and I expect the exact same thing to come out. The Orisa, the Sigma, and hopefully double sniper. And you know Meridian Tech is going to be looking to counteract that. But if Middleton's been struggling with their team comp, I'm worried that they might not be able to succeed with that, especially with Meridian Tech having defense first. They are knowing what to expect going into this and are going to target prioritize that Mercy. With Daydream being a Mercy main and how quintessential they've been to the Meridian Technical team, they know you eliminate Mercy, that should be team fight.
And it looks like they are going to set up on that high ground with that Sigma and the Roadhog. We'll see if the Roadhog will be able to get more value here. And actually, with a dive composition, that Roadhog could prove to be a pretty significant problem. Both teams are poking at each other. No engagement has really happened just yet. We're waiting for the monkey jump.
They do have the Echo with the Pocket Mercy, so that will force out the swap from Eternal Flame from that Widow. I think Widow still could have definitely worked here to pick off the Skies. You just need to be landing those shots, but Eternal Flame's going with more of their comfort pick.
Oh, there it is. Tracer. There's that monkey jump. We were waiting for the fight initiation. They've initiated on your backline. Soup is there to follow up there. Unable to get any enough damage for the eliminations there, but they got a lot of cart space. We're waiting for next monkey jump for engage. There it is, right onto that Echo in the backline. Doesn't quite get her or the Mercy. Can't hard engage, is too low HP. That Echo Beam of Doom sends Fem Neptune to an early grave.
Fair trades, though. Secondary heals for main tank, and main tank has respawn advantage, but
there's the
res. Yep, that should be a reset for Meridian Tech, but it seems like they're just going to keep pushing the cart.
Just trying to get as much cart distance as we possibly can, even though we know the fight is effectively lost. Actually, that's a big purple, especially onto the Roadhog. That Mercy is attached to him, but can't quite do anything just yet. Meridian Technical, 2 members on point. At this point, you got to think they're just trying to charge grab for next engage.
I mean, getting up to 88 is pretty good, and you get the Valkyrie from Blue Onyx out of it. That's a lot of value gained, and Middleton should have the duplicate, this visor, and the whole hog for next fight, but they're going to be going up against a Nano Blade, which is, hopefully you're calling that out, because you know the Dragon Blade was called out for how much DPS he was just dishing out, whereas Daydream with the Nano should also be good.
There's that engage going in, and Zenyatta doesn't have the tranquility, but understandably gets eliminated first. That Nano Blade is still going feral in your backline, even though no eliminations have come just yet. Duplication is going to be committed. This is just a battle of the ultimates, and who can use them better at this point as Rally comes out. Daydream and the Law go down, though. This might be fight for Middleton if they can continue to be the aggressors. No, absolutely not. I am wrong. Meridian Technical says, no, we're still in this. We lost our main healer, but we can get the eliminations and come back. This is a scrappy fight. We have 3 versus 2. Tranquility coming back. Zenyatta's in. That is members of Meridian Technical unable to do enough damage, and it looks like Middleton has come back to fully reset the fight.
Yeah, they forced out the Transcendence, but with losing both DPS like that, that's a ton of time they've lost right now with only 1:30 to push this. That's at least 2 more team fights, and now Annihilator swapping over to the Bastion. Hopefully Meridian Tech can scout this early, but Annihilator doing a very ballsy play, going into soup of the Genji, who's been in your backline the whole time, and you know he's just going to sit in your face holding the deflect down. So it's going to be a real struggle for Middleton, and it's going to be up to the Roadhog to try to hook him away as quickly as possible so Bastion can get the value that Middleton needs from him.
And that Sigma and that Mercy are also there to peel, so even if the Genji gets there, it's not necessarily a death sentence for the Bastion. Is his next fight again? Annihilator just from the high ground. I don't think Meridian Technical scouted that out there. They were unprepared for the Bastion, and that unpreparedness won Middleton the fight, 20 seconds, and at this point, Meridian Technical has to completely adjust their strategy with only 36 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I believe that even Jet had eaten the Graviton Surge from the Law, so just that much gain value brings out the Law on their own Roadhog, which is something we very rarely see in higher competitive play. So this is a lovely welcome change of the Roadhog meta really flourishing right now. And that's exactly what Meridian Tech needs to do to win this fight.
And Mercy can't get the res either because Tracer is still on her. Actually, Tracer's down. Mercy might be able to go in and get that res onto the Bastion. It looks like it's gonna come out. They're gonna die for it. But that's your Bastion back up in the fight. 53% to ultimate. Meridian Tech, though, they've got all members on this point, and it's just a Roadhog contesting them. Ooh, that would have been big if the elimination had come out.
Ooh, saved the Lucio's life of Daydream. So Meridian Technical able to get first checkpoint, continuing the push forward. As long as they are picking up Annihilator, quickly followed by Blue Onyx, they win those fights again and again and again. But they need to be watching out for both the Gravitic Flux, Tank Form, and Visor coming out here, because those are going to be the 3 Playmaker ults on the side of Middleton. But a pick like that is a fantastic trade for Meridian Tech.
And Middleton is on their back foot now, especially after losing that Mercy. They don't have a full setup here, so that Bastion, Meridian Technical has the opportunity to take space all the way up until this corner.
Still 1-for-1 trades right now that Meridian Tech can't afford with spawn advantage, but the Gravitic Flux only landing on a Dragonfire with the Immortality Field, keeping himself alive, is a cooldown burn that Middleton can try to capitalize on, but being down 2 members right now, they need to play a bit safer.
Now Middleton has their full team going into this next engage. This engage is now in still Meridian Technical's favor, but Middleton has the high ground, and with being up to Meridian Technical's time to push is now. They really want this. This is Meridian Technical's fight here. Middleton doesn't have the respawns available to get back into this fight.
Yeah, and that should be game for Meridian Tech, taking it in the final group stage match. They had a rough start, but they brought it back again and again and again. The Law showing how Roadhog is done.
Roadhog got a lot more value for Meridian Tech, I do have to say, but I think there were some other things that Middleton was struggling with again. But This series was really close, 1-2, and it felt like for most of the games, it was anybody's games. I fully expect Middleton to be able to have the ability to take this back. I think their biggest issue is just hero swaps. And with that, the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of Boise State Esports. Top plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuard Gaming. Fantastic matchups. What are your thoughts after watching these two teams go at each other?
Middleton can take a lot away from that match of how to adjust their strategy, such as Meridian Tech did. Meridian Tech was constantly changing things up, whereas Middleton was really just saying, this is our comp, we're sticking to it. It worked for them on map 1, but continued to get taken apart. Annihilator was making the changes. They even swapped roles at a point, which kind of worked out for them, but they couldn't hold it as well because they weren't warmed up on that role. They were in, Blue Onyx swapped over to the tank, and they were the main heals for a lot of the time.
Yep.
And that's a huge mind swap. So that definitely cost them. Annihilator was the player for that team, 100% without a doubt. Their tank players did very well, but committing to a Roadhog again and again and again when you're going up against Ryan Zarya, the Diva, the Sigma, it was not working out. You needed something to protect your backline, because then once they had their own Roadhog, they were hooking your Zenyatta again and again and again, winning the team fight, getting the picks. They even hooked the Visor Soldier out of the Mercy heal and got the elimination.
Gosh, yeah.
So just the denial of ult, denial of secondary heals, you win the fight.
And is Annihilator your pick for player of the game of this matchup?
For the side of Middleton, yes. For the side of Meridian Technical, I almost want to give it to either Dragonfire or Daydream for the fact of... But at the same time, Dragonfire being the main heals, he stayed a lot. He struggled in the beginning, but Meridian Tech, you can say that in general. But the longer they went on, the better they got. Obviously, well-deserved of Annihilator having the biggest plays, but have to highlight the support roles here. Blue Onyx was always the go-to target, stayed alive a lot longer than they should have. It was a fantastic tire play that was swung the fight. Fight defining.
You could see him think about it before he dropped, because shorter tire travel time, less likely that they're going to be able to eliminate the tire, but more likely that they'll be able to eliminate you. And we see all of Annihilator's highlights so far have been on different heroes. It really felt like, even though some members of Middleton struggled to swap off of those heroes, Annihilator was definitely not one of them, and that earned them player of the game. And the ICCU player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Annihilator is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game.
Yeah, and well-deserved without a doubt. But again, huge shout-outs to, of course, Daydream for never being contested resing ever. So hopefully going into the semifinals, and even if they make it to the finals, we see somebody just say, like, hey, no res.
Meridian Technical's support lineup is stacked right now. That's what I got to say. Do you have any final thoughts that we haven't already covered before we approach our top 5?
I love seeing the variety in the team comps from Meridian Tech. It's been a huge strength for them, immediately being able to be like, all right, we have to sacrifice these ults, swap things over, address the enemy team, and then they come back and win the team fight, which is why I expect them to hopefully make it all the way to the finals. So some great things to look forward to.
And as we get ready to close out our next match, we're going to share our top 5 plays from this match presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. As we take a short break, enjoy these top plays, and we'll be right back. First of all, it is Meridian Technical that first on the point, and with that Symmetra, they are doing a fantastic job. Actually, their Symmetra is going to go down. That hurts their brawl a lot, but with the Cole Cassidy trade immediately after that, the brawl is still relatively even here. Actually, it looks like Middleton's going to get the better of them in this first fight, and at this point, Meridian Technical might need to adjust their strategy. What do you think that might look like? Sound Barrier is going to come in to help Meridian Technical kind of like stem that bleeding there, and they're going to rotate back. Understandably, they are down a member, and the TP comes back, forcing them to go all the way back to point, but Middleton is split. All their members aren't in this together. A huge shatter and some amazing Junkrat plays going to come out. The law, there's with the bomb again. This is just
Reinhardt's down compared to a D.Va. Now with the amplification matrix, that's why you want to run a D.Va.
And you see Middleton kind of scattering out of the way of that amplification matrix, as they well should, but they are split. Meridian Technical can absolutely take advantage of that, and they are! Suits getting that elimination on the main here, finds in the backline, gets the double kill immediately after that. Sound barrier comes out.
That the Soldier has been holding on to. I was waiting to see if that would come out, but instead they're just going to re-engage with the Shadow.
Big Shadow, Fem Neptune putting in that work on that main tank, being aggressive, taking space. As the grab comes out, it is almost too little too late, especially as Nanovisor comes out. That was an overcommit by Middleton that actually didn't get much value at all.
My only guess is maybe they used it and the sound barrier to counter whatever Middleton could throw at them. You know Middleton's looking for the start, especially if he's taking the high ground like this. Is on top of the Lucia sound barrier to help them into this team is exactly what Middleton needs to try to retake this point, having built up that 33%.
No! He dropped that! It was a risky play, but it's gonna pass! the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are still watching our coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown in Overwatch. I mean, right now we just watched a fantastic matchup between Meridian Technical and Middleton, but in the group stage. But now we have transitioned into the semifinals. This is now Middleton versus Nampa will be the next matchup that we get into. Middleton is our number 2 seed, and Nampa is our number 3 seed going in this. I am your host, Colby D'Angelo Alloway, and joining me to call all of the action is Brenner Bear Ladd. And so we've seen a lot of these teams, right? And one of the big things that you were talking about was hero swaps and just comp swaps and being like staying on comps that don't work. Mm-hmm. Is there any other specific advice that you'd like to offer these teams that we've been here all day with and have been performing phenomenally?
I mean, as much as you want to be able to counter the enemy team, this is something that we had in Valorant the other day is it's okay to be your comfort pick. That's what we saw from Jett on the Roadhog again and again and again. If that's your best hero and you're able to get value and excel on it, say even Annihilator with the Hanzo, but they were able to play every DPS for that matter, Daydream with the Mercy, Pocket Mercy, the best Mercy, but
wearing the perfect jersey, we had to do the break.
Having
so
being a Mercy main, if you can be that playmaker, even if it doesn't fit in your comp, and you're still able to make the difference, stick to it because it worked. And Meridian Technical came out with the win. Same with Dragonfire and the Baptiste. He was getting a ton of value. It made him not a fit with his comp a lot of the times, but he made it work.
And what are you most excited about seeing from these teams?
I mean, going into this, we already saw in the earlier group stage of Nampa losing out to Middleton, which is how Middleton ended up fighting Meridian Tech. Now they're back at it again. Middleton did win that 2-0, so now coming back at it, they were able to see a lot more of Middleton from the Meridian Technical, where they are slacking, where they maybe have improved a ton. You know Nampa's going to say Annihilator first, then Blue Onyx, and that's the target prioritization because that's main heals and main DPS that are the biggest threats. So I really want to see possibly even a dive comp come out because that's how you target prioritize. You say, this is our target, go.
And Middleton definitely did a phenomenal job, and we are going to be watching their matchup next. It looks like it will be Lijiang Tower between these two teams. Do you think both will run a Symmetra?
I would hope to see it for at least the first team fight, and then the loser swap off of it. Don't fall into the same thing Middleton did last time, which is we never leave our comp for control when they definitely can.
And we often see a lot of Symmetra value on Lijiang, which is why it's such a specific thing that we highlight all the time. What about Lucio play? Because it feels like Lucio mobile play was one of the biggest things.
Yeah, Lucio was a big playmaker, which is why we saw Roadhog try to hook him every single time. He was consistently on the side of Middleton's Malone player, who was the Lucio most often, get picked first, which tells me he was probably playing a bit too forward, but he was also allowing his team to come back in time for those last staggered pushes. So it's really been a key to look at. Same with whenever we saw, swap over to Zenyatta. He was kind of more of the target prioritization than the main heals because he was always a bit further out, a bit off to the side because he's like, I'm not main heals, I'm secondary. I'm not as big as a target, but you're still a target. You should always be behind your tanks at the end of the day. And I think that's something that they may need to pull back a bit. Not everyone can just be Annihilator in 1v6.
And before we get into this game, we actually do have some more, and we do have the matchup 6v6 competitive. It is a best of 5. The map order will go Control, Escort, Hybrid, and then Assault. And this is the Idaho Showdown Overwatch. This is the semifinals. These are the games that have a lot of stakes. I mean, previously we were doing group stage, and group stage sometimes it's okay for you to lose a map or stick on comfort heroes, but this is the semifinals going into the grand finals. Whoever wins this will go up against Meridian Technical in our grand finals, which is our number 1 seed team here. And we actually do have a correction on the map. It is going to end up being Oasis. And because these matchups are so high stakes, we actually do have a special opinion brought in. We have Audrey Runa Morris, and actually Docs, before we get to that, before we talk to them about what the keys to the game are, we have Doc's keys to the game, which in Overwatch is to never take a fair fight, which means take fights in unexpected places when they're unprepared, and tempo, tempo, tempo. Doc's keys to the game are presented to you by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And now for that more expert analysis analysis that we're bringing in. We are bringing in Audrey Runa Morris, who is an upcoming esports caster and has been recently analyzing a lot of Overwatch. So what do you want to see from these matchups, Runa?
Well, recently in a lot of the matches that we've had happening previously, there's been a ton of just ultimates that have been wasted in places that didn't need to be used. You went from having about 5 ultimates in the team to just 2 because you used too many in a encounter that didn't need to be done. And so I'm hoping that at least in this match, they'll tighten it up a little bit and use only the ones they need.
And that is a pretty important Doc's keys to the game as well. So you heard it from Doc, you heard it from Runa. I mean, there it is. You got to get more ultimate value. What are the specific ultimates that you think are of the highest impact?
Well, recently, at least in the couple matches that we've been watching, Shatter has been really big and helpful for just getting some of those moments in the game where it's been a lull and there's been a lot of contests, as well as it just depends. Baptiste getting in there as well. That has been like cycling through as support, and some of the teams have been playing him really well, and some of the teams haven't. But if they can really nail Baptiste, and I believe Reinhardt as well, they'll keep succeeding.
And that is your main healer and your main tank, so those are the most high impact roles. And with that, we're going to get right into game where hopefully these players will be putting all of this amazing advice to good use.
Yeah, so jumping into Oasis, a little bit change up because the group stage has been Lijiang Tower, Lijiang Tower. So now going into the semifinals, we're going to change things up. I would hope these teams did end up having the pick and ban phase, so this will end up being Oasis. And especially opening up on this big open central, I hope to see go for the Winston, go for the Wrecking Ball, go for the Diva. The high ground is how you win that first fight, get control of the point, and then you can start getting aggressive, pushing forward. We've seen teams in our past get so aggressive, they're just holding out your spawn doors, even on Oasis. This is something that never almost happens because Oasis has such bigger open doors on different maps. That is possible, but on this one, that's not ideal, but it is still totally possible. And with the Wrecking Ball, it's ideal because he has so much speed. Just make sure to not run into the cars.
I think the high ground control is going to be the most important thing for these teams as we set up with the dive comp. It looks like red team has full control of this high ground here, and it looks like that will be Middleton. Nampa is just on the point with this brawl. They want Middleton to come to them, but Middleton has the advantage with that pick onto their main healers, and at this point Middleton can really go in at any time, and they're going to do exactly that. The Diva's hard ending on your Reinhardt, and at this point Nampa just has to back up and take it because they didn't get the first elimination and they had the low ground disadvantage. What do you think could maybe change the script and give Nampa more of a chance next fight?
I mean, they did exactly what we said, which is immediately change up their comp. They went from the Ana over to the Moira so she can have a bit more survivability and escape, which I think is a fantastic idea. Even when you're running a bit more of a brawly comp and you want the higher heals that Ana provides or even the anti-nade, you need the Moira to survive because Middleton has a bit more of that divey where they call the target and go in. Jet and the Wrecking Ball were able to execute on the Ana. So I think it was a great play by Nampa. They just need to keep their backline alive because now they even have the Baptiste, who's not as fast but can deal with the verticality.
And it looks like we are resetting back up on that high ground, and Middleton has just dropped on him before Nampa High can even really get together, and they are split. Middleton is just picking them apart in this fight. You got to play together where your team members can support you.
Yeah, and it's really costing him. I mean, we saw the Baptiste able to jump away, but you can see how much the Moira is able to at least disrupt the sidelines. But Blue Onyx coming in with that Mercy is keeping his team at full strength this time around, has been working out, and Jet, which we haven't even mentioned, Jet, the previous go-to off-tank player, is back on the Lucy role, which is something we saw them hover in the previous matchup but not really commit to, so now they're fully committing to it, and it's been working out.
Do you think that before we get into this next fight, Middleton is probably going to dive them in this doorway? Do you think Nampa has an answer?
Not in the ultimate wise, it's going to be calling out the mines because that will disrupt the entire rotations as well as either the Deadeye or the self-destructed. With a charge like that, leaving your team behind, it's not the main tank you want to see, as so many of his teams left behind, but thankfully no eliminations have come up yet. Even the self-destruct ended up with him.
I thought he was going to pin that Mercy out of the air there, and that was a stress-inducing situation there, and Middleton is just going to pick them apart. They actually didn't have the target focus this as soon as the Reinhardt went careening across the screen. They were all too busy dodging. But immediately after that, they pulled it together, and that is 0 to 100% in the favor of Middleton. And actually, as we transition into the semifinals, this is now a best of 5. So best of 3, excuse me, Nampa can still turn this around. They've only lost 1 point on first control. And Audrey Runa, what are you seeing here?
Yeah, like we were talking about earlier, there was just a really lack of just good team play from the team that was contesting and trying to get in there. And so because of that, they weren't able to get that really strong push they needed in. And then once the team got all of their ultimates, it was pretty hard for them to actually be able to do anything about it.
Do you have any advice for Nampa going into this next round?
I think that they definitely want to prioritize that teamwork this time. They just got to push in together or else they're going to get chased out like they were last time.
And as we see here, they are together right now, except for the Reaper going on that flank here, so hopefully things will go better. Actually, no, it's just Reaper leading charge. They're all going to go in that room. It looks like the fight is just going to start on the high ground here, but I think it's just Nicholas on that Reaper that is able to contest the high ground. They will drop the low gun and be on that jump right. Get the elimination! We need to deny that Mercy res. This is the most likely we've seen out of Nampa this past while. That is first pick going to Nampa, but immediately after that, main healers and Nicholas go down. What could Nampa have done differently? That fight started in their favor, Brenner.
Reaper's the anti-tank, so that's where you want to have the front line, hence why he could focus down both the D.Va and the Junkrat so closely with the shotguns, but he tried to chase down a Mercy, which is next to impossible, chasing a Mercy in a team fight where she can just fly in between teammates so quickly. So now I was actually pretty happy that he swapped off of it very quickly, seeing that it didn't work. And plus he was the spearhead of that attack. Immediately teleported to the high ground and was contesting the D.Va, which is where he excelled. But as soon as he went to those squishier targets that he can't hit as much, don't have as big of a hitbox, that's where Reaper suffers. So going over to the Tracer, I believe, is the much better choice.
And as we get in the engagement, Nampa High coming again through that close quarters. It benefited them early fight, last fight. It looks like V3B is just going to be taken down on that ball, and immediately after that, the main healers, Middleton has just been on the support lineup of Nampa. They are not allowed to live and get impact in the fight, and that one pick that Nampa High got is immediately going to get, but Death Mines are going to get another one. This fight's going Middleton's way, but at least Nicholas won the moral victory.
We're at that point, but Annihilator also on this D.Va has been still playing that DPS role, being the aggressor, going straight for the backline for those juicy targets and flying in their face, utilizing the 2 giant cannons that D.Va has. Now, even with the self-destruct on both sides coming online, Middleton is probably going to use their first because they always take the fight where they want to.
And it looks like as we go in here, the ultimates are being used. They're being initiated by Middleton. So far, Nampa hasn't been able to charge or use any of their own, even as Annihilator is going to go down. That is Middleton down 1, but Nampa High can't take advantage of that. They don't have the aggression because they don't have the numbers. And at this point, Nampa High really needs to win this fight. It's 80%, it's 87% and climbing for Middleton. In these final percentiles, what can Nampa do, Brenner?
They need to have that target prioritization down and push as the team with a concise goal in mind. Yeah, Baptiste was able to take down Burn, but he's your main heals, and you need to contest point. He was unable to get there in time, so Middleton is going to have a clear victory on Oasis, but if anything is evidence of last match, they do really well on control, but the next coming maps is where they might struggle as Nampa could swing it back.
You're absolutely right. They did end up doing the strongest performance on control. This tire was pretty big. It was one of the big plays that Nampa was able to make. That big tire enabled them to get in the fight. Now, Brenner, you touched on it, but Runa, what do you think needs to happen for Nampa to turn this around?
So far, right now, Middleton has just done such a good job controlling the field. They were controlling when the supports were able to get in, and they were just controlling the area so well that they were able to get their ults before. So if Nampa does want to turn this around, they really have to turn the tables and get some of that control back so they can get their ults sooner and make some plays.
And building off of that, Brenner, what is your go-to way to break somebody's dominating control over a map?
I would have gone dive to call your target and say, we need to eliminate this person and take down kind of that key link in the chain. So someone that would have been, taking down the off tank, such as forget the player's name, that's my fault. But the off tank was causing a lot of, Annihilator on the D.Va. They were always in your backline's face or taking away your low targets, so the supports had no one to heal, so they just had to stay on usually the tanks and were unable to be the all-around supports that you want and need. And at the same time, he was being so aggressive that he wasn't able to peel for the backline because they weren't getting the pressure applied, which is why dive comp would shake things up and really cause a bit more hectic for Middleton. So I would have loved to see that come out from Nampa, especially on map 1 where they were not contesting high ground at all, and it cost them dearly.
And to flip the script a little bit to Middleton, do you think Middleton is improving enough in these games before we get into Escort to maybe rematch against Meridian Tech?
They're definitely showing tons of signs of life. We saw that even against the matchup. It was still very close. I mean, it was 1-2 in a best of 3. That's as close as you can get outside of a draw, but no one wants a draw. So you want to have that clear victor, but they're definitely tightening things up, and I think the role swaps have been working out in their favor, and Annihilator's been able to just have a presence all around the map, especially on D.Va as the tank, to try to keep his team in the fight rather than just being DPS, being a lot squishier and getting eliminated early on. So they're not losing that highly skilled player, and especially with Jet on the Lucio, they seem to be playing a lot better than just the pocket Roadhog that they seem to be the only comfortable one on the tank lineup. So I am seeing good changes, and I want to see how it continues going into the next map.
And before we get to that, Runa, you are in a very unique position where you are tied to Meridian Tech. What do you think it would take to take down what's been so far our #1 team?
Ooh, I don't know if I want to totally out my
you don't want to
team.
give them the...
Just throw them under the bus.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to out my team, but I mean, they're a really good team and they're really tight, so the biggest thing would be just to make sure that you shake them up, which I don't know how you would do that because I do think they're a pretty good team, but yeah.
Not biased at all, I swear.
No bias.
So, okay, building off of that, how do you shake things up, Brenner Bear? Not necessarily for Meridian Tech, but just in general. What is the wrench you can throw in someone's system?
I think Middleton had a good idea running the Pharah on Kings Row. They just didn't support it enough with the Mercy. They were out on their own a lot of time. They did commit the Nano with the Barrage a couple times, but immediately Meridian Tech would swing their whole focus to the barraging Nano Pharah because she is target priority 1. She took down at least one target with it. So committing to either the ground or the skies is where I think Middleton could succeed. I mean, on Kings Row, we traditionally see the Mei Brawl. They didn't even use a Mei once, which I think definitely cost them. Yes, they consistently got the point, but on defense even, they were not trying to contest. Even when Meridian Tech took the high ground, swung all the way around, and had a clear strategy, it seems that they were just doing ring around the Rosie Hotel, and then Middleton ended up losing. They needed to take the team fight where they wanted to, because Meridian Tech is always saying, whether they're the defenders or attackers, here's where we're fighting, here's how it's going to go down, and Middleton needs to take that aggression and match it.
And Fargo was one hero pick that sometimes people weren't ready for, but they didn't fully commit to it. Somebody that was fully committed to was the Bastion. That was something that came out and was completely unexpected on Kings Row and was 100% supported and got amazing value. Like, we just saw them roll through with a 1:30 time advantage, which is huge in matchups that have been 99 to 100 on Control, and then immediately after that, just as close on Junkertown. And on Eichenwald, what are some of your go-to strats?
It used to be Symmetra when she had 6 turrets, but sadly that is no longer a thing. So I think Doomfist excels here because he can clear so much of the map so quickly and have a ton of that verticality, especially on second point with Castle. I think the Ashe also works very well on all points of this map because she can be both the close range with the Dynamite and the Coach Gun, and then long range with her Sniper, as well as a Hanzo, which we traditionally see a lot of. Even occasionally on first point, you can see the Torb and how it might work. Middleton could even bring out the Bastion, which we did see on Junkertown. You even mentioned it. It's a possibility. They would just have to heavily play around it and utilize it and hold it. We have seen a cheeky strat before of use the teleport and go over the roof rather than through the archway of Eichenwald for first point. I would love to see the return of that, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Are there any specific strategies you like to highlight, Runa, maybe in addition to some of the ones that Brenner has already highlighted?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what he said. The mobility characters are going to be really solid for this, especially Doomfist, just being able to clear the map fast, which is really vital for these kinds of things, because if your team gets knocked out and can't get back fast enough, then these types of matches just end really fast. But yeah, besides that, I don't have a lot else, I'd say, for particular picks.
So Doomfist is definitely the hard favorite here. Hopefully we'll see one or the other just use that Doomfist to great effect. And there's also a lot of flanks that Doomfist can get. He can come from so many different angles on Eichenwald, especially if you know the rooftop strategies. A Doomfist can come from completely behind you or completely around the ledge, and you'll have no idea until you've been one shot into the wall.
Yeah, and I would hope to also see probably a Winston D.Va come out at some point. Normally on second point, we see a lot of like the Orisa Sig to try to keep them at a distance because it is such a big area that they can be utilized. But when it comes to brawling on the cart, when you have to stop that push, they're usually going to lose the fight because Orisa can always just get run over before she's been updated. This is still old Orisa. This is still Overwatch 1. Same with the Sigma. He is able to hold the front line a bit stronger, but when he's the only tank in the fight because Orisa struggles so much, I think going more of that brawl strat with the Winston who can clear that verticality, contest the high ground, you just need to be able to follow on up, which is where the Doomfist excels as well as the Ashe.
Something that we haven't mentioned in terms of hero picks is Reinhardt. And this is Reinhardt's map. It is such a close brawl. You can easily hold that choke and force them to run through you on the Reinhardt. So I expect to see something like that in the main tank position here as we set up. What do you think, if there is a Reinhardt, what do you think would be the keys to subverting that Reinhardt?
It's going to be being able to either have a Cole Cassidy to flashbang his shield out and burn him down, or even the Junkrat to just straight burn down his shield, or go for kind of that pseudo dive, go just right past him and destroy his backline so he can't be supported and gets taken down. It might cost you 1 to 2 team members, but if you win the team fight, that's what it's going to be at the end of the day. And I hope to also see on defense, maybe even the Mercy come out here because of this long respawn walkback. It's the crux of Eichenwald that hurts so many of the defenders that you just become trickling in and just feeding ult percentage. And you can see from the attackers, they are running that Rein D.Va comp, which I would assume is Nampa, but we have to wait and see.
And it looks like there is a ball on defense there. And Torb, how could we have slept on Torb? Torb is a fantastic first point defender just because of the turret and the constant spam. I mean, you, in general, know where they're going to be coming from, so you can just constantly spam that. So actually, I mean, none of us mentioned Torb, but now that we see it, I think that's a great idea. What about you?
Yeah, I briefly mentioned it for a sec, but immediately swapped over to Bastion, who is just the literal turret rather than half turret and Torb. So, but this time Nampa also bringing out the Ashe, which is exactly what I want to see. And the Mei will work out too to just wall off the turret and deny that much damage. But dealing with the pharmacy is not ideal. So it seems Milton is now fully committing to the Sky game and taking my advice to heart, which I greatly appreciate. And I hope to see payoff here on the defense because Nampa doesn't really have the anti-air that they need other than really the Baptiste and the D.Va, but they have yet to push past this archway.
And that Ashe also will be big in the anti-air here game for Nampa High. It looks like Middleton is just going to push in, especially after that elimination onto the main healing Baptiste. That's really big. But this choke, they can't just walk through it. And now that Maywa has been committed, they have that opportunity. Should they choose to take? No, it looks like they're just going to let Nampa come to them.
Yeah, they do have the sound barrier to try to answer from Nampa, but with the Molten Core coming online and landing onto multiple members, forcing out the sound barrier back and forth.
And it looks like that Molten Core is going to be committed and force Middleton to back up because Nampa's just walking into them with that. Reinhardt gets the elimination onto their main Middleton healer there, but Annihilator's going to come around and turn around on that Torb. Again, how can we sleep on the Torb? And Pharaoh's also going to get some value with that Pocket Mercy as well. Nampa had a good push, though. What do they need to repeat for the next one?
Freezing the Torb was fantastic, but she didn't follow through. She just froze him and immediately left. You could have just committed a single right-click, gotten the elimination, then you would have been +1 in that fight and could have continued pushing forward. She did get a lot of a pressure applied to her, but if you freeze a target, you need a full commit to it to get the value as Mei, rather than just freezing a bunch of people. That's what your Blizzard is for. And now, even with the amplification matrix built up, I want to see Nampa High push forward with that through the archway because you can burn through the shields of Middleton. They only have the Sigma shield.
I think the wall usage has been more of a protection than trying to split Middleton, so I would really like to see that wall used more aggressively, like this amplification matrix, but no, the wall's just going to block the amplification matrix. That is another Molten Core coming out. So far, these Molten Cores have been impactful in the fact that they're charged so fast, but not getting a ton of elimination. But it looks like Nampa is split right now because of that. So zoning Molten Core perhaps, as some of the eliminations are going to come out. Nampa's being super aggressive right now, but they're pushing into the Torb, and they just can't get the eliminations, but Middleton definitely can.
Yeah, Blue Onyx came through with that Res onto Annihilator in the backline thanks to the Valkyrie, and so they're going to take it and run with it. Annihilator is already back up to 40%. You know, it's fine. It's just third Molten Core for the third team fight. Right, so Annihilator really popping off on this Torb, and now Bob even coming out should just be able to simply line of sight, but Nampa's finally getting aggressive, trying to take the team fight where they want it, which is exactly what we wanted to see from them as the Wrecking Ball goes in with the ground pound.
Nampa is not ready for that far up barrage. She is sneaky. She is looking for it in that upper left-hand corner. That's a big pick onto the Torbjorn before he can charge and use his ultimate. Barrage is going to come out, and there is an answer for the barrage. I was wrong. They weren't ready for it. This is first point. Probably going to go over to Nampa.
Yeah, they got the early first 2 picks that they needed to swing the fight in their favor, so I expect Middleton to immediately just maybe give this. Okay, the Wrecking Ball was just poking. I was hoping he was not committing to that, because if he had lost his life there, that would have just lost him so much more time. But Middleton should have regrouped and be able to recontest here right as the gates open. It should just be a flood of gunfire. And if they're able to get a pick onto even the Ashe and even D.Va falling solo and demeching her would be a huge swing for Middleton. But they need to be calling out this Shatter, because the Shatter is what Nampa High is going to be looking to engage with.
And it looks like as the fight is going to engage, that's a huge pin. That is Nampa, and Middleton even no scratch that. Nampa is down one, and another Lucio, so V3B can't get in their backline like he wants to, so they'll be forced to just back out, and that is fight over for Nampa High.
Another uncontested red coming out from Blue Onyx.
All right.
Yeah, it's either completely run away and just get eliminated or try to charge and maybe get a pick, but he was too low health. So either way, it's the reset for Nampa. Still holding on to that Shatter. They need to use it in this coming fight because they've been holding on to it for now almost 3 team fights now, and the Mines is just waiting in the wings.
And it looks like that Mines is not actually going to be committed. I definitely was debated there. I thought it was going to come in. That charging Reinhardt, he leaves his team behind, gets antied, and now there's nothing anybody can do for him. And as that ball is on, he barely is going to live. No, not for very long. That anti is going to seal that fight, and then Farah is going to come in and really cinch it for Middleton. Walk me through their castle defense that feels a little bit oppressive after that fight.
They have kind of been initiating with the Torbjorn, which is why he gets eliminated in most fights. Even when he doesn't have the Molten Core, he's still in their face because of the change to his right click only costing 2 ammo now. He essentially is just a Reaper with a secondary turret. He just is able to capitalize again and again and again.
Toast Malone going down might spell the end of the castle hold for Middleton, at least for this fight, especially as Annihilator goes down as well. That is Nampa up 2. They need to keep up this aggression, but they so far can't find the members of Middleton because they're playing so split, and Mister is going to come out on that Farah and get a lot of value to the members of Nampa that split looking for Middleton.
Yeah, right now Middleton's been able to capitalize on the fault of Nampa, where every single time that V3B goes charging in, they just go right past him into the backline. They're just skipping the dive part because Nampa High's Reinhardt is diving for them, and another uncontested red's going to come out with another huge swing for Middleton. So as we finish out another team fight, the barrage was kind of overcommitted as we touched on before the match started. It wasn't really needed as you only got the 1 elimination. So now, even with the Pocket Mercy and the Torb long walk back as they didn't have the res up in time, gonna bring out the self-destruct to try to give them some space, and that's huge!
And it looks like Nampa might finally have their opportunity to push, but Middleton does have a hard recontest here. That Torbjorn with the Molten Core doing a fantastic job there, getting all of the eliminations. It feels like even though Nampa won that fight, they weren't prepared for the Torb to come back and recontest. And especially this ball is going to throw another wrench in their plan. Nampa High still pushing slowly but surely, but Middleton is coming back with all of their members just kind of closing in on Nampa.
That anti was huge because they were so unable to recover in time, so they're going to end up having to just retreat off the cart, even try to bring out Tyre, but too little too late. So Nampa got about halfway through the second checkpoint, but continuing on, things are looking very much in Middleton's favor here.
Nampa High is going to have a phenomenal first point hold if they want to take this round off of Nampa, because this is a best of 3 and a lost round run. So now is their time to turn it back. If they can't do that, they're going to lose, and it's going to be Middleton in the rematch against Meridian Tech, which would be fun to see. But it would also be fun to see Nampa pull off the reverse sweep.
Yeah, we love seeing a reverse sweep, but here they need to really bring it together and have concise team pushes, which is something we've touched on before. Or they're playing very split. Their Reinhardt is charging ahead and leaving his entire enemy team behind so that the rest of Middleton can sweep in right behind him. Only 1 or maybe even 2 members have to keep the Reinhardt busy as the backline just gets dismantled again and again and again. And even if they lose a member to Blue Onyx can fly right in and get the res because no one's contesting the Mercy.
And that Mercy has been big. We saw it with Daydream. We're seeing it now with Blue Onyx. Mercy has been a very beneficial support pick as Nampa sets up for defense, still on that Reinhardt, but now with that Diva to maybe eat some spam. And it looks like there might be that mirror matchup. I think both teams definitely want to brawl as we go in.
Yeah, the Symmetra will definitely help you in that brawl situation, trying to set up that car wash as well. Even the wall, the teleport over the wall. This is exactly
not quite.
The Maywall just barely did not last enough time to set up the teleport, so instead they're just going to have to go for the traditional push, which I think can still work. But Nampa's going with their own Torb, trying to show Middleton how it's done. Good luck climbing that mountain. It's going to be hard because he got a Molten Core almost every single team fight.
And it looks like Nampa has the microwave set up as they walk through this first point here, and Roadhog is going to eat most of that, but to no effect whatsoever on that massive health pool. V3B, though, getting the pin in your backline. That is Nampa up 1, but they're so split. Middleton might be able to take advantage of this. It looks like Middleton split 2. This has devolved almost into what looks like deathmatch as trade for trades are coming out. Jet is going to charge that enemy Reinhardt off the map, which feels a little funny. We always love to see it. And it looks like this fight might be over from Nampa, just because they tried to divide and conquer and it didn't quite work.
A great hook on Lucio, though. Definitely swinging for another +2.
Nampa is over. Middleton is in this. They have full members on this point right now. Nampa, at this point, they were really wanting this first point hold if they wanted to turn this map around. Their final holding place will be this next castle. What is the best castle hold that Nampa can put together right now?
Sticking to the Torb is okay, but they need to change up the Symmetra here. Symmetra does not do well on second point of Eichenwald trying to hold it unless they push into the castle, but we have yet to see that from either side when the sides were swapped. So I would love to see the return of the Ashe, which we know they can do. They played it last round.
And it looks like Middleton going up already too. Nampa High's hold might be torn apart right here. Now still, Middleton up 1 as the fight comes to this cart and it turns into a brawl. Ultimates are committed and the eliminations are coming out. That is Shatter that Runa mentioned before the cast, coming out to great effect, winning this fight. And if Middleton can continue to get these staggers onto Nampa, that might have just been last fight.
Yeah, I'm worried these swaps might be too little too late because they only have time for maybe one more team fight with how fast they're pushing this cart, and Annihilator's just contesting their spawns with the Genji, harassing, even taking down main heals. That's just buying them that much more time. The first Molten Core just now coming out, and he's dead immediately.
And that Molten Core still is not going to stop Middleton from pushing the cart forward. As you see, it's just beyond where they need to get the cart, so just beyond where the fight is going to be happening. Middleton is just taking this fight on the cart and eliminating anybody that gets within 10 meters as this ball is valiantly trying to do what little stall they can, but ultimately it will not be enough.
Yeah, the Blade even comes out to deny the final Torb, and Middleton with such a dominating victory is going to win. Eichenwald, I mean, without a doubt, how Nampa High was very struggling there. V3B was charging in again and again and again. Occasionally, he landed the pin, but he left his team behind again and again. And this was a perfect example that he barely made it back, but as soon as he turned his shield, Burn capitalized.
Just because you make it back doesn't mean that everybody can help you against the furious damage-boosted Pharah in the air that just laid waste to the whole team. That is going to be Middleton being the winner. Because of this, they will now reface Meridian Technical, so we saw what we saw in the group stage. What's the biggest thing you noticed, Runa?
I noticed that during the entire thing, actually, both teams tightened up a lot. At the beginning, it was a pretty contested area just at that one choke point at the very beginning, and they were kind of going back and forth. But some of those big things were just commitments. Some of the things they just didn't commit to, like what we talked about earlier with the May that just didn't freeze and just go for the kill. And some of the places where like the Ryan and the Hammond pushed forward to try and create an opening and not enough people went with them. So there was just a lot of problems with just committing to the play that didn't allow like Nampa or Middleton in some cases to just follow through and finish it faster.
And the Idaho Army National Guard is a proud supporter of Boise State Esports. Top plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Reach out on Twitch at iGuardGaming. Now, Brenner, what is your take? Is it different than Runa's?
No, I very much agree with her because to restate what she said, I mean, they really had an issue with collapsing on certain members. The May gets freeze. No elimination to follow was a huge issue for them. And then they were able to hold at the beginning, as she mentioned, very well with the team play. But as soon as the fight started, they fell back immediately, not trying to contest with the front line, who got overly aggressive that they could have capitalized on in the back line. But they fell right back because someone was on the point. You have to protect the point. You can give up a pip if you eliminate the healers and win the fight.
And as we move into the player of the game discussion, is there anybody you'd like to nominate first, Runa?
I have no idea, no.
All right, then. What are some players that you specifically took notice of, Brenner?
Definitely the tank players for the side of Middleton being able to capitalize and hold the front line on their own on multiple occasions and even peel for their supports when they got pressure applied to them the very few times that they did. Also, Burn, as we did see through the player of the game on that far, doing very well. And of course, Blue Onyx with the uncontested reses following suit of Daydream doing very well. The Middleton roster all had their moment in the sun, especially the Torbjorn, who got a Molten Core every fight, so I'd give it to the Torb.
For 3 fights running, no less, as we're going to go ahead and see who that is. And it looks like right now it might actually end up being Smash Can, which just like you were talking about, they did a really good job on that ball, especially rotating around this castle. We didn't mention it, but we can see why they were such a fantastic player on this team, especially in that final fight. And I mean, you always love to highlight the main tank, so what did he really bring to the team in that main tank role?
I mean, he held the front line, which is the main role, but also get the eliminations and set up his team for a ton of success. Perfect example, Jet ends up trading with V3B to take down the front line, and so Smashcan capitalizes on it, lands his hooks, and swings the fight in his favor, and keeps his team in the fight so that they can recontest the point because they have spawn advantage. So even when you're down members, he very much has the Boise State mentality of we may be down members, but the fight's not over. We can get the picks and swing the fight.
And the player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Smash Can is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, and we always love to see those main or off tanks in those player of the game roles because they don't often get it. Like, it usually just goes to the DPS, so we always love it when we see the supports and we see the tanks. As we prepare to go into our grand finals of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown, the rematch that we are all waiting for between Middleton and Meridian Tech, what do these teams need to do to take the other down?
I mean, Meridian Tech knows that they have a solid strat, having already beaten them, and now Middleton, having beaten down Nampa High, I think came away with and learned a lot. They know Pharmacy works if they full commit to it, so that's something that they need to do, as well as have their tanks play together. Even if they get overly aggressive and leave the team behind, if the tanks are together, they should survive for a little bit longer, maybe get a couple eliminations so that their backline can swing the fight as well with them. So I think Middleton can bring it back, but they're going to have to be ready to contest a lot more Mercy reses and have an answer for kind of the more interesting strategies coming out from Meridian Tech, like taking High Ground on Kings Row, because they just didn't contest it at all. Annihilator immediately left.
And we do think that in the Battle of the Mercies, both of these teams have really good Mercy players, so it'll be up to Daydream or Blue Onyx should Mercy work for the comp. But before we get into our grand finals, we do have the top 5 plays from this game, and as we get ready for those grand finals, we're going to share those top 5 presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere because we're getting back to the grand finals rematch between Meridian Tech and Middleton. Behind gets antied, and now there's nothing anybody can do for him. And as that ball is on, he barely is going to live.
Oh, nice.
No, not for very long. That anti's going to seal that fight, and then Farah's going to come in and really cinch it for Middleton. Walk me through their castle defense that feels a little bit impressive after that fight.
A secondary turret. He just is able to capitalize again and again and again.
Toast Malone going down might spell the end of the castle hold for Middleton, at least for this fight, especially as Annihilator goes down as well. That is Nampa up 2. They need to keep up this aggression, but they so far can't find the members of Middleton because they're playing so split.
And every single time that B3B goes charging in, they just go right past him into the backline. They're just skipping the dive part because Nampa High's Reinhardt is diving for them. And another uncontested right's going to come out with another huge swing for Middleton. So as we finish out another team fight, the Bras
getting all of the eliminations. It feels like even though Nampa won that fight, they weren't prepared for the Torch to come back and recontest. And especially this ball is going to throw another wrench in their plan. Nampa High still pushing slowly but surely, but Middleton is coming back with all of their members just kind of closing in on Nampa.
That anti was huge because they were so unable, kind of overcommitted as we touched on before the match started. Wasn't really needed as you only got the one elimination. So now, even with the Pocket Mercy and the Torb long walk back as they didn't have the res up in time, gonna bring out the self-destruct to try to give them some space, and that's huge!
And it looks like Nampa might finally have their
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
against the wire. Stand till we fall.
into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. As you can see, we have a full house here today for our grand finals of the Idaho High School Showdown between Meridian Tech and Middleton. This is the rematch we've all been waiting for since the group stage. These are two teams. It was neck and neck the whole time. We see Meridian Tech on stage, and we have Runa here to talk us through their specific strengths. But before that, I'm your host, Colby D'Angelo Alloway, and joining me to call all of the action are both Brenner Bear Ladd and Audrey Runa. And so, with that, Runa, you are somebody that is tied to Meridian Tech. What are the very specific strengths of your team?
Well, Meridian Tech's team is just incredibly adaptable to every situation and map they go into. The amount of different characters you see them use, and then the players that will use those characters will change based on pretty much anything. So you just have to be prepared to see what they're going to do. And that's probably one of my favorite things. In addition to that, they're just really solid team plays. Their support and tanks are just really good at working with everyone and making sure that every person plays their best in that position.
And I'd like to highlight, again, specifically Dragonfire on that Baptiste. You mentioned it earlier, Runa, just the fantastic sustain that all of these Baptistes have been playing, and the Reinhardt as well, which is usually Fem Neptune for Meridian Tech. Now, Brenner, Middleton's still trying to win, and we have to be as unbiased as possible here on desk. How do you go against an adaptable team? What are the ways to tear that apart and for Middleton to come out on top?
I think you, at least for the same control, you repeat what you did before, which is commit to the same comp. And if they're always going to have the adaptability and changing up the rosters, you stick to what you can play and outplay them at and get the ultimates, because the ultimates will win you the fights, even if they don't and can counter you. An ultimate is a huge game-changing thing that we saw Middleton be able to play around, and we in Lijiang Tower last time. And I think if they repeat that process on at least control, they should be able to come away with it with a W for there. But going into Escort and Hybrid, I think that's where they should probably change it up and go for a bit of what the meta might speak to for that map. But if they then commit to it and can make those minor adjustments over the course of the match and start getting more and more value, I can see them trying to pull away here against Meridian.
And something I want to specifically highlight for Middleton here is they have had some fantastic individual play, mostly off the back of Annihilator. No matter what role they were on, they were doing a dominating job and just continually put Meridian Tech on their back foot and force them to adapt. And now that we have all that advice in, let's go ahead and add Doc's keys to the game to the mix, which in Overwatch is to never take a fair fight, which means take fights in unexpected places when they are unprepared, and tempo, tempo, tempo. And Doc's keys to the game are brought to us by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And specifically applying Doc's keys to the game, what does that look like?
If we look at it from the side of Middleton, it's going to, I would say, be all about the tempo of taking the team fights where you want to. That's something that I've seen them struggle with the longer it goes on, is Meridian Tech is always either engaging or determining where the fight is taking place, so they have the advantage. So now going to the indoors, we know Meridian Tech is going to go fighting for that high ground because it gives them such an advantage. But at the same time, you hope Middleton takes it because if, say, they run something like the Hanzo, you want to have the high ground to be able to rain down the arrows past the shields. So it's going to be the battle of who can get there first and be the engager to possibly even knock the team off the edge if they're walking up the stairs. It's going to be that back and forth. Or if we go for the indoors, who's going to have the better DPS output to push them back, which is where it comes to that individual play. And we talked about Middleton can match the individual play of Meridian Tech, but Meridian Tech has the tiniest hair bit better of that team play. And that team play is what makes or breaks an Overwatch team, which is why, hey, they won in the group stage. But now this is the finals. This is a best of 5. So this is where Middleton could bring it back.
What I specifically want to highlight about Meridian Tech in terms of their team play is their rotations. They have been phenomenal. They go down one, they rotate back, wait to get a couple of picks, and then immediately they are back on you at the earliest available opportunity. And to throw that to Runa, what do you think really enables them to have that aggression?
I think that it's just the solid communication on when people get knocked out, because it's super important to be able to know when you're alone and when you can actually push into that actual like area to contest. So I think Meridian Technical does a really good job of just knowing when the right time to contest and when the right time to back up is, because then once they get all together, they're really good at pushing that aggression once they got that figured out.
And you highlighted the Reinhardt earlier, Runa. What do you think he brings specifically to that aggression?
I think the Ryan does a really good job covering the team and making sure that they're always like either making sure they're knocking people back with the hammer or just protecting them with the shield. I think the thing that they really need to focus on is just knowing when to take and when to like back off, though, because sometimes when in previous matches people have pushed past the Reinhardt and have gotten completely just aggroed by the other team, and so it's been a real problem. But if they can just make sure to keep that Reinhardt up front and center and just really balance that like give and take, they have a solid chance of winning.
Anytime you walk through the shield, usually you are prime pickings to be eliminated as we wait to get back into this matchup. What do you think Middleton needs to do to specifically stop that Reinhardt from being the aggressor that Meridian Tech needs them to be?
You could bring back Annihilator on the Drunkard to burn down his shield as quickly as possible, or you can try to dive right past it. I've touched on multiple times. Or what, if you want to be really risky, is you could even sacrifice a team member to have him charge off. We saw that in the previous match with Middle Home taking off the opposing Reinhardt and trading. And in that sense, then they were able to stay in the fight much longer and buy themselves that much more time. They even ended up getting the point as well off the back of Smashkin being that off tank, getting the Roadhog hooks, getting the eliminations. And I think that's something that they could easily repeat again with Meridian Tech. It's just an incredibly risky play that I don't see coming. But if it's, you know, down to overtime and you need to get him away, that's what it's going to have to cost possibly.
If it's into overtime and you really need the enemy Reinhardt off the point because you know he has Shatter or something similar, I mean, you heard it here first, sometimes just taking him off the map is an absolutely viable strategy.
Just don't miss.
Here. Just don't miss.
Just don't
if you miss your charge, that whole strategy goes out the window. Is there anything specific you're looking for from the support lineup as somebody that is actively repping Overwatch supports?
How'd you know? No one could tell. It's fine. I mean, I want to see more contested Mercy reses because they have been so game-changing. If you get an elimination on, say, Dragonfire, Daydream is always right there to get the resurrection and keep the fight going because main heals determines whether the fight is going to stop or not. So I want to see both teams, because we've seen both Mercy reses from Blue Onyx as well on the side of Middleton, to have more pressure applied to them. Now, that goes back to our point of getting past the Reinhardt, getting past that front line, even dealing with the DPS at that point, because it's kind of that three-layered defense of the tanks, the DPS, and then the supports. So whenever the supports get out of line, that's why maybe even Middleton was bringing the Roadhog to hook them out and get it, but they weren't landing a lot of those hooks, which is why you should have swapped over to something that could capitalize on it that much better, which is why I think Meridian Tech running, say, the Zarya with the bubbles can then cover their butts with that, because you can throw out a bubble, deny the hook as well, and it's good. So I think it's going to be down to Middleton to either have the DPS output to just deny the bubble and get the pick, or simply outplay and have tighter rotations, because as you mentioned, Meridian Technical has amazing rotations.
And we are going to get back in this matchup. It is still Oasis. What's the strategy on this center point?
I mean, if you want to go all-out aggression like Meridian or like Middleton is going to do this time, the Doomfist is the way to go, and this time it's going to be Jet on the DPS. So Meridian Technical is going to be watching out for him because Doomfist is a playmaker, and this is even before the tank. And with both tanks down, that's going to be a brawl time.
And it looks like as the brawl just goes on and into the point, both tanks have faded out, but it looks like Middleton has the upper hand here just by pure other eliminations. When you trade main tank for main tank, it comes down to individual DPS plays like that, and Jet is finally going to get taken out. But that is first point to Middleton. Middleton does not want a repeat of what they had happened before.
If I was Middleton, I would immediately be swapping off that Mercy, because on this map, Mercy is not ideal for Control. Yes, they were losing a couple of members, but with how close range it is, it's very risky to go for those reses. Even though they were able to get the point early on, it seems Control is Middleton's go-to mode, and Meridian Tech goes for the recontest.
And they are starting in this close quarters in the left-hand room. The wall will come out to split the team. D.Va Bomb right behind the team. I don't think Middleton's ready for it, and they aren't. They're going to get that elimination. That is Meridian Technical up 2, now down 2, as Middleton's just going to walk in and immediately flip that narrative, and that is second fight going Middleton's way. And the Law, unfortunately, gets staggered.
Yeah, this is where Middleton could get a little bit more aggressive there, but it seems that they want to stay on point with how many members they lost, which is the smarter choice. But they do end up losing Burn to that Baby D.Va in the end as well. So big respect to the D.Va, but now also with the Tracer coming online from Meridian Tech, and now even the swap over to the Roadhog, they're looking to brawl on point as much as they can. It's great getting picks onto both Annihilator and the Lucio, but they aren't the big game changers that you want to see get eliminated.
Middleton is engaging on Meridian Technical here, letting them walk into them, but they gotta watch out for that Shatter there that Fem Neptune has, but Fem Neptune's only at half HP. They will be unable to drop that Shatter. That is one big ultimate out of the fight for Meridian Technical, as Middleton is just going in. We were talking about Meridian Technical's rotations, but actually it's Middleton that has set the pace of every fight we've seen so far.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. It was a bit of an overcommit on that Shatter as they pick up even 2 more members to keep the fight in their favor. So now Meridian Technical just has to throw their bodies on point and even lose Trace or just falling through the hole as she takes down main tank with them. But it's going to be up to this Deadeye to zone him out, and even the Doomfist to find that much space.
Meridian Technical doesn't even touch. That is first point going 100-0. Middleton has really cleaned up their act, revisiting this team, and Control was their most dominant performance the last team these two teams fought, but it feels like this is 100-0. This is not 99-100. What do you think is going right for Middleton right now?
The Doomfist. Without question, the Doomfist. Even into a Cole Cassidy, he is getting value on top of value. Even when he trades out, he's at least getting 2 for 1. So he played very well, and Meridian Technical did not have an answer for him, even with the Cole Cassidy, because he knew to avoid him until the very last. We saw that at the tail end. The Cole Cassidy was the last alive, and then he went for the engage, but he had Meteor Strike on top of that, so he was guaranteed to win that fight. So now going back to this Oasis map, I love seeing that Winston because it's all about the high ground control.
And it does look like that is Middleton that has the high ground control first, which is one of the most important things to get. Somebody get Tracer off your Mercy there. Cole Cassidy didn't even look at him. But Blue Onyx is going to live anyway just by pure merit of running. They're not going to get that res though. Middleton, that was a little bit of that was a little too aggressive there, and actually causes them to rotate back to point, but isn't going to cost them the fight.
Yeah, Middleton played that very cleanly. Blue Onyx is one lucky Mercy to survive that long against Soup. And that's where I would want to see Meridian Technical probably even swap off of the Tracer, maybe even over to a Sombra, because Sombra works very well on this map. It's something we see Boise State do all the time, and we know Meridian Technical has worked with Boise State a lot, so I think they could even pull it off if they have that good Sombra player. But Smashkin just jumping right in and gets +1.
And that is the hard engage there. We're waiting for these monkey jump. Monkey's going to go down, but his team is already up 2, so he has done his job. That engage is successful here for Middleton as we go in. And Annihilator, now on this Zarya, Jet and Annihilator have actually switched positions here, and Soup is just going to go off the edge. Understandable, the fight is lost. No disrespect in that. Meridian Technical has to adjust their strategy. What are the adjustments you're waiting for them to make?
Exactly the ones they're making right now. They go the Reaper to win the brawl. They have Eternal Flame on the Soldier to have the further out poke damage to try to disrupt Doomfist. He moves around a lot, but if you're that far back, you'll always have a sightline on him. Same. It seems Meridian Technical went for the full swap. They're still out of main healer though, so they have to play a bit further back, and that's when Middleton jumps.
Middleton is going in, just immediately smells the blood in the water going in. That is both teams even as Meteor Strike is committed. High Noon is committed as well. Now the fight is in Middleton's favor. No, these trades are still coming out, and Meridian Technical is fighting right outside their spawn door. So Middleton wins this fight immediately. Now they have to fall back because you can't just fight in their spawn.
Yeah, the res on the Jet will keep him in the fight that much longer, and the Reaper to counter the Monkey. He is good, but it doesn't help when you also have a fully charged Zarya burning you down. And I think that's when it comes to the restraint of knowing when to shoot and not to shoot the bubble. It's just some damage you have to eat because charging that Zarya, especially on Annihilator, he will take you down.
And as the engage is going to happen, lots of ultimates are committed. Smashcan is going to get out. This was our previous player of the game. That is Meridian Technical up 3, and Middleton's already 99. Now might be the time to back out. No, they're not going to back out. They're going to commit the grab, and I think that was a little bit of an overcommit there as the remaining members of Middleton can't capitalize on the grab. Middleton is down a grab, 99-0. They definitely have enough time to charge another one, though.
Double bubble working out pretty well for Middleton. I mean, it got them to 99, so maybe the swap would come out from Annihilator, but I definitely agree it was an overcommit on the grab, seeing if they could make something happen. They just weren't enough team members alive, so maybe a bit of a miscommunication as Meridian's re-engaging.
And it looks like Meridian Technical is just being as aggressive as they possibly can. They have Middleton on their back foot, and they are now setting the pace. We saw Middleton doing it the rest of the map, but now it is Meridian Tech as the active aggressors, and the members of Middleton are just having to rotate back. They can't push into this, especially as the Death Blossom is committed, gets that single elimination. And this is a long fight, but it is one that Meridian Technical is very dominatingly winning.
Soup with the very aggressive and very deep Death Blossom. I'm very surprised he survived from that. I would have hoped Middleton would have been able to collapse on that, but I guess when running a Doomfist and the Cole Cassidy, they don't have the DPS to out.
Ooh, big rock!
Yeah, great rock to deny the Wombo combo coming out from Doomfist, but they're just looking for a pick here to give them +1 in this fight.
Sigma Ultimate's gonna come out. That's a big engage! That's on Bolt! That's on their Mercy! Blue Onyx has been taken out. Meridian Technical still pushing this. They have the advantage. There's no reason not to push it, but they really need to watch out for Annihilator's next grab coming in at 87%. That will be something that they need to look out for.
Yeah, it's going to be the grab, even the Meteor Strike onto the backline, which we've seen Jet do twice now, even in the previous map. So that's something Meridian Tech needs to be calling out, as well as using the amplification matrix to force out Middleton from their rotations, which is what they've been excelling at all game.
And it looks like Middleton is just going to dive into the brawl, but with no follow-up eliminations, Middleton is immediately taken down. You hear Meridian Technical calling their targets, and that is both teams even now. No, still even, Mr. Bird. And that's the rest for Middleton. Middleton might have this fight. This might be where they flip it, 99-99, and the grab comes out. They do have the follow-up damage, but no, their eliminations are coming out, and Annihilator just can't stay alive, but they've done their job, and now Jet is on the point, and Smash is on the point. Jet gets eliminated, and there's nobody else from Middleton that can touch.
Yeah, the Law on that Diva was able to contest Jet again and again and again. That's the issue with having that uppercut, is it freezes you in there for just a second, which allows him to fly right up into your face and disrupt your Wombo combo. So Meridian Technical able to bring it back on map 2, so sends us to a map 3, which is a welcome change, possibly dethroning Middleton from their control lineup.
I think one microplay that led to Middleton losing that was the overcommit of the grab. Because when you're 99-0 and you overcommit the grab, a grab is a fight-winning ultimate. You could have immediately taken that back like in any of those other fights, but instead you were forced to wait and couldn't aggress. And I think that was the biggest thing that hurt Middleton, was Meridian Tech, after they flipped the point, was completely in charge of the pacing of the fights.
Now, well, as we take a look at the lineups, we do have Meridian Tech on the stage with the Vikings off in our side room, waiting to see how map 3 might play out. I mean, Middleton had a very strong start, but Meridian Tech, with their adaptability that we've touched on multiple times, were able to answer them and learn how that Doomfist was played. Even with the Cole Cassidy not really having to be the counter, they just simply were relying on the skill of the Law to disrupt anytime he went up in the air, and then when the ground game came, they had Eternal Flame to back them up.
What are you, so Runa, I got to get you in this because Meridian Tech just did a phenomenal flip as we go back. What are you seeing that you like a lot from your team?
Well, I think that, first of all, I thought it was a really just, at first it just seemed like that was not going to go anywhere, but it was a really solid team change that I think really helped them too, because that team change allows them to change up the momentum of the game, and then once they were able to push them out of the point, they were just able to stay aggressive and just keep them out in that area, and it was pretty just interesting because I think Middleton was just playing their control game like they had been with Nampa and just previous matches. They had just such solid control for a while, but then as soon as it was like taken from them, they were unable to get it back.
And do you think that brawl helped them? The swap to the brawl comp, like the swap to the Reaper.
Say again?
Do you think the swap to the Reaper helped Meridian Technical kind of flip that narrative on Middleton?
Yeah, I think so. It gave them a chance to just kind of like spread out the DPS and change up how the DPS was moving around, which helped them counter some of the really like just mobile characters that Middleton was using.
And as we start this fight up on the high ground, Soup is going to be taken very weak. That was the Reaper that did a lot of work for them before. That is Middleton up one first fight. Still up one as all the eliminations come out, but Daydream with a huge boot. And Meridian Technical has high ground control. No, their Reaper's gonna get caught out. Middleton on the point. Meridian Tech can't drop.
Yeah, the Reaper does work here, but getting picked off so early like that, and now even Annihilator onto the Diva was the swap they need because Zarya does not work here as well. So Doomfist is going to have to play a little bit safer, not having the bubble. Getting caught out there will end up getting eliminated, but they will end up losing Fem Neptune. So maintain down is going to buy them that much more time and percentage that they can't afford to lose.
And Middleton at this point has the point first. This has been the trend so far on Control. It'll be up to Meridian Technical to maybe flip that, as this next fight is going to engage Meridian Technical coming in from that back closet there. Smash Can just rolling through, causing chaos, eliminating, putting the mines on the high ground, denying Meridian Tech that high ground control that they want and locking them in the room. Middleton at this point is just able to rain down fire onto Meridian Technical, who has so far been able to sustain because Middleton has not aggressed. I would really like to see them go in right now, which is exactly what they're going to do. Annihilator's going to get the triple kill. We love dropping the bunny mech on people. Sorry, Daydream, that it's you. And as we go in, the Law's going to get taken out as well. That was a clean fight win from Middleton.
Yeah, they did the one thing that Meridian excels at, cut off rotations with that Wrecking Ball and the mines. And you saw Meridian Tech slightly panic there as they're like, oh, we have to turn around. And they're immediately in the face of Jet now on the Reaper because the Doomfist was not working. Now that it's super close quarters, Soup with the Cold Cassidy able to get a lot of those flashbangs and deny it. But with a giant pick like that,
yikes,
that's just the end of the team push for Meridian Tech. They need to regroup.
And now at this point, Middleton wants to be as aggressive as they possibly can. They can push this Diva in the doorway. They're down their main healer. No, they can't. They're down both of their healers, and that might be fight for Meridian Technical. We were talking about how Middleton needed to be more aggressive, but because of that Deadeye, that narrative has just completely flipped, and it is Jet who is now solo contesting this point. But it'll go 98 to now Meridian flips it. What can Middleton do to stop the same thing that happened last night, the 99 to all full cap for Meridian Tech?
Not getting both your healers caught in a single Deadeye would be ideal because that just immediately lost them the fight as soon as it started, as well as they need to probably start calling out more of the Meridian Technical ultimates because you could clearly hear it and then it waited for at least 2 seconds and the healers were still caught out. No tanks went to answer them. They didn't have the shields to protect them either. That's the issue running, and maybe the defense matrix wasn't up either. So hopefully we can see that improve for this next fight of prioritize your healers, keeping them alive.
And Jet's going to come in with that huge set awesome and immediately flip the point in Middleton's favor here. Meridian Tech can't afford to lose this though. 99 to 43 and climbing. They're just trying to stall as long as they can, but with only one member, this is probably control to Middleton.
Yeah, so they will get it, putting us into overtime. I mean, even the Mercy melee, so Battle Mercy still exists. Love to see it, and even the Cold Cassidy 1v1s, but Soldier gets there in time through the building. Even a little bit overcommit from the Deadeye gets one.
We just can't stop with the Deadeyes right now. That is both supports down for Middleton. We thought they didn't even have a fight, but they're really trying to bring it back right now. But at some point, they're gonna run out of bodies to put on this point. But that time is not right now, as the Law is still fighting.
Buying so much time for his team against
that Moira!
And finally, he's able to demech, but already the Moira is back for Meridian Technical. Now, Respawn's coming in for both sides.
Big Res gonna bring Jet back in the fight. That is most of their frontline damage, especially on this point where Meridian Tech is just forced to go right into them. Meridian Technical doesn't have a full team still, though. They have now about 3 members in fight, and with that double elimination, Middleton doesn't have a ton of members either. And Meridian Tech is desperately trying to win this fight just to stay in. If Middleton wins, Middleton takes control.
Ratburn with a huge swing right now, but does end up getting eliminated by Soup as Trash Can now coming back in with the mines. This might spell doom for Meridian Tech, but the Law is going to be able to buy a ton of time as that Baby Diva spells doom for Meridian Tech right now, as even more of them are still coming back.
They're barely getting back on time, and they are attempting to get that is 5 win for Middleton. But what a valiant effort on Meridian Technical side. Do you think it's going to be this close on Escort?
Ideally not for Meridian Technical, but on the side of Middleton, that was probably too close for comfort with Control being your mode. They've been so dominating in the past, and now with this being as close as it was and Meridian Technical out sustaining as long as they have, you know they're going to be working on taking down the Law a lot quicker.
The Law was especially super stally on that Diva. What are you seeing right now, Runa, after that fantastic Control map?
Well, Middleton is definitely getting a lot better at just handling the way that Meridian Technical plays on the points, and they've definitely got their control back in that final match. But I think it'll be interesting to go into Escort, because overall, Meridian Technical was doing a lot better during those matches at just controlling the choke points, whether they be attacking or defending. So it'll be kind of up to just how they adapt to these next couple rounds. But overall, I think Meridian Technical just needed to get a little bit more overall high ground and stuff, but they just weren't their maps.
And Brenner, do you think that Middleton is cleaning up those comms and working on their rotations enough to take down Meridian Technical in Escort?
I think they've been working on them, but it's really come down to both the DPS players for Middleton. It's been Jet on the Doomfist doing phenomenally. Then even swapping over to the Reaper, he's been the big playmaker with Annihilator being on that off tank, doing a lot of the work, staying alive and being the front line to keep his backline alive. The supports is what's been the issue for Middleton because they've been getting caught out a lot, not running any barriers, and only the defense matrix can only keep them alive for so long, and that's how Middleton lost a lot of those team fights, even though they did come away with it with a win. I think that's going to be the issue going to Escort and Hybrid, that it's not just the one central point anymore. Well, for the beginning of Hybrid it is, but going into the cart, you need to have more of a structured defense that I think is where Middleton struggles.
And do you think they'll be able to adapt their comp to that?
I would hope that they are able to and don't just get kind of stuck. Like, we have our ultimates. Oh, we're at 70%. Let's wait, hold it, go for the next team fight. That's where you just need to cut clean and go. And if we are heading over to Kings Row, this is the map where they did get play with the Hanzo of the Double Dragons.
Yep.
But they ultimately did end up losing the map. And I think they still should have swapped over to the Ash on map 3, so hopefully they're able to make those changes. Yes, the Hanzo was able to succeed, but you ultimately did lose, so you should have made those adjustments sooner. And as evidence, they can control the high ground and win fights on the high ground. Here in Kings Row, I want to see them do it again, but last time we were here, Meridian Tech won every high ground fight.
And I have to say, Middleton, I think Middleton will be ready for the Bastion should Meridian Tech choose to pull that out. And I think Meridian Tech is also ready for Middleton to run that Hanzo or some other spam or sniper that goes in here. Because I think the problem that they were facing was not necessarily the sniper part of Hanzo, just the ability to spam down lane and get immediate eliminations. The spam part of Hanzo is what they were struggling with. And I think that they will have to just be more aware of that going into Kings Row. But this is something both of these teams have faced each other on before, so we can expect a lot of the same strategies.
Yeah, and even the return of Junkrat could work, but I think doing both the Junkrat and the Hanzo when you're going up against the Cole Cassidy and the Mei is an uphill battle for sure. And this time it seems that one of the sides, we don't know who, is committing to the pharmacy as well. So neither team going for the Cole Cassidy Mei brawl, instead going for a Statue of Liberty versus a pharmacy. I'd hope to see Pharmacy come away with this, but they do have the Sigma for Statue of Liberty.
You did talk about how you wanted to see somebody commit to the Pharah, and the Bastion strat might not be as effective this second time around. Daydream's gonna go. Bastion's gonna miss it. No! Oh, that's a nightmare for Meridian Technical on that Bastion strategy. There's nothing. They're gonna get that res, but at this point, Annihilator's already up to, and there's nothing Meridian Technical can do to save this fight.
Daydream got the res, but Eternal Flame, when you're jumping onto the teleporter, that continues your momentum through the teleport, and he just fell right off the edge. He needed to set up and then teleport over, but by then the team fight was already too late. So I expect Marine Technical just complete swap, and they do, going over to the Widow and the Soldier and the Diva, as well as the Lucio, as she did get the res, but Daydream was unable to do much past then because they have spawn advantage. Res isn't as valuable.
I gotta say, Meridian Technical has really decided they do not like Annihilator specifically on that Pharah, but I think Pharah has tabbed it out. They're playing a bit more passively than they normally would against double hit scan. Neither of these hit scan are single elimination hit scan, however, as Meridian Technical is just going to run right in, get your Ana. How did that even happen? Somebody booped him in, and their Reinhardt was on your Ana before you could even blink, and as a result, Middleton is being torn apart.
Yeah, Meridian Technical played that very tightly with that rotation that we've been highlighting again and again. And that is, once again, Middleton losing to their supports, just being out of position. That Ana got run right on top of. That should have been something that Annihilator and Glonix calling out immediately of their speed boosting, fall back, but they just kept pushing forward. And another huge pick onto Annihilator. This is the aggression from Meridian Technical.
Big shatter, though. As we go in, Fem Neptune and Eternal Flame are going to get those elimination. Meridian Technical has not stopped the aggression. They haven't even dialed it back a little bit. And as you're camping outside of their old spawn, you don't have to stop the aggression. I would really love to see Meridian Technical take and hold this angle, which is exactly what they're doing. 2 members on the cart, though. That might be one too many.
Yeah, maybe they think they staggered out Middleton just that much longer that they could hold the front line with only 4, but it also allows the cart to gain that much more ground that much faster, putting the pressure on Middleton to maybe scramble rather than fully regroup and go for a concise push. And with Soup on the high ground all by himself, that's who they should capitalize on, and they get the pick.
But they get the elimination on Annihilator, so these trades are coming as the fight just gets fully engaged. Now I want to see Ultimate starting to get committed, and he's definitely looking, and the Immortality field is already out. They have nothing to answer this Death Blossom right now. Should they choose to use it, somebody's got to get that Diva out of mech and give him the opportunity. But no, he doesn't even need to. Rocket Barrage is going to come out, and that's the biggest ultimate we've seen all fight from Middleton. But no, Eternal Flame's going to pop that by trying to keep this fight even. And it looks like Meridian Technical, this is a duel of DPS on the point between Annihilator and Eternal Flame. Whoever wins this gets to defend or cap point, and Annihilator is going to come out with it.
Yeah, Soldier was already pretty low from the Reaper, and his heal kept him alive much longer than he should have, but the Pharah just having the more versatility and more movement was able to win that fight, even with the explosion radius, just always getting that little bit of poke damage to him where he just had to land his shots. So understandably that Annihilator will end up winning that, but I expect Middleton to commit the Death Blossom here, especially since he's teleporting behind.
He's looking to teleport. They should have left that Baptiste asleep. It would have been an easy elimination on him there, but instead they woke him up, and now the teams are trading back and forth. This is not in Middleton's favor. Meridian Technical is up right now. Maybe this shatter was... That shatter is going to really cinch the fight, and Middleton's second point defense has been broken apart. Now, Middleton is in a very uncomfortable but winnable position. They have to hold Meridian Technical off for 3 minutes and 54 seconds. And we've seen teams do this. We've seen teams come to 5 minutes and get help.
He's off the edge!
No, that's not the start Middleton wants here.
I thought he might have been able to get the move speed boost from the Wraith and make it to the edge, but unable to from the teleport, just falls to his death. That's a huge win for Meridian Technical. They can easily open this up with the self-destruct, and there it is!
And Blue Onyx and Annihilator are going to hijack. Rocket Barrage is going to come out, but trading, and Middleton can afford to trade right now just because they have the respawn advantages, but they got to get somebody on point to contest, and a Nano Reaper's an ideal target for that. Trading for their Baptiste, that is Meridian Technical's push, I think, at an end if they can't get that main healer back.
Yeah, Sigma eliminated so early on, finally comes back with the Gravitic Flux, and Annihilator now on the Junkrat getting huge value.
And it looks like that site is going to be committed, but it's not going to be enough. Why? Blue Onyx, no! You fed him the... Oh, you fed that. And it looks like Eternal Flame is going to go in and get that elimination. A huge visor. The members of Middleton were not ready for it. They were walking into it. They weren't prepared. What would have been an overcommit was actually keeping Meridian Technical in this fight right now. At this point, Middleton is just throwing bodies on the point. The rematch comes down. That is 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining in Meridian Technical's attack. And honestly, Middleton okay defense. They had a very, very long fight, and they stalled it out as long as they could. I think that attack visor was their biggest problem because they weren't ready for it, and they had several members come out of cover into the visor. So it clearly wasn't called out, and I think that is the big thing that cost Middleton this fight.
Yeah, Meridian Technical playing that phenomenally down. Multiple members just keep going on the cart, applying the pressure to Middleton. Middleton, once again, just not swapping off as much as they could have. And even when they did, they were losing members as fast as they were putting them on the cart. They never tried to wait for even 1 to 2 seconds to try to regroup and have more than one member throwing it on. And again, what you highlighted is Blue Onyx flying in with the Valkyrie and immediately trying to res, eliminated in 2 seconds. Of course she's going to be, and not to mention that Malone was right behind her with not even 10 HP to have, and it's like, supports, the D.Va's behind you. You're supposed to wait for your tank to engage, so just even in those moments of throw your bodies on the cart, you have to still have a concise team push and communication, and I think that's where Middleton fell out.
And I think they had difficulty rotating around the soldier because it was important to keep somebody on the point, but supports are usually your last-ditch effort that you want coming onto the point, and you definitely don't want both of them on if at the same time if one or the other can touch because eliminations like that happen. But complete reset, this is a new game. Now Middleton is on attack, and with 2 minutes and 35 seconds in Meridian Technical's time bank, this is still winnable for Middleton.
Yeah, tried to go for the cheeky weirdo pick, but was not landing the shots that he needed, and Meridian was able to fall back quick enough. But with the wall and maul coming in strides right now, picking up both main tank and a solid secondary DPS, Middleton has to go for the reset here because they can now out-sustain the aggression coming out.
And Middleton, I think maybe they need to get their Reinhardt in there if they want. And it looks like this fight, this is a soft reset for both teams. Jett is just kind of looking for some poke. Actually, no, he's just going to go in with that rock, with that sleep. Big purple as an initiation onto this fight. Somebody needs to pick up Eternal Flame because that man is weak. Jett gets it. That is Middleton up 1, but they're trading main tank. But Annihilator's going to come in and flip that fight back in Middleton's favor. And it looks like this might be Middleton's fight here as Meridian Tech is just completely knocked off the point with only a single baby D.Va contesting.
Annihilator so comfortable on this Junkrat, just getting value after elimination. I mean, it's just again and again. So it seems that Blue Onyx now taking over the honor roll with Malone back on the Lucio. But we've seen him get eliminated first in a lot of these team fights because he plays so far forward with that Lucio. But Technical re-engage and gets a pick with the Flame Strike with that Amplification Matrix, the Wombo combo. That was not expected for Middleton. Middleton
was not prepared for them to take this space, and actually now this fight, as it's setting up here, Middleton wants to use their ultimates here, but they need to watch out for that Blizzard, so all eyes will be on whether or not that Blizzard is able to land. Hopefully Middleton's just going to go ahead and back out. The trades are even. Off support, though, for DPS, slightly in Middleton's favor as more ultimates come out. The Sigma ultimate is able to find the elimination on the Reinhardt. This on paper looks like Middleton's fight, and they know that. They're going in on Meridian Technical right now, taking that space. And at this point, they've won the fight. I'd like to see them push all the way to second point and leave one person on cart.
Yeah, Smash Cane on the Nano. Ryan just took as much space as he could, getting the double elimination. He did his job. Now he has to look to set up this next shatter to buy his team that much more time, even committing 2 members to the cart to get there. Now even 3. I guess back and forth with how close it's getting, but this is something Meridian Technical needs to be screaming is watch out for shadow. This is up to Fem Neptune to block, and it seems that they're going to try to open it up.
The team coordination for Meridian Technical is huge, and they're going to win that fight off the back of both tanks coordinating in a way we always love to see. And Annihilator, a little bit of an overcommit there with the tire, getting the eliminations, but too little, too late. 2 eliminations doesn't mean much when you're already down 4.
Meridian Technical had the amazing wombo combo of throw the D.Va Bomb, have the shatter, deny the shield. That's both down. Huge +2 in the fight. Again, Middleton needs to hold back Malone he is so often so far forward. One of the first 2 eliminations every fight. He's your Lucio. You need him to stay alive. Yes, the speed boost is great, but you need to pull back that aggression. So now Middleton's looking to engage with the Shatter once again, but they need to burn down that Ryan shield.
And there's that Shatter coming out, but the sound barrier is well placed and will keep members sustained. The fight is relatively even right now. No, right as I say that, it's just all in Meridian Technical's favor here. The Visor unable to get value like we saw before. Eternal Flame is going to immediately get taken down. That is fight reset.
I would hope to see Burn then swap off the Soldier if he used it solo by himself, unless he sticks to it, which could be detrimental because that's huge miscommunication on the side of Middleton. A split push where your front line has already lost the battle and you still swing around and commit an ultimate and don't get a pick. That is huge lost value for Middleton of just overcommitment, thinking that he can win, you know, the 1v4 situation. So now Meridian Technical is looking to engage with the Blizzard even through the Gravitic Flux.
Wall came out and the tanks actually pushed forward, and I think that big split was the biggest thing that is going to lose this fight for Middleton here. No, Annihilator and Jet say we're still in it. We're down our Reinhardt, and it looks like as we go in here, this is anybody's fight. It is an all-out brawl on the cart. Soup looking for the eliminations, and Middleton is just going to fall back.
As they rightly should. They committed a lot to that fight, and Meridian Technical answered with the only 2 DPS ults that they had, and that Blizzard forced so much space to be given up that Middleton just had to give it up. So now Annihilator even swapping over to the Mei, finally recognizing she gets a ton of value on King's Row. Oh, especially with that wall, will set up a lot of his team plays, but Jet not having the Gravitic Flux and not getting elimination from it has hurt them. They're only going to have the sound barrier if they can even build it up here.
And as we go in here, the Law is going to initiate this fight. That is Meridian Technical already up 3. This might just be fight over for Middleton.
Fem Neptune with the quad. That's the team kill right at the tail end, and there they even get it rightfully deserved for Meridian Tech, but they're looking to set up this next team fight with either the Amplification Matrix to zone them out if they decide to get aggressive up to the archway, or open things up with the self-destruct, try to pull their attention away, and then just collapse in on them. This is something Middleton needs to be calling out, and they only have the sound barrier to answer it, maybe the Shatter if they can build it up.
Middleton has to win this fight. They will be at a time disadvantage no matter what happens, but even going down 2, it doesn't look like they're going to win this one. They might need to just hard reset and try to come back within the next 33 seconds because they only have 1 fight to make all of this work.
Yeah, they have 4 ultimates built up as the Tag Visor comes online, so they have the advantage to come in, but Meridian Technical is not going to let them have it, committing both the Visor and the Amplification Matrix. Once again, Malone goes down first. You need that sound barrier.
And it looks like they're waiting for the push. They have 15 seconds. The time is now or never, and with that purple, oh, there it is! The Shatter's going to come out and get the eliminations. Middleton isn't out of it yet. That charge went a little bit too far, though. That Smash Can is going to get taken down on that Reinhardt. If he had been on that cart, this might have looked a little bit different for that debuff, but Middleton is still in this fight. They want it, and Meridian Technical has a full recontest because of how long this all took. So Middleton has to be ready for that, and they have the ultimates to conceivably win this and take us to just a map.
Yeah, right now, Meridian Technical can easily engage with the Shatter as the tank players for Middleton aren't back yet. The Lucy didn't even go back to try to bury them back. It's just another ball. The Shatter does come out, doesn't land on anyone either.
Blizzard's going to come out and hopefully get some freezes here, and it looks like most of the members of both teams are frozen. No, yeah, Middleton. Meridian Technical's got the bigger freeze, and that looks like it's going to end up winning the fight for Middleton. Middleton is still in this off the back of, again, Annihilator on that Mei. They get to take this. Still at a time disadvantage, though.
Yeah, both Blizzards were committed, but thankfully Middleton was able to get it down first and get a lot of that damage out as so many members were already low. Now Middleton has to re-engage, ideally with the Nano Visor, as they'll give them so much aggression, but they have no answer for this high ground, which will cost them, especially as Smash Can goes down to Dragonfire, no less. And so Jet could initiate with the Gravitic Flux, but they're still pushing even down a member, now down 2.
And now at this point, Middleton is backing up. No, they're not backing up. They backed up, and then they go in. Jet is just going to pop off. Middleton is still in this fight. They say, don't count me out yet, Brenner, and they're going to push into Meridian Technical's spawn at this point, and Meridian Tech, they have the time to regroup, but Middleton needs to be on them to stop that from happening. Somebody get that Soldier 76. No, he's gonna get Jet instead as the fight re-begins on the Law gets the elimination onto Toast Malone. You've talking about it. This Lucio has fallen victim to a lot of ultimates going in here. Middleton is just slowly getting picked apart, but they have one final desperate attempt and no ultimates to do it with.
Yeah, they're running out of time. Smashkin even still pushing it, but that Jermaine Tank so far ahead. If he gets eliminated, that might just be the end of the push right now, and he's falling very low. Will be able to end up retreating. But once again, Malone getting very low. Now the side's coming out. All eyes on Lucio to stay alive, but losing secondary Tank, they can't touch in time!
And they don't even touch, and that's Meridian Tech. They're going to take it, and that is 2 maps to out. Meridian Tech is going to end up taking the grand finals of the Idaho High School Showdown. And we see Fem Neptune with that play of the game. Their aggression on that Reinhardt felt oppressive and unstoppable, and that's exactly what you want to be as a Reinhardt player. We see here, we watch them lay them out and get all of the follow-up eliminations.
Yeah, map number 2 securely in Meridian Tech's corner right now. So 1-1 in this best of 5.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, heading to a map 4 confirmed since Middleton was unable to secure it there. I mean, Jet had to push so far forward because Smashkin was so low. That ended up costing him. No other teammates were close enough as Malone was not there getting eliminated. I mean, that Lucio really being detrimental to them, but Meridian Tech able to pull it out. You can just see the excitement on stage of those players of how close that match was. They were that close to heading into overtime, which could have had too much going on of just... It would have been a huge reset that could have slowed down the pace and given them a bit of a refresher, which is something Meridian Tech didn't want because they had the ball rolling in their favor. They had lost the 2 team fights, but as soon as it came to that last one, the last-ditch effort, the adrenaline rushing, they brought it together. So now heading into a true escort map, they're still looking good here because they won the escort part of hybrid.
And at this point, it's still anybody's game. This is a best of 3, so whoever wins the next map is going to take it all in our grand finals Idaho High School Showdown. Runa, what is the biggest thing that you think Meridian Tech improved on going into this, winning this map?
Well, like I said at the beginning of this, Meridian Tech is really strong with escort maps. They're just very good about their positioning and playing in it. And so I think what they really solidified as, like, in both sections, like when both teams were playing defense, it was very apparent at the beginning that both of the defense just weren't set up well at the beginning point because both of them crumbled relatively quickly at the first area and then slowly tried to tighten it up towards the end. But Meridian Technical was really able to just tighten it down in that corridor and right up to the very end so that way they could just prevent them from pushing, because Middleton had a lot of really aggressive plays, and I think there was a couple of times we talked about like, oh, they're going to back off, and then they didn't, which benefited them surprisingly in a lot of situations, but that also opened them up a lot of times to just being taken out or losing resources, and I think Meridian Technical really did a good job of jumping into those opportunities.
So it really felt like Meridian Technical just had the coordinated aggression, just like you were talking about, Runa. And when somebody is in your face all the time, what can Middleton do about it, Brenner?
I mean, they definitely were capitalizing with their Reinhardt a lot of just start swinging. I was surprised that they didn't bring out a Brig at one point with how brawly it was just becoming. She would have greatly helped out the Rein in the front line on top of Jet as well, or even Jet swapping. I can't believe I'm saying this. Swapping over to the Roadhog would have worked. Yes, you are losing that barrier, but the Gravitic Flux only got eliminations when he was nanoed. So you're committing 2 ults to get 2 eliminations, which is fantastic, but they immediately were revenged eliminated. So heading to the final map of Junkertown, we're returning to it, and I still think we favor Meridian Tech, even though Annihilator's on the side of Middleton. He's a great sniper, but they have the better team play, and their tanks can be more aggressive, especially on that high ground where Middleton has yet to win the high ground battle. And with point number 2, you touched on it, it's some of the best high ground. You lose that, you lose the round.
And this feels a little bit like deja vu, because this is exactly what we saw in the group stage. We saw Kings Row and then Junkertown, and that actually ended up going the way of Meridian Tech. So I would love to just be a fly on the wall on the discussions that's happening, because they must have an adjusted, Middleton must have an adjusted strategy for Junkertown. What do you think that might be?
Hopefully Sigma Orisa still works, but you have to give that up after the first point because of how brawly it gets. You have to be able to adjust over to the Rein, even the Zarya, or you go full commit to the dive, which is something we still have yet to see. Meridian Technical has pulled it off. Even we've talked about again and again of how they've had the adaptability to go into any strategy and make it work, especially with dive, because then it allows Daydream to be on that Mercy and have those reses. Whether on attack or defense, Mercy works amazingly on Junkertown. ground. So, and especially with the high ground. So I would love to see a D.Va Winston on attack with a Orisa Sigma on defense, because it works out so well of how they counteract each other is you either keep it at a distance or they're in your face and you're brawling, which is why even the swap over to the Reinhardt for first point could work as long as you hold that corner and this off to the side point. But through the silhouettes, we saw Bastion Sigma wrecking ball. So it seems that they're kind of going the 3-and-3 strat of 3 on cart and 3 go up and disrupt.
That was going to be my next question. Do you think that the Bastion will be able to get the value that we saw from Middleton last time?
Not against a Hanzo and an Ashe.
That is fair. That Bastion will have to play extremely carefully here, and it looks like it is Annihilator on the Bastion trying to see what they can do as Soup is back on that Hanzo.
Ooh, he's waiting to show his face as well, trying to keep them guessing. Maybe it's a sniper, maybe it's not. He's finally showing his face, and that's been called out. Ooh, he has no way over, so he's going to have to go through the building, try to contest. They still don't have eyes on him yet, but they've already lost their main tank, and now secondary DPS. They're going to have to reset for the push, and taking so long to come out of spawn is what cost him, because the rest of his members kind of got overly aggressive peeking. When they have double snipers, you're gonna get called out for that.
It felt like that wasn't even a fight. That was just people going in, but Meridian Technical was already up 1 because it took Annihilator so long to rotate. They were just immediately taken down, but Meridian Technical still hasn't laid eyes on that Bastion yet. So far, Annihilator still has the element of surprise.
Yeah, you see Soup is looking for that cheeky behind angle and is able to find it onto the Roadhog, which is the one person you probably won't be able to eliminate. Still using that scouting arrow. Still unable to find it, but now the Reinhardt even swapping over should give you a key that they planned something. The Bastion finally shows himself, but is immediately having to take out a turret for him because he did not have the shield up. It was already burned down so much thanks to that Hanzo and Ashe.
And straight down main, it looks like that Bastion is going to set up. Now the fight is actually, no, the fight is beginning. The ultimates are being committed. Annihilator is immediately going to take down the Bob, but in exchange, Toast Malone is going to go down. Toast Malone on that off support is having a very difficult time staying alive. Meridian Technical is just on him all day, every day. Daydream going to get the res onto Dragonfire, but the law is the price for that at the hands of Annihilator. Meridian Tech is still in this, but Middleton has the advantage with both supports and their main tank.
Yeah, now even swapping over to the Roadhog to match the aggression coming out from Middleton. Annihilator still on this Bastion is a very risky play as the Double Dragons come out. Jet falling to half HP could be capitalized on if Meridian Technical decides to get aggressive here. They still have the Amplification Matrix as well if Middleton decides to answer it with their own aggression, but losing the Ashe, now down another player able to answer onto the Ryan. This is where you want to get aggressive.
That res was not stopped. The Discord Orb came out. The heals were there. Meridian Technical has managed to fully reset, and Annihilator just has to get out.
And there's no way he's getting out unless he's going off the edge, as the Law wins the 1v1 of the Roadhogs, even with the hook, no less. Annihilator still alive with the Ana in the corner. Has anyone tried to answer? She gets away? Okay. She needed to be eliminated there. That Ana was alive for way too long behind enemy lines. That is something you need to collapse on. They're able to get it. But also I'd like to touch on how quickly Eternal Flame built up that Bob for first team fight, even before Soup with the Double Dragons. And you know that Middleton is looking to engage with the Nano and possibly even tank form, but with a pick on the Jet, who's just peeking angles with no DPS to even support him, is a huge miscommunication.
I don't think the Bastion's working. Do you think there's an acceptable swap, or do you think the Bastion is working?
If they commit the Nano tank, maybe it might get value, but this is the issue we've seen from Middleton before. They overcommit and just need to accept that this is a lost cause, swap off of it. You need to go to something that can deal with double snipers.
And it looks like Daydream is going to be taken out. Can't res yourself. This might be the push Middleton has been waiting all map for, but Annihilator's going to go down. Dragonfire, there's no supports from Meridian Technical. Middleton is still in this, and they're going to keep hard pushing Eternal Flame, seeing what they can do with that Bob commit, but Middleton's committing their own ultimate, still pushing. Meridian Tech has a recontest, but it'll be staggered, and Middleton will be looking to pick them in rotation.
Middleton committed every ultimate that they had to win a single team fight. Now in overtime, they only have the Shatter to defend and Transcendence if they can build it enough, but Meridian Technical needs to be calling that out and have their target priorities down, and taking down Soup, who jumped way too early, is a great start.
And it looks like Toast Malone is also going to go down, so these teams are evenly trading. That is supports down for Meridian. No, Daydream is still in it. Somebody stop the res! The res is, no, the res is going to be just voluntarily ended by Dream. Understandably so, they needed to live through that. And it looks like Meridian Technical has been pulled apart by Middleton, and now because Meridian Technical was eliminated, so staggered there, walk me through what the strategy should be, point 2.
I mean, Mr. Ratburn did a ton of work for Middleton on that final push. He survived it all, got the flashbang value onto the Sigma and the elimination as his rest of the team took down the Immortality field coming out from Dragonfire. Meridian Technical needs to hold this high ground and get the value. They used 2 Bobs and only ever got a single elimination from both of the Bobs. It was not the value you wanted from the Ashe, so I really enjoy seeing the swap over to the Soldier 76 to try to mirror match that. And also you need to be able to deal with Smash Can if he gets into the backline, and it supports that extra little bit of healing in case you do end up losing that extra healer. So right now Middleton needs to recognize that and have their target priorities maybe even onto the front line because the backline can sustain for so long.
And it looks like as this fight is going to begin, actually, both teams are kind of like looking for each other right now, but the fight really hasn't started. And right as I say that, Meridian Technical is going to move right on the cart. Neptune is trying to get on there, but with that Discord Orb, can't quite push as far as they'd really like to, is now trying to get back in this fight with the support of their teammates. Middleton is slowly but steadily pushing this cart as the fight continues. No eliminations coming out. Tranquility is going to give Middleton the aggression that they really need, but Eternal Flame is ready to answer that. Meridian Technical, still having a strong defense as ultimates are committed. The fight has gone on long enough. Now it's time for Visor. Now it's time for Amplification Matrix. And Meridian Technical is just going to win that very extended fight.
Yeah, definitely an overcommit of the ultimate usage. They did not need to use both the double dragons and the Visor. Visor was unable to get value because they were already running away from the dragon. So now answering it with their own nano visor that's simply just going to be line of sighted and ran away from. Mines even to help cut off the rotations back onto cart. Too far forward. It's been a miscommunication from Middleton.
A big anti is going to come out and prevent Eternal Flame from pushing as far as they would like to. But immediately after I said that, they're going to get that. Dragonfire is still down though for Meridian Technical, and with no res, now might be the time for Middleton to push. No, they don't have the members to commit to this push, even as Meridian Technical is down their main support.
So now Annihilator swapping over to the Junkrat might help with the shields, but the Soldier 76 was not working for him. Even the Nano being committed was an issue for Middleton. They just need to throw whatever they could, but can they even get to the cart in time?
It looks like they are. We are sending to overtime. A massive shatter coming out from Fed Neptune, who got played in the game last time. They're still alive, though. They will get purple. Now is the time to play classic. Middleton, you need to push that Reinhardt. It looks like they will be unable to do so off the back of an amazing the law bomb. And you got to think that's probably fight from Middleton here as they run out of members to even contest this card.
Yeah, Smash Game was all the way back in spawn, so Meridian Technical will take it on point number 2. Once again, this is the definition of deja vu at Junkertown right now between these two teams. And huge miscommunication issues on the side of Middleton of they use the nano visor, and Meridian Technical's so far ahead of where they are that they can just walk away and no value was gained from them. Whereas on the side of Meridian Technical, they had the same issue of they committed both DPS ults and didn't get an elimination from either of them. Yes, they forced them out of the space, but you only needed one of them to do that. So I think both teams have had their issues, but Meridian Technical, having the better team skill and adaptability, have been running away with it.
And it looks like, as we said, the cart isn't very far off from where it was before the last time we revisited this map with these two teams. It actually was just a little bit further back. What major adjustment does Middleton need to make, whether it's hero swaps or strategy or something else?
I would actually really like to see Annihilator back on the off-tank role. They've been doing work on the DPS role, but I think that when they are on the off-tank, they are able to determine a lot more when the fights take place because they are the aggressive off-tank. That forces kind of their main tank to meet that level and the rest of the team to follow suit, which allows them to win more of those team fights because Meridian Technical is used to just having, you know, the aggressive Bastion that didn't even work out for them. He needs the bigger health pool so he can survive through it, even like the Roadhog, and be that one-man army. So I hope that comes through, but instead they're going to go for the Genji defense.
And it looks like that Genji will probably be trying to be in your backline. We do have a pause here. What's your thought process on that Genji?
maybe they were expecting kind of the pirate ship to come out from Meridian Technical of their own Bastion since they ran it on King's Row, but seeing as how badly it flopped on the attack for Middleton, there's no reason why Meridian Technical should have ran it. So I think it was hopefully swapped out maybe after the first death. The Ash is a great pick. The Jet is great. Smash Can on the Roadhog, when you're not holding high ground at all, is a bit of an issue, especially with how far the cart's already been moved and no one's even shown their face.
It looks like Middleton wants to take this engage around the corner, which they are doing. Ratburn is getting a lot of poke there. The fight is no. Middleton just keeps falling back and giving him space.
Yeah,
They're
Jet's
trying
down to half HP, and Soup's just having a field day, having all of this space, and there goes your secondary tank.
They couldn't back up fast enough, even as they were gathering the space. That is tank for tank trade. We go in here, main tank for main tank. Now is the time. Middleton can be aggressive here because they're not walking into that Reinhardt, and it looks like actually it's Meridian Technical that's being aggressive with that target focus, making sure there's a Dragonfire again picked in the rotations. It feels like this has become a trend. Middleton, even if they lose the fight, they're consistently able to get the Baptiste. Wow. It would just be nice to see some of their members survive after eliminating the Baptiste.
Yeah, you see the Law just immediately waiting to swap off the Widow over to the Cole Cassidy, which is a needed pick, but the Law, being that one army, is exactly what I wanted to see Annihilator do for the Middleton to try to come back and have a win here, because Meridian Technical is just snowballing at this point. They're about to have Visor online and Amplification Matrix. Middleton still does not even have Annihilator in this fight.
And as we set up here, it looks like Meridian Technical, by all rights, has the ability to aggress on his Eternal Flame. Is going for the flank so far.
He gets it,
he gets the value on Toast Malone. Didn't even turn. That's a trade for a trade, which is pretty good considering all the ways a backline flank can go. But at this point, Middleton now is up and Dragonfire down. Meridian Technical is forced to fall back.
Yeah, they had the Reinhardt shield full break, even setting it on the cooldown, so they lost a member as well, so they had to play just fully back. But having 3 ultimates, soon to be 4 with the sound barrier built up as well, Middleton doesn't really have an answer. They only have the Nano, the Gravitic Flux, and Bob coming online, so the Meridian Technical can just walk forward with everything they got. Ooh. And proof is in the pudding. They already lost the support.
And that's how you Visor, you get Toast Malone down. The Law is just going to be taken out by that Sigma ult in the air. The fight has just devolved under this brawl on the point, and Middleton is shockingly trading and winning that brawl, even though they don't have the comp for it.
Yeah, here I thought that Middleton didn't have an answer for it, but the nanoed whole hog came in clutch, as well as Bob just dishing out constant damage from the backline. We did see the Law try to push him away, but Middleton has to hold them out for a whole nother 3 minutes and 45 seconds without a single ult against the Deadeye and the soon-to-be Shatter coming online. The closest thing they have is Sound Barrier, but even then, Toast has been getting picked off first. He might not even have a chance to charge it up for this fight. And Meridian Technical's taking high ground again, and no one called the rotations.
And it looks like they're going down. Middleton is understandably falling back
no sound barrier.
They have the high ground here. They will get the elimination. Meridian Technical is now up 2-3. This might just be fight. This might end up being map 3 unless Middleton can pull out some miracle individual play. And Mr. Ratburn's going to try, but unable to get it. And that is Idaho High School Showdown. Meridian Tech winning Junkertown.
Yeah, hard-earned to say the least. I mean, they had a pretty good dominating victory in the early stage against Middleton, but Middleton brought it back and made it 2 very close games on the last 2 maps. But Junkertown, Middleton really brought it back and showed why they deserve this title right now. And a great play of the game, actually for Middleton as well, from kind of their last-ditch effort of that last team fight, but they needed to protect the Lucio for the sound barrier and unable to do so.
It all comes back to Doc's keys to the game, right? Tempo, tempo, tempo. That's one of the Overwatch ones. Meridian Technical was definitely in control of who was aggressing and when they were aggressing and why they were aggressing, and they did a fantastic job. But that's not to say that Middleton didn't have their bright spots. Meridian Tech just barely one-upped them there, 1-2 in our Idaho High School Showdown Grand Finals.
Yeah, finishing it out with a bang here. So Meridian Technical taking the championships away. And if I have to talk about player of the game, it's going to be next to impossible because so many of these members had their moment in the sun. Jet with player of the game on that Sigma doing work and even playing the Doomfist on Oasis. We had the law on the Roadhog getting a quad on the Roadhog, which is something we never see. We've seen both DPSs on the side of Meridian Tech. We've seen Annihilator again and again and again. It's up for grabs from anyone.
And I would again specifically like to highlight, I'd like to highlight Daydream on the Mercy, but I also really want to go back to Annihilator because Middleton really had a hard fight. They really tried their best this whole time. All day we have been in this arena playing Overwatch, trying our best here, and I think Annihilator was one of the most consistent performers for Middleton. Runa, do you have anybody specific you'd like to highlight on your team of Meridian Tech?
I don't know if I have like a ton of specifics. I think overall the team played really solid this round and was able to push back. They got that high ground and were just able to mow down Middleton, and Middleton wasn't able to keep up that good defense. I'd say that the Fem Neptune did a really solid job keeping up the shields, keeping everyone protected and getting in there. And as always, Eternal Flame was doing a really good job laying on the DPS. And of course, Daydream and the other supports were just keeping them backed up no matter what was going on.
It does feel like in this player of the game discussion, Dragonfire was somebody that specifically we would have highlighted earlier, and they did a phenomenal job. But I think Middleton also did a good job of responding to the kind of like player of the game energy that Dragonfire was just exuding, and got the constant picks onto the Baptiste. But even so, Meridian Tech just continued to be aggressive. So I guess we'll see who the player of the game ends up being here. And it looks like it will go to the Law, no less.
Very well deserved. I mean, we talked about this earlier. Highlighting any off tanks, especially while they still exist, is what you want to do. And the D.Va plays were on point, knocking people off the edge, getting huge self-destructs, even remech kills, which is one of your personal favorites.
Oh, yeah.
And then coming in clutch with the Roadhog, landing hook after hook with the wombo combo that is Roadhog, and even self-sustaining so his healers don't have to focus him down as much, can keep the Fem Neptune alive. It was a great wombo combo, so well deserved.
And you see in that kill feed, all of it's just the Law, and that was several times. The Law is always there to follow up on that damage, and the ICCU player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. The Law is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. They came, they saw, they laid down the Law, the remix against Middleton all day today. So, Runa, I'm going to throw it to you for any final thoughts you have on this matchup and an amazing victory for Meridian Tech.
Yeah, I think it was a really interesting game because they were definitely kind of just opposites of each other. Middleton had a very strong offense. They were just really good at pushing in and being aggressive, while Meridian Technical was just really solid on their defense. So it was really interesting to see them compete against each other because it was really just came down to who could be better at that role that they excelled at. And in the end, it turns out Meridian Technical was able to keep up a good enough defense and then following up with a solid enough attack to crumble their Middleton's own defense.
The reward for a successful defense is you now have the opportunity to aggress, and Meridian understood that and played to it. Do you have final thoughts, Brenner?
I think Middleton has learned a lot coming away from this, especially to not have an aggressive Lucio, I think, by the end of it, because that was a huge crux for them, as well as an attack Torb on second point of Junkertown is probably not the best idea, but they went for it because that's what they had going on. But on the side of Meridian Technical, I mean, amazing play all the way around. They had usually pretty good restraint with their ults. I'd say that's probably the one point I'd want to see tighten up. But other than that, I mean, there's a reason why they won this. I mean, they were phenomenal. They had really good individual play and the best team play, so well deserved.
And with that, we do have our top 5 plays of the game. With those final thoughts, we are going to get into those. And the top 5 plays are presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering a $20,000 bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. As we take a short break, enjoy these top plays, and be sure to come right back after the break because we've still got more Idaho High School Showdown games the rest of today.
All about the high ground control.
And it does look like that is Middleton that has the high ground control first, which is one of the most important things to get. Somebody get Tracer off your Mercy there. Cole Cassidy didn't even look at him. But Blue Onyx Ace is going to live anyway, just by pure merit running. They're not going to get that res, though. Middleton, that was a little bit of a that was a little too.
Went to answer them. They didn't have the shields to protect them either. That's the issue running, and maybe the defense matrix wasn't up either. So hopefully we can see that improve for this next fight of prioritize your healers, keeping them alive.
And Jeff's going to come in with that huge step off and immediately flip the point in Middleton's favor here. Meridian Tech can't afford to lose this, though. 99 to
Junkrat getting huge value.
And it looks like that site is going to be committed, but it's not going to be enough. Why? Blue Onyx, no! You fed him the... Oh, you fed that. And it looks like Eternal Flame is going to go in and get that elimination. A huge visor. The members of Middleton were not ready for it. They were walking into it. They weren't prepared. What would have been an overcommit.
Which will cost them, especially as Smash King goes down to Dragonfire, no less. As so Jet could initiate with the Gravitic Flux, but they're still pushing even down a member. Now down 2.
And now at this point, Middleton is backing up. No, they're not backing up. They backed up. And then they go in. Jet is just going to pop off. Middleton is still in this.
Yeah, right now, Meridian Tech can easily engage with the Shatter as the tank players for Middleton aren't back yet. The Lucy didn't even go back to try to bury them back. Like, it's just another ball. The Shatter does come out, doesn't land on anyone either.
Blizzard's going to come out and hopefully get some freezes here, and it looks like most of the members of both teams are frozen. No, yeah, Middleton. Meridian Technical's got...
the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, and you're watching our coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown as top Idaho High School gamers compete to see who has the stuff this year. My name is Brandon Redhouse Koziansik, and joining me is a good friend of mine named Bertel, who is wearing the ref jersey as he was reffing earlier, as that's what he likes to call it.
I was reffing.
Yeah, for sure. But overall, we got some Smash going on here. Smash has been pretty fun so far.
Yeah.
And I think the first map was pretty close. I mean, we had a couple. I think the first game of it, the crew battle, was pretty fun. The second one was a little crazy. The Sora went off here, but you could kind of hoping to see anyone or any characters maybe.
I mean, Sora popping off was super cool, especially with him kind of being newer to the roster. Seeing how people can learn their strengths and weaknesses is super cool. I like the Wolf throwback, though. That guy popped off,
He popped off. He came in, he was like, I was the anchor. Like, you haven't even seen me yet. But I
have a personal bias.
I think we got to work on the music selection, though.
You think it's
we got to work on it. We got to work on it a little bit.
Like, put on the intro song.
Okay, there was one where it was the KK Rider one on that map. That was great.
Yeah.
We love Village with the KK Rider. That slams. But
that's a different meta.
Normal theme sometimes. Like, come on, man. Where's the Sephiroth theme at?
That's what I'm
Where's
saying.
the Final Fantasy songs? There was one. There was the Xenoblade 2 one. That goes hard.
Yeah.
We love that one.
Just give me some Ganondorf. I'll be a happy man. I know it won't happen, but I just want it.
You were trying to bribe someone earlier.
$1.
Yeah,
but the offer's still on the table.
Yeah, okay. They got State to win.
True.
All right. Doc's Key is a game which is brought to us by Drop In Gaming, and Super Smash Bros. Going to punish those openings. Look for the 2-frame. Win in neutral, and don't forget to taunt. Drop In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. Make sure you check that out. We love Drop In Gaming.
Pretty sick.
It is sick. And now we are going to be getting into it. It seems like Minico High School is going to be on the right side, and Jerome will be on the left side. And the biggest thing, of course, on this crew battle is always got to keep track of the stock counts. You always see that in the top left. Hey, we see Sephiroth.
I peeked it, and I got excited.
We have Cat God versus Gunner, who is playing Samus.
A lot of kind of brutal forced frontal versus this kind of zoning through the Samus. We'll see.
Both pretty ranged characters. Like, Sephiroth definitely has a lot of range going with him, and so does Samus. Samus has a lot of zoning tools. Ooh, we're going to see an SD pretty early there from Cat God, and in these crew battles, that means a lot here, because you're not playing a best of 3, it's a best of 1.
Right. Yeah, if you...
Sephiroth going for it.
Trying to go for some cheeky moves.
Yeah, say his counter, Sephiroth has a different counter where he can throw out his counter, and he'll still, like, do damage after. It doesn't have to hit anything.
Yeah, it has like end lag to it.
Well, it also has like an actual hitbox after. It doesn't matter if you hit nothing. So this is kind of going the matchup where you're seeing a lot of neutral being played, which is just kind of this middle of the map here of kind of throwing something out. Great uppie into neutral. Now Sephiroth has the one wing, as the one wing angel makes it so he has an extra jump there.
We're getting a little buffs across the board.
Oh, great counter.
Nice counter there as well. Goes for the second charge of the B and goes for it as well.
That's not going to kill. He's just going for it again.
Wow.
The final spark. It works out.
It is so cool and so powerful, but such a big risk.
And the Sephiroth music is not playing. This is Pokemon Stadium, though, but this is like one of the mid-Pokemon songs, not going to lie.
I can't even hear it, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's the same.
You just know.
Okay, we still 102 percent. If they can at least get that stock down at the end of the day, it's pretty fine. Like, I think the biggest thing about crew battles is like if you're gonna lose, at least lose one stock left to one stock left, because then it's like okay, they only have one stock, right?
Yeah, you don't want to let them go into the next round 2 stocks up.
Yeah, like
it's so swingy.
Like as Cat God here, you definitely want to just take one more if you can. Oh, he's already at one wing.
So one wing, almost to rage. It's a dangerous place for a Sephiroth to be for an opponent, though.
Yeah, 2 up airs kind of into each other. Oh, does go for the down smash, though, but he was still in the air, so it's kind of a weird hitbox.
Nice slide.
Yeah, down tilt. Okay, good forward air from Samus here. I don't know if they have a charge ball ready to go. Should shoot that for zoning. Great try for the... Okay.
Oh, barely.
Recovery. Oh,
nice.
Actually read him there. And Jerome going to go up 2 stocks there.
Yeah.
Because remember, it doesn't matter how much percent you actually take. It's just you have to actually lose the stock there. So I think staying with that 2 stocks is really good at the start there.
Yeah, Gunner, true to their name, really did.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
With the gun operation. That
Dark Samus too, which is the better choice.
Cool.
I'm going to say that right now. I always like Dark Samus more.
Zero Suit Samus?
No. Zero Suit's cool. It's just normal Samus versus Dark Samus.
Sad. Dark Samus is obviously the better choice.
We know this.
And then you pick like Dark
you,
Link
but better.
and Dark Toon Link.
That's not the same.
Skins.
That's just skins.
Yeah, but it's like the same mentality.
Yeah, it is an echo fighter at the end of the day, which is a good term for something.
Haven't seen much Final Destination. I know that a lot of the time it's been banned. You know, roughing out there.
We saw more than I thought we would.
Yeah.
Like overall, I mean, usually it's like not played at all. A lot of Pokemon Stadium, which is like pretty standard. I feel like at this point it's like, okay, well, I pick Pokemon Stadium, and then Pokemon Stadium, and then Pokemon Stadium, and then Pokemon Stadium 2, which is the same thing. It's just the new one. Because there's no hazards available, so it's like it's literally the same map. It's just the old version versus the, like, the same version. We saw one, I think, Town and City, which is like the Animal Crossing map, which is really fun. I actually like that map a lot with like the moving platforms and things like that. I think Kalos is a counter pick, and then same with Yoshi's, and a lot of people just hate those maps. Right. Finally, Lilat, which used to be a legal stage, has finally been banned. Thankfully, it was the most buggy map of all time. Yeah. So, and just like you said, I think it's going to be FD here, the final destination.
There you go.
Ooh, some King K rule, another one here.
It's got did already take the stock down.
Yep, get the stock, and so now it's a 3v2 here. Any stock Gunnar takes is already just going to be a win, by the way. That's just kind of how these things work.
King K rule operates in such a cool and unique fashion, too. Yeah, you can clearly see
super armor there.
The range and the melee just super combative.
Yep. You'll see a lot of super armor kind of hits there where the thing is you can only do it so many times, though, because if you look at like King K roll, you'll see like the belly crack. Right. And if it cracks like 3 times, I'm pretty sure you just basically lose like you would a shield. Gunnar kind of chaining into it, though. Ooh, great forward tilt there from King K. Another one. Kind of playing this edge. Oh, we'll try to look for a grab there, I'm pretty sure, but unfortunately didn't land.
I think Gunnar realizes he has to try and play more aerial combat.
Oh, there's a great downbeat counter right there. See, like now the belly has a little bit of a crack in it.
Poor guy.
Oh, great try there. Did not hit the spike hitbox, though. But actually does get him down there. So Nether already doing a great job here. If Nether can actually get this stock without losing anything, that's going to be the most ideal situation.
Right, because he'll still be stuck at 3-3, but yeah, it gets the ceiling.
Gunnar a little bit of a down throw.
It's a little low of a ceiling, but that's okay.
A little down throw action. Ooh, gets that charge up, 35 HP, or 30%. Not bad. Just shooting. Okay, another down B. Ooh, he wanted to get, you know, the wind suck there. You can mash out of that, so that's why he did the up tilt there. If you like wait too long, he'll just actually mash out of that, especially in early percents. Great up tilt again. Pretty low here. If he can keep this stock, I think that's the most ideal situation, right? Oh, great counter again. Now they're doing a great job of these counters and playing pretty like. Definitely playing enough with respect on Gunnar, right? Because Gunnar just wants to just kind of run away, and he's like staying close enough to not allow him to like just sit there constantly, but being able to punish as well.
The full charge.
He's just he's trying to game him, but it looks like Gunnar's just kind of holding it.
Oh, still having
shoots the other way.
Misses, does not find the punish there.
Wow, great dash attack there. Gets another one. Now no matter what, he's going to have 1 stock left, but Gunnar might even look to take 2. Yeah.
5 total just for Gunnar alone.
Great back air. Good job there by Nether One. Just pick it down. But Gunnar got a total of 5 stocks there, so that's an insane job by Gunnar. Yeah, I mean, like I said, that's a great job for Jerome High School there, and you're already up 2 stocks at this point. And it's something different because it's like when you go into the next game, it's your teammate's going in 3 stocks versus 1, so it's like. Okay, at this point, you just need to get 1 stock if you really want to. And if you have a lead, it's like you have that, that wiggle room of like, okay, well, if I lose the first stock, it's fine. But if I just get the second stock, then it's like, okay, well, now we still have that 2 stock lead that I was going with. So overall, it's like when you're in the driver's seat on these kind of these crew battles, you definitely want to keep that thing. But as well as, you definitely need someone to kind of pop off here as well. So kind of look at the roster here.
Oh, no.
Love seeing the roster.
I saw a plushie Jigglypuff in the audience. I see a player named Jigglypuff.
And of course, this is brought to you by Count Identity Trust Global Network. Delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and enables personalized customer experiences for more than 9,000 leading brands. That's Count. Check that out.
We're going to see a Jigglypuff today?
Maybe. That'd be cool. I think Jiggly's actually, as people, honestly, I think she's kind of hype. I think her rest is actually insanely hype.
Yeah.
And I think it's like there's a lot of like combos into it. So like, people are just like, well, rest, okay, but it's like you have to like actually, there's a lot of combos that are like go into it. That's actually pretty cool. So I do love seeing the rest of it.
Jigglypuff not as much of a terror as they used to be in former games.
Yeah, like Melee.
Good. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can't just time people out in this game like you can in Melee. You probably could if you really tried to. We've definitely seen the Buzz, which is a pro player. Notorious for being lame, but he's still a really good player. That's what people call it.
W's a W.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, a W's a dub. Just don't be Hungry Bucks. That's all.
Just don't be Hungry
Don't
Bucks.
pop off because you time someone. Ooh, so Mr. Game & Watch. So the funniest thing about Game & Watch in terms of Ultimate is he actually used to be a notoriously pretty bad character.
Yeah.
But he got the good frame data in Ultimate. So he has insanely good frame data, has a lot of good combos. You can basically just have a free up B at a shield. And so he has a lot of options to deal with. So he's really fun character, honestly, in this game. He is pretty frustrating to play against, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But overall, a very fun character to watch.
Yeah, especially when you always get 9-hammered and you only 1-hammer people.
Yeah, it definitely has that RNG factor of, like, you have that opportunity if you have a comeback mechanic, but it's like you have to hope it aligns. Ooh, up tilt out of that.
16, though.
Getting close to kill. It's like Game & Watch actually is decently light. Not the, like, one of the lighter end characters, but
he's like
mid. Yeah, not too heavy. Oh, KK roll. Oh, right. Wow, and just like that, Nether gets a stock, which is exactly what they need. They definitely need Nether to get like another one here at least to kind of even things out.
Yeah. And King K. Rool being so chunky both in his
like that.
weight
Oh, he goes under it. Yep.
Nice.
That's the thing about small characters. If they have down tilt with these small characters, you can actually dodge moves.
So small.
Yep. Oh, great forward tilt there.
Oh. He's got the helicopter coming out.
Oh, doesn't get him with the key there. It was a great try.
Would have been a great spike. Oh, the bacon coming out.
Oh.
Somebody. Nair's there.
Yeah.
Nair's as well.
Okay. Just because the side B crown does lose it, though, which is actually kind of big for that neutral game. Dr. Salt looking to kind of get Nether in this stock so we can have that 2 stocks for last time.
Clutch here out of nowhere. More bacon coming through. Nice down air. And
ooh, and Nether definitely can have an opportunity to get this an extra stock. And Salt just really wants to get this last stock. I do want to say it is kind of funny how this guy's name is Dr. Salt when he plays Game & Watch because it kind of goes hand in hand.
Right.
People get really mad at Game & Watch players. Okay. Ooh, nice back air from Nether there. And he does take 2, so he definitely is doing his job here.
Trying to just even this up as much as he can. It's 10-10 right now. Only be about 1 lead. Either way.
Jabbing him. He has 162%. All he needs is just one little move here. Oh, wow, that actually cancels out. I haven't seen too many uppies here from Dr. Salt as well, which is a really good move in neutral. I think he can utilize that a little bit.
Right.
Maybe a little back air. Looking for a tilt. Oh, hits with the bottom tilt. A little sewer drain. Yeah, I think he died. I think he stopped his DI there. Yeah. And so his directional input probably went the other way, and he ended up going down. But he did get literally 2 stocks there, and he had 1. So that's a dub for Nether right there for sure. I mean, of course, Dr. Salt did his job kind of getting that 1, but yeah.
What is this?
It's an Idaho Spud.
What is that?
It's a candy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Never had one.
You live in Idaho, man.
I haven't always lived in Idaho.
Yeah, you lived here for like how many years now?
A lot.
Yeah, okay.
I've seen them, but...
But like I said, going on the games, though, he has 1 stock left, so I think they're up 1 stock now.
Yeah,
instead of 2.
10-9.
Yeah, instead of 2, there are now 1, which is, I guess,
huge.
Something. I think if you can keep small in that gap, and I think all it comes down to is kind of 1 game to kind of go your way.
Yeah.
I think that's the cool thing about crew battles is like, if one person does pop off, they can do a lot of damage on this. And so,
yeah.
And it's also like, okay, well, do we want our best player to go first? Do we want our best player in the middle? Do we want our best player at the end? And then, you know, I thought it was a good plan earlier. Like, okay, we'll have our anchor be our best player earlier. And then they threw him in there at the second game. And he just dominated on that wolf. So they'll see those. That was, I think it was.
Is it Berkeley?
Yeah, no. It starts with a B.
Burlo.
I don't know. I think it's Burlo, maybe? Burlo? I don't know.
Burley?
Yeah, I think it's Burley, yeah. But they won, so.
They did.
And then the grand finals, which will be after this.
You have that pop-off player.
Of course, yeah. All it takes is 1 like really good match for you to have. I mean, you could have literally all day have bad matches, but if you can get those stocks, that's all that matters.
Well, this will be an interesting matchup.
Yep. Going into our third. Oh, Yoshi. So Yoshi is a very interesting character in this game where he is a heavy. He is a heavy character, and he actually has a lot of super armor moves, and he has armor moves as well. So he actually can tank a lot of moves. And he doesn't have like a recovery, so a lot of the things you'll see with a lot of Yoshi players, the annoying thing they do is they throw a lot of eggs at you.
Right.
And then also you'll see a lot of down Bs, which is like, they'll eat you and for percentage.
Right.
Because the egg doesn't have a lot of knockback, but it gets you a lot of free percent.
Right.
And that's what people have to think about. So.
Yeah, it's hard to trade it too.
Yeah. Jerome is now leading by 1 stock here with Dr. Salt. Let's see if he can get a stock here, but M230 is kind of giving some work here. Playing the woolly Yoshi, which I do appreciate. Oh, nice parry there.
Respect. Great game.
Hitting him with the, oh!
That's out.
Okay, M230 says, I'll even this out really quick. And wow. He hit him with like 4 up airs and then just forward smash and called it a day. He's like, all right, see ya, who's next?
Yeah, he didn't have to do too much more than that. As you mentioned, Yoshi able to just tack on the percentage with ease, and that just ended up what happened. Do you answer with like another heavy character?
I think in stuff like this, it's like Smash is interesting because like there's counter matchups, but it's like
not
usually
like
you have your character,
games,
so it's like you definitely just kind of use your character when you can, and then it's like maybe you have like a second pick or a third pick that you're like maybe in these scenarios I'll play them, but like Smash has so many flow charts of matchups anyways, so it's like you can main a character, but if you don't know anyone who plays like, you know, Yoshi, for example, you're not going to have any experience against that character until you actually play a Yoshi player.
And good luck.
And that's the thing is like some of these players that like don't play as these popular characters, people have no experience against them, so you're like you kind of just have to like play what you know and you're used to and then go from there. So
and the roster is expansive, like beyond that of many other games. So it's difficult to try and say, yeah, I'm pretty comfortable in every matchup because you don't see all of them.
Yeah, I mean that's why the pro players are really insane with it, right? They can play any matchup, and we're gonna go. Oh, another Game & Watch. Ramu actually going with another. It looks like seems like I think it's Jerome has a lot of Game & Watch players.
Good.
We love that. I love Game & Watch. I actually think it's really fun to play, watch. Maybe not play, but watch. Okay, we'll see Yoshi kind of playing some neutral here. A little back and forth. We'll see a lot of that B move has an insane amount of armor, which it means like if things hit it, it actually will just go through it. And it has that little bottom hitbox or like that animation. You'll see that it actually is a hitbox.
The kind of
the spread out there. So it's actually super annoying if like you're playing around it. You will get hit by that.
It's powerful.
Yeah, a lot of down airs too. Has a lot of multiple hitboxes.
So chunky too.
Ooh, almost tried to go for the forward air, but had a great up tilt there.
Matchstick, yeah, good call.
Kind of shooting a lot of those gusts up here. Ooh. Tries to keep going down, beat underneath.
Oh, nice read. Pulled out the chair.
Yeah, Ramu. He's burning him. He's literally burning him. Oh, M230.
Despite Incineroar being like the wrestler character, Mr. Game & Watch is also the wrestler character.
He's pretty fun.
He'll hit you with a chair.
He throws sausage at you. He's throwing bacon and sausage at you. Yeah. He throws breakfast at you. He says, I don't want that. He's keys, too.
Keys, matches, can turn into
He's just a funny
octopus.
jank character, like the way he moves and stuff like that. Yeah. He's like he's a 2D character in a 3D game, so it's pretty fun to see.
He's going to drop bombs.
Great nair, too. Using that good usage of that. Yoshi's still playing the neutral, has control.
Nice.
It is 8-8, so this match is going to basically whoever decides who has the lead in this match here. Because they evened it up from last game.
With how these two players are playing, I don't think either team are going to escape with a two-stock
great
lead.
Down tilt there.
We'll have to see.
Yoshi's still playing this neutral, playing up in the air. Giving us a try. He's flying.
Doesn't find any success.
Great forward air. Oh, there's the snipe right there, yeah. Throwing it high, almost gets him there. Oh, great up air by M230 and gets another one, yeah. Okay, Ramu has one stock left. Definitely wants to at least at the bare minimum get one stock here from M230. Because at the very least you want to have one stock. One stock lead isn't that bad.
And with as minimal damage on your chart as possible. Only at 8%. Might be able to find it.
And just like that, yep.
8% is not a lot. This is almost, well, now that they're at 26, it's a big difference.
Yeah, can go either way here.
Either way.
Right momentum. Whoever wins this, like I said, gets that advantage of having one extra stock of the opponent, which could kind of swing from that.
Yeah, with how both of these characters are elusive and just tanky in their own right, can just fight
gets
for
him with a great
stock.
Forward smash there. A lot of running around here, playing the neutral. It's kind of how the smash works. Oh, actually
nice
breaks
dodge.
the bomb. Great nair into down tilt. Get a lot of percentage here, too. M230 has an 87, actually 102 now.
Trying to get, I think the attention for the bacon throw is just for chip damage,
it's just chip damage. It just kind of is annoying to deal with because that's knockback, too.
He's stopping every down air.
Yeah, that up air is has a lot of hitboxes there, so it kind of is annoying to deal with.
Forcing M230 out with the tongue. That's the first time we've seen that move be used.
Yep. Oh, hits with the down key. Very low. Oh, the up air, it's really hard to kill because it does not do that much percentage.
He's racking up the percentage.
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
Oh!
Bye-bye!
No, great DI. I'll say.
Great DI,
You gotta be careful with that because the a lot of dash. Oh! And just like that has the forward smash, and Ramu goes up one stock, and Jerome now has a 7-6 lead here as Minico sends their second to last member there.
Yeah. It's a close one.
That was a good game.
Wonder if we'll see another Yoshi. seen 2 gaming watches.
Honestly, who knows? Who knows who they play?
True. Again, the roster is huge.
Yeah, we've also seen people pick one, and then the second time of the crew battle, they pick someone else.
True.
So I think it really depends on who they're playing, how the matchup winds up. Yeah.
Started with.
I think it was Zero Suit, and then he went to Fox.
Zero Suit and then to Fox. Yeah. For like the theme matchup, I think.
No, I think it was just he plays Fox.
Oh, all right. You don't do it just for the meme?
No.
The playing into Wolf?
I mean, hey, they're trying to win here.
That's fair, yeah. You're right. There's the roster for both sides as well.
Of course. And pretty close here. Like I said, if the biggest thing is, if they can just kind of get that one stock fast, that's ideal, because then it kind of has that last 2 matchups really close. I think that's the biggest thing is, if that one stock gets 1 or 2 stocks on you, then it's starting to look a little bad.
Yeah. It just increases the value.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. And that's why it's like
That's why crew battle's fun.
Yeah, it's pretty fun in terms of like, okay, well, you go up, you go to, oh, there's a Jigglypuff. Wearing a...
There it is. I wonder if Jigglypuff's playing him.
Ooh, and we're on Kalos.
Interesting. You get the stocks evened up. It's a tough character to try and overthrow with just one stock,
Music kind of bangs, but we can't hear it.
Sad.
Yeah.
For those on the
music,
Twitch stream,
the music definitely goes hard in this game. Okay, Jigglypuff is definitely gonna look for a lot of that chip damage as well. Her side B actually has an insane amount of armor, and it has a long, it's a long-lasting ability. The hitbox,
the hitbox
is active
huge.
For a lot of frames.
like
a lot of frames.
Yeah, so many frames.
Great job here, Reimu. Just like I said, he definitely just wants to at least get 1.
Right.
At the very end, he's like, yeah, if I can just get my 1, that's huge. But if I get my 2, my team's in a really good spot to win it now.
Was answering with a lot of
great side B there.
Unresponded
and
chip damage.
Jiggly's so floaty too. She's just all over the place.
Super fun character.
Stay in the air for a very long time. Of course, we love seeing rest, and at this point, since Jiggly's like it's a 1 stock kind of difference, you can definitely see that having to confirm. But the thing is, Jiggly setups have like really very precise percent setups.
Right.
Like once they get past the threshold, it doesn't work anymore. So. Okay. Still jumping back and forth here. Great forward air. Oh, great side B.
Yeah, fantastic
counter. But that's I love the parries. Parries is always really fun in this match. When you the more you play this game too, as it's progressed, you see a lot more of those parries into punishes too.
I like how people have figured out the more optimal ways to play characters. You don't see any rollouts.
Yeah.
On Jigglypuff very often at all.
Oh, great dash attack. Doesn't get him though. He definitely wants to finish him off, but he doesn't want to be too greedy and lose a stock here.
Tries to go for a spike, but not the best option. Trying to roll back onto stage, does so without any mitigation.
Oh.
Matchstick will
miss. It's really close here. And there it is, the back air. And that's exactly what Miniko wanted. Yep. Yeah. They wanted that 3 stocks lead. Just kind of get it, though. He had 120% there, but he gets it reset, so now it's back to 0. And now we have a 2v2 left.
Yeah.
So I mean by that is we literally have 4 members left on each team in terms of 2 and 2. So it is now perfectly even here. So this is gonna be a big match because if they go up 2 stocks or things like that, that's gonna be a big lead going into the last game. Puts a lot of pressure.
The last person has
has a lot of pressure.
Pretty much 2 whole stock counts.
They don't get 5 with 3.
Yeah.
And the thing is, obviously, you can kind of game it with percentage and stuff like that, but be careful about that for sure.
Yeah. Could, again, as you mentioned, keeping your best player for last.
Yeah.
To make sure you don't get knocked out. But who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, of course. Like we said, we haven't really seen these players just yet here, so they can go back and forth.
Yeah.
But I like the stages selection. We've got FD, we've got Battlefield, we got the I think it's Town. Yeah, everyone calls it Town.
Town.
Yeah.
It's Town.
And then we also got Kalos, so that's fun. And we're probably going to go back to Pokemon Stadium if I were to guess. Oh, wow, we are not. We're actually going to go to Town. Or the other one. I forgot that one's called. I'm not going to lie.
This is also Town.
Oh, little Fusion Samus. It's a good skin. It's Cow. It's just Cow.
Just
Cow versus Jiggly.
But, of course, yeah, that game. Oh, Metro Fusion.
Oh, wow. That's 42 damage.
That's a big chunk. I think we have to go for the full charge there.
They should have an update for, Dread Samus. Would have been a cool skin.
That would be sick.
Yeah. DLC.
Yeah, more DLC.
Okay. Oh, wow, there's the rollout like you were saying. Yeah.
All right, call me a fool.
Oh, great spike there. Doesn't do too much.
Maybe it's using rollouts because of the speed at which you can kind of challenge Samus.
Oh, Jiggly's in the air, though. And following it, too. Samus having a hard time recovering. Great uppy, though.
Screw ball, yeah. Screw attack.
Oh. Try to hit him with the down air. Definitely having a lot of just charge ups here. Great down tilt. Surprised that actually didn't kill. Must have been not in the sweet spot. Oh, wow. Hitting a lot of these charges, too.
Oh.
Little invuln frame action there.
Still confident.
Yeah, forward air.
Yeah, Jiggly's not afraid to approach even at this high
Yeah, and I like it. Definitely playing Jigglypuff's like what you're supposed to do. You're playing very floaty. You're backing up. You're throwing those abilities while backing up at the same time because you have so much range and so much, active hitbox. But now they're, both within kill range. And there it is. Jiggly gets the back air. And Minako gets their first stock down. Jiggly has a 131 in percentage, but you never know. Oh, 157 now.
Jiggly's operating at like the perfect.
Goes to the up tilt. Great grab. Play the back throw. Not going to kill, though. Might have died with the up throw.
Floatiness.
It might have died with the up throw, but I don't know. Wow.
Still not going to do it.
Yeah, Samus has an insanely bad tilt. So, okay, there's the dash attack. Yep, just the dash finishes
just about 200%, but
yep.
I'll take it.
Hey,
didn't take any damage.
It's now even, though. Yeah, so it's 0-0. Okay. Gets a little damage there. Damage on Jiggly definitely matters a lot more. Jiggly is a very, very squishy character. I think it's like literally, top 3 lightest characters in the game. I think it's like one of the 3. So Jiggly is definitely very squishy, both in a sense and actual,
Cow's waiting, I think, the right. Oh, gets the sleep. Will he find the rest to follow?
Wow, that's a stylish move right there with a little down air, with a little down smash.
Got the spin move on it.
I think they were thinking about the rest, but then it was like, okay, wait a minute, that's not worth.
I mean, it's important, though, Jiggly not kind of tipping that hand that, of course, there are other moves that you haven't seen yet. You prepared for all these other moves, but
there's a lot of shield damage there. And Jiggly is really controlling the stage at the moment, playing this neutral very well and kind of taking the lead in terms of that. And doing a great job of just holding Cow on this left side, just holding there. Okay, great spike. Doesn't go anything off it, though, unfortunately. Oh, great parry into a down air. Oh, the rest! And no setup either. Like, he just straight up.
Read.
Yeah, he just ripped it. And I do love that.
The important thing was that was the first one we saw. 100% accuracy so far.
Yeah, he threw one and he was ready to go. So you definitely know he does it. But now it's going to be the last member has to take 5 stocks.
Yeah.
And he only gets 3. So he's going to take 2 off Jiggly here.
Yeah.
And then he has to get another 3 from the last opponent.
Whoever is playing the last one.
But it is doable.
It is. We've seen people today take 5 stocks easy.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing is, I think you give yourself 1 stock to lose this game. This is 2 to 3. And then go in 2 to 3 because you get that reset of percentage.
Right.
So ideally you get, all 3 or both these stocks, but then you have like that, 200% or 150%, but then you reset it. So
you have someone who can like 60 to kill on consistent basis.
Well, Smash.
Or just someone who can just pop off.
Smash is really weird because it works in a sense where it's like, okay, well, I have a true combo from 70 to 90%.
Right.
But once they go from 90 plus, it's like, well, that combo doesn't work anymore.
Right.
So I have to kind of figure something out as well. Yeah. Well, because your moves hit too far.
Yeah. You push them out of the setup.
Yeah. A lot of it is just kind of feel in Smash. Oh, Lucario.
Well, that's a character that gets real powerful.
And the thing, I honestly think that if this goes to the very last game, Lucario is definitely at the advantage.
Yeah.
So maybe
that's like super range.
I think if they have the Lucario player, it's probably really smart to put them last because if you're at a disadvantage at any point, you just get value.
He does have that kind of clutch or kick mentality.
Okay. A lot of just dancing around here so far. Ooh, great side beat. Ooh, good damage. Ooh, and the counter comes out. You'll see a lot of nairs on Lucario. You'll see the little spin move in the air.
Yeah.
Because it has a lot of moves, and it's like Lucario actually has a lot of weird kind of moves. His moveset is like very different.
Mm-hmm.
And so, went for the counter, but does get taken out there. I think he tried to do it again, but it didn't hit.
98% means that things are chunking.
Great back air.
Gets himself right in the range.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
nice
jab.
Yeah, nice jab combo. Trying to get
there's the nair again. Oh. Big aura sphere there. And the thing is, Lucario's recovery definitely gets better as he rages, so he actually would have had that if he angled that right. Yeah. And Jiggly getting the first stock is actually already huge. That's all you can afford here, so he's going to have to probably take 2 stocks here if he really wants a good chance in that third game. We see a lot of neutral back and forth here, though.
Switching to the other side of the stage. He's trying to find an in, and Jiggly's just not allowing it. There's the rollout to gain more distance and can kind of meet that speed that Lucario can play at.
Yeah. Oh, good try there. If he does hit the side beat, it does actually kind of tether you sometimes, so there's a lot of damage there. Could probably kill at this percent like that. No, it wouldn't.
Dang.
There's not enough rage. Oh, because he actually still is actually like losing, or he's in the lead technically.
Right.
So his aura buffs are definitely not as strong as he would.
Oh, close to a good read there.
And we're kind of in this like neutral game. We're seeing a lot of back and forth here. Oh, he goes for the sleep, doesn't get it.
No punish.
But no punish, yeah. Great forward air. Jiggly is doing a lot of work here. Oh!
Okay.
But he's going to pay for it. Oh,
for
it's
it.
Pokemon Stadium, so he gets stuck on the bottom. If that's a different map, he actually probably lives there. And that's 2 SDs here from E, which in this scenario is really, really crucial. You can't do that.
Yeah. Your best case scenario, you're going into the final 1v1 with only 1 stock to 3.
Okay.
That's a tough call.
Absolutely. A lot of nairs, though. Definitely has like a chance to at least win that one and just see who the last player plays or get a feel for that at the very
for the rest
least.
of the series.
Maybe playing for the rest of the series here, but and he actually SD'd literally all 3 deaths.
Yeah.
Like actually.
Bad luck, I guess, or?
Yeah, I don't know. Definitely something weird happening there, which is really unfortunate. It's that kind of last anchor. Yeah. SDs definitely feel bad because you're like, well, that's my fault. And that's it. Like, it really is. And, you know, when you lose all 3 stocks to it, definitely does not feel good.
Maybe feeling like, yeah, I can't win this. But as you mentioned, getting that information could be huge.
I think that was Minico who goes up 1-0, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I believe that Minico.
Don't quote me on it.
Yeah, don't quote me on it. But I believe they go 1-0, so now we're going to the game dose, which basically resets. And you can also kind of reset your order as well. So sometimes we've definitely seen, like, the last anchor go first. So it's like, okay, at least you get your play time.
We see some chair swapping right now.
Yeah, well, they're always chair swapping because they're swapping out.
No, like different.
Oh,
they're even mixing the team members on different teams.
Right. No, for sure.
Not at all.
Uh-huh.
There's the lineup for you again. Jigglypuff, fantastic job. Really recognize the character, as you mentioned, when you know what you're doing.
Yep, and of course, Doc's keys to the game, which we're going to be thinking of, which is in Super Smash Bros. Is punish those openings, look for the 2-frame, win in the neutral, and don't forget to taunt. And of course, this is brought to you by Drop In Gaming. Drop In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers to see competition. Play your favorite games to win cash prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com.
Going.
Yeah.
Hand me that laptop real quick.
No.
Oh, okay. I just want to go to Drop In Gaming, though.
Oh, of course. Well, they can check it out for us, though.
Oh, true. Thank you.
So we will be going into the game too soon here, but I think the biggest thing is it was very close.
Yeah.
I think the SDs and stuff, when you kind of, you know, can avoid your death, or at least you should at least make them work for it, right? Like when you're just SD and just go, nothing happens. Yeah. Like that's probably worst case scenario for you because then you're just literally losing everything as well. So you're not gaining anything out of it.
For it.
I saw Ice Climber hover for a second. I got a little excited.
They're pretty hypey.
I think a good Ice Climbers player is hype.
Yeah.
Like they do some cool stuff.
Oh, it's taking off the shirt.
Yeah, Sephiroth is ready to go here again. We're going to start, I think, the exact same lineup as last time. So.
Oh, we were seeing the regular Samus first this time.
Oh, that's true. It was Dark Samus before because it was Gunner.
But now it's
Cow
versus Cat.
Yeah, Cow Cat God.
Cow Cat God.
Oh!
Nice. He breaks the shield.
Wait, that's not going to hit him, though.
Okay.
I think you actually can kill with the full smash deck. Sephiroth smash, like full smashes, do an insane amount of damage. Yeah. So it has a sweet spot, I'm pretty sure, too. So, but I mean, I think it was like, okay, maybe I'm not enough time. So
something.
Got a lot of damage regardless. Cool. Regardless, got he has 80% from that. So
it's probably it's one of the best looking moves. The Singularity.
Cat God is definitely sniping people with this neutral B here.
It's like it's a bread and butter for Sephiroth, really.
But we haven't seen too many side Bs or side specials from either, though.
That's true.
Or nairs. You usually see a lot of nairs as well, but he is just kind of playing the long game here. And that's going to be his deal with how he deals with Samus, which is a very possibility.
Matchup, right?
Yeah, I mean, everyone plays it differently. Everyone has their kind of things they think is better. Oh, my gosh. This counter is getting way too much value here.
I think he tried
but a little too far.
Okay. Good patience from Cow. Yeah. I think the initial deflect from that down B
definitely has more than like kill range for sure. Quick.
Mm-hmm. He's got the wing out though. Okay. getting a little happy with that B there, but it's all good.
Absolutely.
Okay. There goes the retaliation. 1-1 down, 91%. Make it over 100. CatGod looking to get secured that lead yet again. Going for that B once more.
He does want more. He has 115% already, too. So if he keeps this percentage, that's actually kind of huge. But there's still 2 stocks left for either.
Oh.
Great down smash, or down air. Doesn't commit. Oh, there it is.
There's a range to that move.
Sephiroth's big sword there, when you smash attack, covers quite a bit of distance, as you can see. And so that up smash literally covered just like 3 options. So there's a side B, but that does not go very far. Can you actually cancel all of it? Okay, I was saying. I think
Going for the side B now.
I think he was trying to see if he can cancel out, but only cancels out if it's low. Great down.
I think it's a great
grab.
move.
That was a good, down throw, but didn't get anything off it. That's a down tilt.
Side B is one of those moves on Sephiroth where you use it not for like the immediate benefit, but for future benefit.
Yeah. Well, it forces the enemy to play something as well, because it'll do a lot of shield damage as well.
Oh, the 2 blasts meet. Sephiroth will actually take the damage, though. And again, keep continuing to get chipped out.
Yeah, Cow doing a lot of damage. Cow definitely doing his job here. He definitely wants to take at least 1 stock.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
Screw Attack just doing big work there.
It won't actually get to the kill percentage, though, unless you're standing on the ground. If you're standing on the ground, actually, it can kill.
Really?
Yeah, we have to do it from the ground.
Interesting.
Whoa, there it is. Dash attack actually has him fly away, like Team Rocket.
36%. Getting it tied up 1-1.
Yeah, this is definitely back and forth here. Ooh, hits him with a bigger ball.
Bigger blast wins. There's a side
and
B.
And Cow is definitely getting his usage of these neutral Bs, just kind of spamming those things out. Does not grab. Just dash attack. Okay, there's the grab. He heard me.
You're listening.
Okay, great. Oh, wow. That actually stayed for so long. Great shield.
Nice shield chip as well, pushing forward.
Yeah.
Creating more space. Edge guarding with it as well.
Oh, not too much so far, though. Yeah.
Up tilt.
Oh, that went really far for that forward air.
More shield damage. But
that might have been it if it went through. But
nice prediction with the rocket. Oh my gosh, we can hear.
Okay, we have it really close. Just kind of fire this off. That's gonna be it. Yeah. And CatGod got 2 kills with that neutral B.
Yeah.
But overall, really close. Right? It's a 1 stock difference here. Yeah, that music is really good. Can you guys, select that or what?
Yeah, pick that for your next stage music.
The One-Wing Angel. It's in the game now. Might as well use it.
Yeah, only use it. Well, there's other vendors.
Well, I mean, you can use all the Final Fantasy songs. Although Xenoblade kind of goes kind of hard.
Yeah.
Like their soundtrack goes kind of hard.
Surprised we don't see a lot of Shulk players.
No.
Jump.
But I am actually surprised with the Aegis players with Mythra and Pyra.
Yeah.
They are insanely good and OP, as people could say. The S tiers, as people call them out.
Yeah.
But they call them the Aegis. But they're insane. But we have not seen any of that. So maybe people are just like, well, that's too high for me. That's too, too meta. So
yeah.
Who knows? But we'll go into the second match, and it means that Sephiroth is going on.
Sephiroth's going on with 1 stock, which I think that would indicate that they don't want to throw Jigglypuff out just yet.
Maybe
throw someone out that can deal with the 1 stock, and then whatever happens.
You can throw Mario out there and have him die again.
Yeah, good call.
And then say, psych!
Got him. No, I want to see like Dr. Mario.
Dr. Mario's terrible.
All right.
Dr. Mario's really fun. The problem with it is his recovery is honestly one of the most miserable things in the game. Like, I can't believe someone was like, yeah, let's have that up B. Like, we'll have him let it go like two pixels up. Like, okay.
Good job.
The Dark Samus coming in. They have a lot of Samus players here, so.
Have you seen Little Mac, though? Little Mac's recovery is pretty good.
Still better than Dr. Mario's. All right.
Now they pull out the other Samus.
Oh, okay.
Are you allowed to charge this while it's happening?
Music kind of going a little bit.
Yeah, but like, in all fairness, are you allowed to get a full charge?
Yeah, okay. I think they were saying that. Like, okay, I don't think you can do that.
For throwing it off the side.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Oh, he gets it with the. He says, okay, shake hands, psych.
Psych. He's got the joy buzzer on.
Dude, he's just throwing these up Bs in neutral, and I think this would not be landing.
Somehow landing.
Yeah, he's just throwing them off, I guess.
The hitbox is kind of giga.
Well, hopefully Minako definitely, prepared against Samus players, because Jerome's got a whole lot of those.
Yeah. We don't even know how many, to be honest.
Oh, great dash attack. Actually.
The singularity. Yeah, buddy, I don't know about taking that shield damage.
He didn't break it though. Oh, great up air though, yeah.
But it puts you in such a like panic state, right?
Yeah.
What are they? I mean, that's 75% chip damage.
Wow, and look at the range right there, just the damage. Oh, he's getting hit by a lot of these beats. He's just charging up and it's working. Oh, you're kidding me. He ran into it.
Yikes.
He said, take one of these.
I'm telling you, it's a panic button.
Take one of these again. And now CatGod has a 1v1 with a... Essentially, if he wins this, they have a 3-stock lead. Okay.
Oh, the end lag for that's so punishable.
Oh, great up air. Gunner just needs one,
Nice
just
down,
one.
eh?
Just gotta get one.
Got his wing out. Oh, this is dangerous.
Oh,
but he
back
finds
air.
the kick and puts him in the dirt.
And now Minico still have 2 stocks. Gunner did kind of get, he got 2 stocks down there.
He got 2 stocks down.
CatGod definitely did his job.
That's a 5 stock.
That's 5 stocks for CatGod right there. I got my 5, you?
I got my 5. Oh, you couldn't finish the last dude?
Hey,
okay.
that gives him an advantage. Last time we saw this advantage as well, and it kind of dimmed down at the very end there.
Yeah.
So if it comes up to these matchups, like I said, Drum is filled with these Samus players.
Yeah.
So
we talk about like SDs. That wasn't like
no one's SD'd yet, and it's only a 2-stock difference now.
That was like the closest thing to SDing is to running face first.
Yeah, you literally ran into your death.
Yeah.
Which
that thing hurt.
Happens though, it happens.
If something is the only source of light because it's absorbed all the light in your room, maybe you shouldn't run towards it.
Well,
I don't know.
But the thing is, like, sometimes if it's charged so much, it's like, well, I can't, like, not run at it.
Right. Like, let me see if I can just block it.
Yeah, you see these guys talking. They're having fun.
Talking shop. Everyone
got the music in there. Maybe that's why they're playing bad songs.
Now, if we can start the intro song again.
No. That's
a banger.
No, you can't ruin that.
That's fair. I mean, I could ruin it, but I shouldn't.
Oh, Duck Hunt.
Okay.
Broken TV. I don't think we saw him last game. Might have been the last member there. And we have Projectile City.
I was gonna say we got the range distancing combos
Duck
here.
Hunt.
He's got the cans. He's got the Desperado. He's got the boomerang, or the frisbee. I mean.
Yeah. Okay.
Duck Hunt, you have to think a step or two ahead.
Yeah, Duck Hunt is definitely a full, like, you got to use your brain a little bit. Like, people call them, oh, well, Duck Hunt's brainless, blah, 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 but, like, you actually have to think a decent amount. You should be always wary of your can.
Right.
And right now, the can is not hitting.
Call the Desperado. There goes the can.
Okay, there we go.
Get the combo.
Yep. Oh.
Locks the second one.
His smash attacks are actually really strong, too. Duck Hunt can actually kill pretty early with those. The biggest thing is like you want to combo things into your can, right?
Yeah.
Like so it's when you activate with your smash. Oh, great spear. Yep, goes through.
Almost predicts the air movement.
Pretty close to your percent wise though. Okay, Gunner.
Having this many platforms for Duck Hunt, obviously a choice.
Yeah. Oh.
Can't put it backwards. It's gonna only go one direction. Trying to get
wow. Actually, I think his actually went through that. Has a full charge now. Has to be really careful. Okay, now he doesn't. Down B, goes the other way.
Rip.
Does jump over it. Does read it. This first stock is going back and forth. Like, Gunner only has 1 stock, so he really wants this kill to kind of even things out here, but...
Nice dodge under the missile.
Say Jerome, broken TV definitely is not going to happen.
Oh,
and just like that, there we go. Makes
woof,
it...
Woof. And that could be just a matchup-dependent pick, realizing that, what do I want to beat zoning with my own zoning. They could have a different pick.
Yeah, no, that's actually fair. That is true.
What's your face for?
No, I was thinking about it. I had to think process.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Because at first it's like, well, you're zoning with zoning? And then it's like, oh, okay,
yeah,
that makes sense.
you're combating zoning with your own zoning.
Did you say batting?
Combating.
No, batting.
Batting.
Bat chest.
Bat chest. Bat guy.
Okay, I think they now have a 3-stock. They have a 3
It's been a very long day.
3-stock lead here for, I think it's Jerome. Yeah, I think they have the 3-stock lead.
In this matchup.
Minico has a 3-stock lead.
Thank you, production.
They carry us all the time.
All the time.
Literally all day.
Honestly.
Quite literally.
It's actually super tough in there.
It's hot.
I had to drive some of the observant stuff. I couldn't do it. I was putting people up on the screen that didn't even.
Oh, I forgot they have this Game & Watch lineup.
They got the double Game & Watch.
Yeah, the double Game & Watch still in the pocket here. Oh, there it is. Okay, got some Final Fantasy music. The battle theme, a classic from FF7.
Oh, I gotta stop from just singing this whole thing the whole time.
You'll get DMCA, bro.
You think I can sing well enough to get something DMCA?
That was me trying to, you know, compliment you secretly.
Man. I appreciate it.
Oh, he almost gave him with the little diving head. Oh, gets him stuck in the ground. Gets a lot of damage, actually. It's 96%.
It's cool because both these characters almost operate.
So the thing about that move, actually, is when you see that, like, oh, why is he just charging that? That move is completely safe. You can literally use it in the middle of the stage, and they cannot punish it.
Yeah.
And you'll see it all the time. Like, if you ever see, you know, at least Meister's a really good player for Game & Watch. He will literally just sit there, and no one's even close to me. Just up smash. It's a safe move.
Every time.
Yep. Okay, there it is.
The Frisbee missing a lot.
Oh, wow. Great rolls here from Ramus. He wants to bring it back a little bit.
Yeah.
Now they have a 2-stock lead. Oh! He's still alive, though.
Still alive. Misses the can prediction there for the
great
recovery.
key down. Yep. Oh,
I thought he got the match out.
Yeah, unfortunately, he had that distance. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah, if anything, Duck Hunt has a slight range advantage, but as we can see, Raymond not been comfortable getting up in the grill.
Okay, we see. Oh, so he actually can absorb that. If you see his little.
He can absorb with the bucket?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sick.
Buckets can do most projectiles, especially explosions, so you can actually just wait for it to explode and you'll absorb it. And then when you get that 3 stacks, so it actually matters how much damage you absorb too, though.
Right.
You can't just like fill it with like trash. Like if you fill it with like Fox lasers, it does no damage. But if it fills up with the good stuff, you will have a lot of damage on your hands.
Yeah, you get a couple cans in that bucket, and it's going to be its own explosive.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of percentage here from Broken TV. Oh, that's a confirm. Yep.
Yeah, see ya.
You can't mash if you tried mashing hard enough for that
Also, interesting, these characters in general are like historically some of the oldest characters.
Except for Duck
like game-wise.
Oh, no, I mean, Game Watches, he was in like the OG, he was in Melee, I think it was your first
No,
show.
I mean like in original
yeah,
games.
no, you're right. They are old, like really old. Like really old. Like old. I'm just kidding.
So they've been around, so they know how to fight.
Raymond's definitely looking to kind of close this out here. He wants this stock lead if he can.
He's got to try and get
But Broken TV also wants to make it so he can kind of bring it back for Jerome here.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's only 8 to 10. They need to get this to get some sort of things back in control for them. Okay. These cans, I mean, if he keeps getting predictions like that, how is it able to be stopped? Oh. He almost gets another one. And he misses, gets the edge guard, forces him to the other side of the map.
Oh, there it is. Hey, Broken TV, that's great. That's just what they needed here.
Forcing him into the cans yet again, stopping that full combo.
I think Raymond definitely needs to get one more here, and
nice
then some more after. Oh, great job. Doesn't commit.
Oh, but the can barely misses.
Great bomb forward air. Sasha's the wrong way. Oh! Predicted. It is kind of hard to see that thing because he's just basically holding a torch.
Yeah.
He's just getting angrier.
He didn't use much of his up B.
No, it seems like it's
like really punishable.
I think with these ranged matchups, it's harder to because when people are in your face, then it's a really good option because like out of shield, then boom, you're good.
Right.
But it's like when people are just literally sitting there with projectiles like they can nonstop, it's kind of hard to just up B out of nowhere because then you have two different there's so many different layers of Duck Hunt that's coming at you. You have to always think about the can.
I was thinking about for just
that's why
recovery.
Playing against Duck Hunt itself is like draining.
Right.
Because like I have to always think of his can as well because then I don't get hit by it. And then you're not thinking about him. So then it's like, uh-oh. And, of course, we're going to run it back here. Back to this Yoshi.
Going on. Taking the Yoshi, bringing it back.
Oh, this is a banger song.
They will have that stock lead here.
Why isn't Shy Guy in this game?
True. I wonder what their moveset be.
Okay, here we go. The little gentleman agreement. Taunt.
Nice jabs. Both these characters, again, really good at just tacking on the percentage.
So M230 definitely looking to kind of take this stock right away, but Rainbow's do the same, whereas he can see as many as he can with this one stock left.
Last time we saw these two players match up, M230 didn't get any down airs.
It's a...
He didn't get much of anything, really.
I mean, he got a lot of kills. Okay, well, Rainbow got this one. That's a really good job for him to do. Now 2-stock lead here, or 1 stock actually.
1 stock lead so far.
So if Rainbow can get another one, they're actually in a really good pacing here. Oh,
yeah,
great snipe there.
This is, this was the difference maker. It's just a little bit too late in the round. M230 realizing those eggs are a huge rage advantage.
So there's an up air again. I think he's gotten like all of his KOs from just up airs.
The tail whip, man. That thing hurts.
Okay, Minico still has, you know, Yoshi and 2 members left, so the 8 stocks, whereas
we'll probably
Jerome has the 6 left, so we have 2 players. They still have the other Game & Watch player available, yeah.
Right. And I think that it's not like an unfavorable matchup. It's just all about how you create
I think this is a matchup where it's like the multi-hits definitely help a lot because we saw where Yoshi has that super armor, but like super armor works where it's once you hit it enough, it will stop. It's just more so it'll like tank a couple hits. But once you have a big enough move or something like that, it will get rid of the super armor. So yeah, but it gotta be careful here because it is a 1-0. So we gotta be conscious of okay, well we don't want to get 2-0'd.
That's true. Yeah, you don't have an opportunity to do that because if you do, then you're out. No.
Yeah, no, that's true. Bracket. That's true.
That's big true.
And
pop it out.
Woo!
Okay.
Sorry, I'm excited. I love Kazuya. Kazuya is sick.
Yeah.
And no one else can tell me otherwise.
I mean, he's the devil.
Salted went from Game & Watch to the character.
Right.
So Kazuya is actually really sick. He has a lot of fighting inputs as well. He has these insane stun setups there, but we'll see how good he is at the matchup. It's probably pretty good against heavies too, because Kazuya can really kind of give it to him.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, taunt. You gotta start with it. Out of respect.
Oh. So Kazuya actually has a lot of super armor too. There's the taunt. That's the combo. He does know it. So when you see him go through, they're actually stunned. There's another input that Kazuya can do with a little uppercut. That if that hits, it does an insane amount of damage.
Okay.
It's really hype too, if you couldn't tell.
Oh, looks cool.
Oh, there's the super armor. Kazuya also has a rage mechanic where you'll see him rage at a certain percentage. Where
demon mode, right?
Yeah. And if you can grapple them with your tether grab, it'll do a lot of damage.
Sounds like a great and fun character to play against.
Oh yeah, he's sick. Kazuya is cool. He's that dude. It's actually really good. You can stall a lot of time. You can I beam in midair to stall you. Oh, that's a kill move actually, by the way. Oh, so he has it. Oh, they traded! Oh my gosh! That's that super armor coming together. They just traded one for wow.
That was for the beam.
And M23 is taking that. They're down for that. Okay, goes down. Yeah. There it is.
One last stop.
Oh, unfortunate.
Doesn't land.
He needs a little bit higher percent when he stuns him because it's based off how much percent they have. Oh, great grapple. That's a down B.
Some seismic toss stuff.
Yeah,
right
it does
there.
a lot of damage too. So that is the one that's increased when you're in that demon mode or whatever, the devil.
This guy's packing the punches.
Absolutely. Kazuya hits really hard. Okay. Oh, great down tilt. Oh, there it is. Oh, he's about to go for it. Doesn't actually land though. Okay, they're running around both at the speed of sound here.
Oh, he activated the demon mode.
Yeah, if he hits a down B, it's a tether. So Yoshi at this point has to be really careful about shielding. And it's gone.
Okay.
It's gone.
Well,
he's getting 2 though. Yeah, it's huge. Oh, there's the 12-hit combo.
A huge combo.
You have to DI out of that. I think it's up and to the left there. So if you don't know it, then it's like, well, you hit the 12-hit combo and it seems really cool.
Right. Woo! Oh, we got the kick.
Yeah, that's too far.
Another DI,
great
though.
DI. Great DI.
Where's the egg? We haven't seen any
I want
of
to see the stun. I want to see the stun. But okay, kick.
That's
see ya.
That's now.
See ya.
See ya.
He says, out.
Someone got hit in the stands there. It's like the shirt, gun launcher.
So cool.
That was pretty hype.
They don't play the Tekken theme though. They gotta put some Tekken music with it too.
Yeah,
Tekken music actually is good.
It's good.
Like you can't
they gotta release King into the game.
No.
Yeah, or the Big Bear.
The bear would be pretty funny.
That'd be cool.
It is pretty interesting. They put Kazuya in. It's like Jin or you know I forgot what his name is. What's like the older dude? It's like
Heihachi.
Heihachi. Yeah.
I only know that because of Heihachi because of Soul Calibur though.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that's pretty fair. It's like when Link was in Soul Calibur,
right?
On the GameCube version.
And Spawn.
Yeah, it's true.
What a great time for fighting games.
Hey, right now is a great time for fighting games too.
That's true.
Smash is hype as always. Then they have all the other ones.
What are the other ones anyway?
I'm not saying them right now.
You're only looking forward to one.
Yeah, and that's Smash right now.
Yeah. Not any other one.
Okay, well, he has one left Kazuya, so hopefully he can kind of get some cool things going.
Oh! It's the matchup? The mirror matchup.
Juki said, I got to take one stock from you. I'm getting that Kazuya in there, too. Oh, this is hype. And they picked FD, too, so there's no platforms, nothing.
They're supposed to say,
we're playing Tekken.
Brawl. We kind of are.
We
just not the
Tekken.
3D.
Okay, here we go. Oh! Use that, that super armor. There it is. Oh, there it is. The combo. Oh!
The combo!
Hits it with a down B this time. Knows that he has not enough percentage to actually chain into it. There it is. Oh, doesn't actually keep going, though. Oh, great job there in the air. Oh!
Okay. The spleen punch.
Yeah, Kazuya's smash attack does a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Not only does it have super armor, but it literally hits, if you're at like 80%, 90, you're gone. Peace.
Gone.
And I hope
you were
Jiggly,
also Kaguya.
a part of me hopes that Jiggly keeps playing Kazuya because Kazuya's hype.
Yeah.
I think this is the last member of Jerome.
No.
I keep mixing them up. I'm the worst. I'm sorry.
No, I think there's at least 6. They have 2 more players.
No, they did have one. That was the last. Now it's their last.
Okay, that's what I meant.
I hate you.
Why
I don't
do you
hate you.
hate
I don't
me?
hate you. I don't hate you. Don't do that.
I'm also confused.
I can say that too. I don't mean it.
Well, the best
I
thing
don't
we can
mean
do is say that these players are great.
They're great.
They're phenomenal.
They are.
I know that.
And they can play Kazuya more. More Kazuya.
Some of us are like, okay, these players are pretty good. Let me get in the mix. And they're like, oh, God, these guys are actually pretty
You trying
good.
to sub to me right now or what?
There's someone else that suffered some defeats I was talking about.
Right.
Someone else in there.
Okay, 6 with the Kazuya, which is hype.
Lucario.
And Jerome is sending E out once again. If he does win this match, it's actually a pretty good spot because he has that comeback mechanic.
Right. He is like the underdog character.
Yeah. So the one thing too is Kazuya actually has a unique move in this game where if you go like down forward with crouch, you actually go really fat.
Okay.
That did a lot of percentage. Oh no, SDs please. Okay. Not this time, me. I believe in you. And they picked Tekken music for us.
Let's go.
We're jamming. We jam. We jam. That went in 6 spike. Oh, there's a 12. Too much. Nice up there. So, Lucario's definitely at kill percentage for anyone. Oh, great uppy there. Now he's controlling it.
They're both kind of in that kind of mode, though.
Oh, yeah.
The instincts are coming through ultra otherwise. Nice block.
Oh, other way.
Yeah. Punches him in the spleen. Tries to go for the energy balls.
Has the demon kind of down B available.
Has
great
the laser beam high, too.
Woo! Gotta be careful with those forward airs. Oh, there it is.
That was a deletion.
Yep, the tether side beat.
Okay, is this an answer back?
Kind of jamming out here.
Yeah, he's got to take out all of Jiggly stocks and the next player as well from Inico.
Honestly, the thing is if he loses 1 stock, it's not bad.
Right.
Because then he goes into the next game with the advantage of beating Lucario. Oh! Nice snipe through the air! He sniped him, and Jiggly is schmoving.
Yeah, he's feeling himself.
Those who don't know, when you say someone's schmoving in Smash, it means they're going crazy. They're doing well.
Crazy.
They got the movement. 12-hit combo. He's holding down A. He's got him.
And then you say happy.
Oh, he read it. I want to see a spike
wombo
so bad.
combo.
Dude, Kazuya's down smash is the most satisfying ability ever. You just send someone to the underground.
Yeah.
Great grab.
To the nether realm.
Okay. Try to read there. That's the builder right there. Okay, great. Wow, great shield there.
Oh,
great grab again.
Oh,
he went for it. That would have been insane. Great trip.
In the punch mode.
12-hit combo. I don't think it kills. Yeah, it doesn't kill. Great DI from E. No. Oh, oh my gosh.
Oh, he doesn't get punished. The spacing was off.
Oh, he's doing it again.
He tries to go for the ground.
There it
Lands
is.
in the ground and bounce up into the heavens.
He actually stubbed it early because I wonder if like E just was trying to DI it or something like that and like, you know, let go.
Right.
Oh, great down tilt. Oh, into forward smash. Jiggly is looking to end it here. He has a stock lead. Lucario does get increased power from that. If Jiggly wins this, it's over. E now 4 stocks. Great grab.
Now up to 57. Still.
Oh, there it is. Great. Oh, does DI out of it.
Gets himself safety. Dashing back and forth. Got to be careful about what he does with these side throws and these side Bs. Goes for the full charge. Gets the beam from the devil himself twice. It's punishable. He grabs him into the side, but really throws him off the edge. Goes for the energy blast. Trying to charge up a full one yet again. Edge guarding is going to be the name of the game for a moment.
Has it back here, but he's not throwing any abilities.
He grabs it backwards, puts him to the other side. Can he go for the prediction? Gets another energy ball. Charges this one up. Give him your energy and he might be able to pull it off.
He's going to spirit bomb him.
He's going to try.
They're so close to anyone
put your
at this
hands
point.
up. Give me energy. Oh, he gets stuck up and it is a kill. Woo! And he pops off in the last moments available. But it's not over yet.
So
1 stock to 3.
Yeah, so the thing is here is now Minico has a 3-stock lead here.
Yeah.
But Lucario works against that. He is definitely the one character you want to have in this situation.
And then he swaps off.
Like I said, the lower you are with Lucario, you have a comeback mechanic. You do more damage. You do everything more. So he's looking to start the game with increased power there, and he's have 1 stock to do it. So Lucario is definitely kind of that character to do it here. But still has to get 3 stocks. Still has to get 3 stocks.
That's true. You mentioned Schmoovin as a thing that's said.
That's a Smash term.
Community. I also found it very interesting. Smash commentators don't have a really easy way to identify where people are.
No.
They commonly ask where people are at.
I mean, you kind of, where are you at?
Where are you at?
Where are you at? Yeah.
And
that's a big thing in the community. Oh, yeah, okay, the one becoming happy, that's the OG stuff right there. But where are you at? It's definitely kind of like, okay, well, if people are usually kind of talking smack back and forth.
No Johns.
Oh, no Johns, that's guaranteed.
Yeah, no Johns allowed.
And, I forgot Nether is that last one with the King K rule.
Interesting
I will
matchup.
say he definitely could have the opportunity to have a field day here if he kind of is feeling it. He has to schmoove. I'm going to say right now. He's got to schmoove. Okay. It's going to be 1 stock to 3. If Minico wins this, they do win the series and proceed to the grand finals. And here we go. We're on to it.
Big slap. Nether was pretty adept at kind of controlling their spacing with this being a small map.
I think there's a remix of Luigi's Mansion playing right now. It's kind of banging. Oh, great job there. Nether, like I said, he has to be careful, though, because he's got a lot of percentage already.
Oh, he gets
great job
caught up in the damage, too. He's got the full energy ball.
Oh,
he gets sucked into the gun.
Oh, no. Oh, my gosh.
God. To the stratosphere.
I think Nether was confused.
He could do that.
Oh, see ya.
Great read.
And Minico does proceed on to the grand finals. DK. Dunk. You should play the DK rap song in this game, too.
100%.
I gotta give him a track list. Like, yo, you can put this man.
Yeah, put this banger on real quick. Minico, moving on.
Absolutely.
Grand finals.
Grand finals.
Against who?
Burley, I think. Burley or Burlow? I think it's one of the two.
Burlow.
I'm sorry. That's on me.
Burley, Idaho is a real place.
There you go.
And that's what we're here for. The Idaho.
We're just here for hype. I want to see more Kazuya. Kazuya is sick.
Yeah, that was.
And that's the one thing we take away from this series.
Yeah,
Kazuya is hype.
Sick. Player of the game, Kazuya.
They had Kazuya versus Kazuya in a back and forth kind of banger there. And that was great.
I was scared for Final Destination. I thought they was going to crack apart. Well, those guys were punching seismic
I thought we were in Tekken.
True.
We had Kazuya versus Kazuya on Final Destination, which is kind of a fighting map, and then we had the Tekken music playing.
Bring it back. We need more.
Run it back. So
we're not done.
The thing is, though, is of course we have kind of our discussion of.
We got the finals now coming up. We got one more series.
No, you're right.
In the wings.
That is true. We're on it back.
See?
I don't know. I think it's kind of cool that these guys are showing different character picks for sure.
Right.
So, I like that.
We're not going to see a Piranha Plant. Sad.
Yeah, Plant Gang is not out here.
Rip.
Plant Gang. I do know you're there.
Respect.
And there's few of you.
Huh?
What? Okay, that's why. Okay, sorry for that. We kind of mix things up. They're actually just playing more, so that's why we got kind of.
Yeah, we're like, wait, we're still going.
But there's the player of the game, of course, which is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, and I think I don't even know. Maybe it's Jiggly that I give it to.
It's gotta be Jiggly.
Yeah,
consistent both times.
Yeah, that's true. He actually did a great job there, and of course, we're gonna see who it actually is.
But we could be wrong. We're human.
Yep, Jiggly.
But we're also not. We're also right.
Did a great job there. The player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful. Just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success, Jigglypuff is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game and did a great job with that Kazuya pick out of nowhere.
Yeah, the Jigglypuff,
and he has the Jigglypuff. The Jigglypuff did a lot of damage there as well. So I think in the grand finals there, they're going to be looking out for Jiggly for sure.
Yeah. Too bad you can't ban characters.
Yeah, that'd be really lame.
That would be lame.
That'd be really lame.
Don't do it.
No.
Don't. No. But yeah, we get to see them play again, too.
Absolutely. No, I think it's going to be a hype match. I mean, like I said, both kind of semis were 2-0s,
right,
but like close 2-0s. They're within like 3 to 4 stocks every time, so that's really not that bad. I mean, I think if you're getting to the last kind of wing there, and a lot of it's kind of just those one tacky deaths that really punish you.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about crew battles, you have to play a lot smarter because those stocks mean a lot more. It's not just a best of 3 where it's like, okay, you lose a stock, I can come back from this.
Right.
No, you lose that stock, like it's gone.
Right.
So definitely have to be really careful with that one.
I'm ready. Bring it on.
Ready.
But I also do need water.
Of course.
I've drank 2 bottles so far.
Yep. I mean, hey, it's a lot. It's hot here this day, of course. There's been a lot of things going. But as we get ready for the next match, we can share the top 5 plays, which are presented by Idaho Army National Guard, which invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time. With more than 10 jobs offering $20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. And we will take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We have more things to come after this. Land.
I think Gunnar realizes he has to try and play more.
Yeah, and I think, there's a great downbeat counter right there. See, like now the belly has a little bit of a crack in it.
Poor guy.
Oh, great try there. Did not hit the spike hitbox though, but actually does get him down there. So Nether already doing a great job here. If Nether can actually get this stock without losing anything, that's really, I think, like top 3 lightest characters in the game. I think it's like one of the 3. So Jiggly is definitely very squishy. Both in a sense and actual,
House waiting, I think, the right. Oh, gets the sleep. Will he find the rest to follow?
Wow, that's a stylish move right there with a little down air. With a little down. They have a 3-stock lead. Okay.
Oh, the end lag for that so punishable.
Oh, great up air. Gunnar just needs one,
Nice
just
down
one.
A.
Just gotta get one.
Got his wing out. Oh, this is dangerous.
But he finds the kick and puts him in the dirt.
And now Medico still have 2 stocks. Maybe it went through, but
Nice prediction with the rocket. Oh my gosh, we can hear.
It's okay. We have it really close. Just kind of just fire those off. That's gonna be it. Yeah. And Cat God got 2 kills.
Can he go for the prediction? Gets another energy ball. Charge this one up. Give him your energy. He might be able to pull it off.
He's gonna spirit bomb him.
He's gonna try.
They're so close to anyone
Put your
at this
hands
point.
up.
Give me a
It is a kill. And he pops off in the last moment.
And welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are smack dab in the middle of day 2 here watching the Idaho High School Esports Showdown. A massive amount of students have been playing for multiple days, bringing you unbelievably high caliber esports action. We're going to take a little breather and just kind of focus on it. You see the smash is going strong. We just saw an amazing sequence. My name is Adam Chizu McGuire, and I am joined by Preston of the Idaho National Guard. Thank you so much for joining me, dude.
Thank you for having us, Adam.
Not a problem, man. So have you been here all 2 days? Is this your first day? Tell me about your little journey here as far as the Esports Showdown is concerned.
So we coordinate with you guys. We work hand in hand to set this up, where we invited all the high schools in the state to come compete in their various esports.
Right.
But yeah, I've been here since yesterday, and it has been incredible to watch all these competitors compete on different platforms. So
I saw you getting some Overwatch in. Are you enjoying yourself?
Trying.
What is it like to be in this kind of an arena? This is not something that everybody has access to, and not only to bring these kids in, but for you guys to jump on in. What do you think of the environment alone?
I absolutely love it. I am extremely jealous of today's generation being able to experience this and come up through school, being able to compete, get educational opportunities just from being able to compete in these sports. So
absolutely. And as far as the reason behind this, I mean, getting together and just smashing out some games is great. Why do you guys do this? What made you want to do something of this caliber?
So with the Idaho Army National Guard, we're kind of a unique military organization because our big focus is supporting our community, right? We support our local schools, colleges, things like that. So the more we can get involved and kind of get our name out there so people understand, like, hey, the Guard might be a good option for me. So that's what we shoot for.
Absolutely. And as far as all the stuff going on today, have you seen any games in particular you're like, oh, I got to try that, I got to pick that up, or is it strictly Overwatch for you?
No. So yesterday, and I know it's been around forever, and I'm ashamed to admit this.
Okay.
I have not touched Rocket League yet.
Oh, boy.
And watching it yesterday, I was like, okay, this is the chaos I think I would absolutely love to participate in.
It is hands down my favorite game in the fact that it is easy to pick up and impossible to master. And then, you start to think you have a bearing on it. And, again, some of these kids who were here yesterday just make me look ridiculous. I've played it for years, and I still look bad. So it's so cool to see that next generation rising up not only with their skills, but the tactics and things of that nature, right?
Absolutely. And then one of my other favorite things has been watching the Smash today.
Yeah.
I have a 7-year-old that I've been teaching to play Smash.
Oh,
and
really?
She absolutely loves it.
What do you guys main? Who are you guys playing?
She picks any female character.
Okay,
any female princess.
There you go. Yeah, I got a little peach in there. Okay, gotcha. What about yourself?
I go for the villager.
Okay, a little Animal Crossing. I like it. I like it. So is anything else you wanted to get out there today before we kick on over? We got some League of Legends coming up here in the very near future. Just wanted to give you the floor one last time.
No, just to thank Boise State and the Idaho High School Esports Association for letting us work with you guys and get this set up.
Absolutely, man. Well, we appreciate having you, and again, without you, there is no this, so I think it's one big happy esports family, right?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Preston. We will be jumping back here in the very near future. We got a SmackDown drag amount of League of Legends in the very near future. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
A rogue virus. No jobs. Sky-high tuition debt. Life is trying to put our generation on the sidelines. But we refuse to just sit back and watch it pass us by. Instead, watch us fly ahead. Watch us overcome anything. Watch us rise. Watch us change our world. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are watching our coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown as top Idaho high school gamers compete to see what they have this year. My name is Adam Chizu McGuire, and I am joined by the ever so lovely Glovely, and we have got my personal favorite. It has been so long, Glovely, since we've been able to bring some League of Legends actions to the stage, so no one I'd rather share this moment with. Thank you so much for joining me.
I'm very touched, but I'm also very excited to be back for League of Legends. This is my game. Like, I love Overwatch.
Absolutely.
I love Smash Bros. But this is my game that we're playing here today, and this is what I'm here for.
Absolutely. And again, it's just been so much action today. We've had Smash, we've had Overwatch. Now we get to dip our toes a little bit into the League of Legends. We'll get a best of one right now to decide who moves on to that final best of 3 matchup.
And that'll be super exciting. I mean, the high school sort of meta always tends to be very different from what the pros use. They tend to have a much wider variety of picks, those things that we wouldn't consider necessarily the top tier at the pro level of play. But that just means that we get a lot wider variety of strategies, things that wouldn't work at pro play. Like, we got to watch for split pushing, especially with the Hull Breaker meta.
Right. And for those who are just tuning in, we do have Blackfoot versus Ryrie as far as our best of 1 match that we will be bringing you here, with Ryrie on the blue side, Blackfoot on red. And it's going to be, again, just absolutely over the top. These kids have been raring to go. I even had a quick second as I passed over one of the stations. They said, hey, you're going to cast us in the finals. And so I was in passing, so I wasn't quite sure which crew it was, but I guess their confidence. There's a lot of confidence coming into this, despite it being such a big event.
And I think you have to have some confidence to be able to make it to the final events. You got to believe in yourself, or otherwise you're never going to be able to execute on those moments.
Right. Absolutely. And again, it's just one of those things where the longer the day goes on, the more itchy you get. You want to go. Yeah, and that's part of it too. Mental fatigue playing such a huge piece in this. I know I'm tired and I haven't even been playing. It has been a long day for all of us, on desk, behind the scenes, things of that nature. So I can only imagine that these kids are going to be bringing the best that they have to the table, and we get the honor of seeing it firsthand.
Definitely.
So it looks like we will be taking a look here at the lineup as we have Copycat. Oh, just kidding. Thief Support, Small Abode, and Riri Mookie, as well as 11 Ion hanging out on the side of Blackfoot.
Over on the other side, we've got Trendy Card 7 MLG, Shovel Maniac 1, Soft and Soggy, Sage Qual of Heaven, and Zero Woe.
Yep. And unfortunately, I mixed those up. I'm sorry. Blackfoot on that bottom side with Ryrie on the top. So, again, we don't have a whole lot of information going into picks and bans. We've only seen so much as far as the last 2 days are concerned. What kind of picks are you expecting to see, Glovely? Things that may have higher priority right now for those who may not know.
I mean, if we're talking about what the current meta is, it's been all about the hyper carries and sort of that skirmisher jungle thing that you've got going on. Jinx has been really big. I would not be surprised to see a lot of focus around her and other hyper carries. Caitlyn, Misfortune have also been very big recently. Zeri exploded onto the scene, although she has seen a few nerfs, so who knows? Maybe we'll see something else get prioritized.
Absolutely. I have this inkling. I want to see it. I'm a big engage support kind of guy. As we are on the topic of ADCs, you want to make sure you pair with something that's, copacetic, that works out. So I love my Leonas, I love my Threshes, things of that nature. But I have started this Renata kick that I love when her hostile takeover hits and it works out. It's one of those things where if you can't hit the targets correctly, it's kind of a moot point. So I want to see one of those taken out today. I want to see it put to the grindstone, and I want to see it pay off as well.
I think if you really want to make the best use of it, you have to have one of two options. You either pick fights in the jungle where you can force people into closer combatant range, or you have someone else who can set up that, keep people in an area. I think Veigar is excellent for keeping people together with that baby cage, or you can follow up with, say, a Jarvan or a Malphite, something that just keeps them together so that when that wave of anger hits and flows over everybody, you can see that hyper carry just chew through the teams.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like we're going to take a little peek. Of course, we got to hear from Doc himself, as it does appear that focus on a strong comp. Of course, you got to have a comp, and you got to play to that specific comp that you have drafted for, and then some. Remember your win condition as well as Dragon Control, although we would say debatable with some certain LCS champions as far as recent was concerned. But Dragon Control does become an absolutely massive, point of contention And of course, Doc's keys to the game are brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. Drop-In Gaming is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. How do you feel about Dragons, Glovely? Again, I mentioned, that it is a point to consider, something to think about, but not necessarily a game-altering situation sometimes. How do teams, find that information? How do they know, all right, we don't need to fight for this? Because if I'm playing that game, I'm going for every objective all the time. I can't let anything through my fingers.
I think a lot of it depends on composition. For example, if you're running these hyper carry compositions that are really popular, you don't really need to get those first 2 dragons because you need more time to scale. Let the Jinx farm, get items. You don't have to rush in and pick up those risky dragons because you're going to eventually outscale the other team anyway.
Right. Absolutely. Well, we will see what happens as we are in. Everyone's hanging on out and getting ready for this best of one here. Again, Blackfoot versus Ryrie, and we have our first set of bans. Looks like, Set going to be the first one with Darius taking off as well.
I like all of these bans because my first thought is, wow, every single one of these is a terror to lane against his Garen.
Absolutely.
Every single one. The Annie, not so much, but I think that might be a nod to Dr. Haskell.
I was going to say that's a Dr. Haskell thing right there as far as everything else is concerned. Master Yi, Vayne, that is one of those situations where if you talk about hyper carry and skill, those 2 champions can get out of control with very limited resources.
Xerath is going to be that last one. Playing is pretty strong in both the mid and support roles. Really annoying to deal with that poke, and especially if it's someone who's a specialist. Speaking of poke, though, Varus is going to be the first lock-in, and you either have that on-hit build or you have that terrifying lethality. Illaoi. That's an interesting first pick. Not one I would have gone for because it does leave you very vulnerable. Tristana going to be the follow-up. Great objective control, great ability to push those towers, and Kayn for the jungle on the other side.
This is what I absolutely love about these, not pro-tier matches, is that you get to see stuff like Illaoi. I have been itching to see Illaoi recently. Right, not a #1 pick, but that is a pocket pick with power. You have to feel.
Prominence Blade use it to devastating effect, especially with the Gore Drinker.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited to see it. Thresh, of course.
Love it. Absolutely adore it. Again, the Lantern not only effective in getting your teammates out, but the mental game that you can get with that, albeit a little trolly. Nothing better than throwing it behind you. They're like, oh, here comes the jungler, and they bounce right out. You get a little neener, nobody's there.
Space.
Yeah, get a little bit of extra poke in there.
Sometimes that's just what you need, just to scare them off a little bit. Looks like that Veigar, they aren't listening to us up there. So that is going to be banned away. Prevent that from bringing the Renata Glass a little more space to work with. Vi also going to be taken away. Great for destroying hyper carry, so maybe that's what they're going with on this Tristana. Mordekaiser can be a devastating top laner just for his ability to isolate a lot of champions. Very effective against Illaoi. So, of course, going to get that one away because that would be one of the most terrifying counter picks you could go for.
Absolutely. And again, love to see the Leona pick up. The dawn has arrived. We will see if the sun rises or sets as far as these 2 teams are concerned. Again, they are fighting for a spot in the grand final best-of-3 match that will be coming your way later today. But right now, if that locks in, I am the happiest camper in North America. I love me some rolling death ball and a good old-fashioned okay to go with it.
I think he's okay.
He's okay. He's not the He's not like the one that you immediately go for.
Looking at the side, they're going to lock in the Fiora, so they don't actually have any ability power. There it is. There's the Vex.
There it is.
That is a relatively new champion. I think we've only seen her on the stream a few times ourselves, so relatively new. That is going to be their only AP option, but she does provide a lot of AP, a lot of crowd control. Very good battle mage as far as I'm concerned, and very good against mobility, which is going to be important going into not just the Tristana and Leona, but also this Ahri that's been locked in on that last slot.
Ahri's been seeing a lot of play for multiple different reasons, and again, no real question mark there considering the rest of the pick here as far as Ryrie is concerned, if I am not mistaken. I'm sorry, that's Blackfoot on the right-hand side. I love it. I love the unorthodox nature, and as far as the crew over on Blackfoot's side, I'm sorry, of Ryrie's side, Vex is terrifying. Vex does to me what LeBlanc did a handful of seasons ago that LeBlanc still kind of does, but the, hey, I'm here, you're dead scenario is very much well alive with that Vex.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the most terrifying part of her isn't the damage, but it's that fear, that like 2-second AoE fear that she lands on you, splits your whole team apart so that you can't group up together. Like, that's absolutely terrifying. Even if you've got some form of tenacity, it just lasts forever.
It takes forever. And then I love the Fiora pickup as well. Much more manageable champ than in Runeterra, if you will. For those who know, they know. But it will give her an opportunity to, like you said, on isolated targets, just open up. Find the vital procs. Suddenly you can't bring her down as well. Another champion that, when she gets rolling, she can roll very, very, very hard. So another point that they need to be aware of on the side of Blackfoot.
I also think that the Fiora is really important because she has the ability to ignore the Rammus armor. She can parry the Alawi E, the Test of Spirit. So a lot of great tools in that champion. And we were talking about like this whole breaker meta. Fiora is a fantastic split pusher.
Yeah, it's kind of what she does, right? She runs up, smacks it a few times, peels back out. And for some reason, she just does it more effectively.
Just doesn't get punished for it, right? Because she's already an effective duelist. So champions like Yorick, who are great split pushers, well, you're doubling down on that split push.
Absolutely.
Instead of just adding that split push to a champion who did other things much better.
Yeah, and as we take a look, I always immediately, as a support guy, look at your bot lanes again. Varus with the Thresh. You've got the Leona with the Tristana. Tristana can get super interesting as well on top of everything else. The fact that, you know, her range is what it is, her ability to buster shot you for everything and then some, you know, late game depending on the build is huge. So very interested to see how that goes. Plus, we love a good Goomba Stomp combo when it comes to the later game team fights.
Definitely. That's a very aggressive bot lane there over on the side of Blackfoot. Leona, Tristana, they're going to jump on top of you. But so there's going to be a lot of pressure on this Thresh to use that Flay to keep Leona out of the way of your carry. Let Varus have the space he needs to be that effective poke champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you take a look at just the raw tankiness of the side of Blackfoot, something I always like to emphasize as well. Leona gets big and beefy. Rammus basically does nothing else other than get big and beefy. And then Alawi, again, can get out of control, especially the lifesteal on those tendrils can, you know, come quite handy. So they're going to have to figure out a way to rip through it. Like you mentioned, the Fiora is an option. Kane does have the ability to break the line as well. Just land on top of a champion. I'm not going anywhere until it's safe, and then shred them from the inside. So interesting drafts as well.
That brings up the question of what kind of Kane you're going to go for. With all these big beefy targets, my thought would be you'd want to go red Kane. You'd get the extra crowd control, the extra health. But on the other hand, Shadow Assassin would be absolutely fantastic because there's only 2 damage dealers, big damage dealers over on the side of Blackfoot. So if you can get the Ahri and the Tristana just poof, assassinated, there's no damage.
And just, it's again, like we mentioned, it's going to be getting to those individuals that will be the problem. But we are locked in and we are loading on up. Again, thank you guys so much for joining us today, whether it's on the Twitch stream or here in the Boise State Esports Battle Arena. Again, just a full-fledged day of awesome, and we're going to move on with some League of Legends. No real predictions right off the bat. I have a hard time doing like a hard prediction on teams I haven't really seen a whole lot of, right? They've been iced for nearly 10 hours, you know what I mean? From the day before. So this will be a fresh look for both of these teams. I'm sure they've had some games that they've been playing in the, in the background, getting geared up and good to go. But it's do or die for either one of these two teams, and it's very hard to just look at the draft and go, okay, I think this is what's going on here. I didn't see any real massive blunders, just a couple of head tilters, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the Fiora was a strange case when you knew that you were playing into the Rammus, into this very tanky lineup that can just build a lot of armor into you. I would expect to see, like, lots of Frozen Heart, Thornmail, Randuin's Omen sort of stuff coming out from all of those champions. On top of, like, you know, whatever their usual builds are, probably Turbo Chem Tank from Rammus.
Sure, right? Because what else are you going to buy on him? More armor?
Yeah, exactly.
He will hit harder. You got the old AP Rammus from back in the day where he'd one-shot towers, you know?
I mean, he does have the new ultimate. That could be a factor in thing. Like, you can't use your ultimate on towers anymore, but it is a much more effective area of effect engage that can be really great, especially with that Leona to follow up on that. They're going to have a lot of tools to keep people in the area for Alawi as well. So be keeping an eye out. I'd say Blackfoot's team is a really good team fight composition. I'd expect them to tick fights around objectives, so dragons, barons, towers. I think that's where their focus is going to be. On the other side, though, we've got this very pick-oriented composition. Fiora's great in the 1v1 duels. We've got Thresh who can just grab an opponent and force them to face him. You can pick people off from a distance with a Varus. And finally, we're getting into game.
And we are in. You hear the crowd behind us. If you've got a little excitement in you, we would love to hear it here on the front desk. But again, Ryrie, Blackfoot, one of these teams going on and seeing yet another round.
I am so excited to be here. already. Blackfoot and Ryrie kind of setting up. And we see a little bit of trade going in the top. Test of Spirit, of course, a great ability for that Alawi to have to just get some extra chip damage. I see a lot of Alawi like to max that first, just because the percent damage that you get when hitting that Spectre goes up very quickly.
Absolutely. And a nice little leash here from the side of Ryrie. Just going to make sure that everything is good to go. Again, Blackfoot actually in the arena. Ryrie playing from a remote location. But we are just glad to have you guys here with us. Fiora jumping on in, just giving a little poke. Hey, how are you? Nothing too damaging either way. These are the early parts of the games. Both junglers deciding which way they want to go about it. Extended Blade is going to whiff right there. A hook to follow, get a couple of shots there on Copycat. But that is going to be a win for Blackfoot.
Yeah, I think Blackfoot definitely had the advantage in that. If that Zenith Blade had hit, though, that could have been a much worse trade.
Absolutely. Well, and Varus, you know, not the most mobile or slippery of champions by any means, so that is something to think about as well. As you mentioned, that lockdown is pretty gnarly. Looks like Vex going to put some damage here down on Ahri, but not enough to worry about.
One thing I think is really interesting is there in Blackfoot's bot lane, they've not taken the Ignite on the Leo. They took the Ignite on the Tristana, not the Leona, which means they're going to try and get more kill pressure for the Tristana specifically, just to be able to finish things off, collect that gold more easily.
That's a good hook. In with the Flay, gonna grab both of them. Rocket Jump is going to be forced on out. That Q is massive, and Ignite is ticking away. Flash is forced from the Tristana, leaving Shovel all by their lonesome.
Flash for Ignite there. That's a summoner spell exchange, but in the end, like, I would rather give up my Ignite much shorter cooldown, and they also force the Tristana out of lane, which means that's going to give them a farm advantage. We see the gank come in for the top. Looks like they're going to abandon it.
It was just a prank, bro, says the Rammus as he peels on out of there, realizes he is not at the advantageous spot that he would like to be. If you're going to do some maintenance here, get rid of some of these tentacle weeds, if you will, making sure Olawi doesn't get too much control over this lane. But she's just fine sitting here near the tower and letting these minions come towards her.
I mean, sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to sit on your tower and you got to relax, let the minions come to you.
2 tower shots, auto attack. 2 tower shots, auto attack.
It's going to lose a lot of farm off of that, though. They are going to. Thankfully, though, thanks to the pressure, they have been able to put on a lot. Here comes the Kayn for a gank, though.
And he is in, and he's going to find that first blood with relative ease. Ryrie on the map right off the bat.
There goes the Test of Spirit, putting a little damage there onto that Fiora, but is going to be able to just weather the storm. It's going to get the curse, though. Might have to be careful with that. Taking a lot of damage. There goes the engage, but the deadly dance, the duelist dance, pardon, doing a lot of damage. That passive, one of the most terrifying in the game.
Gives him the old wallop.
That was a little greedy there.
I mean, it is what it is, but it did look very, very advantageous for the Ryrie side of things. Instead, a kill going to be gifted over to Blackfoot. Gotta love that 6th man, the tower, right? As they're jumping on in, it looks like we're burning everything in the kitchen sink. The explosive charge is going to do damage. The Goomba stomp on in, the auto attacks ringing on through. Ignite has been used. Zero is going to find Copycat. They're looking for more. The play is going to be there, but the jungler is here as well. It's going to be forced out by a Flash Subomaniac, as well as Zero get out with their lives and find 1 in the process.
Ryrie really getting punished there. That was a great flay by the Thresh, but remember that you're flaying to try and capture a Tristana and a Leona. They want to go in on you, and if you're not sitting in front of your tower, you're essentially making it easier for them to get to Varus in the back line, and because of that, they're able to pick up that elimination.
And you heard the crowd in the background, everyone getting hype and enjoying what they're seeing. Charm is going to land, not a whole lot of follow-up nonetheless. But we've got people down and gold on the board so far, a smidgen of a lead for Ryrie. They do have the 1 kill to their name, Blackfoot with a couple to their name as well, those sitting on the Tristana and Alawi respectively.
I would keep an eye on these mid lanes once they start getting enough mana to start shoving things out, because that's when the real danger is going to start, because both of these mid laners are really strong roamers. They're able to roam across the map, set up kills for their allies, thanks to their great crowd control and mobility. So keep an eye on them. Once they start having the ability to wave clear, we can already see them roaming down towards the bottom for that dragon.
Absolutely, I was going to bring up, we saw the 3-man goon squad, so as far as this dragon is concerned, it looks like we do have something here. Lantern is going to come out with a great taunt, but it's not going to be in time. Dropped him for just a couple of seconds, but now it looks like Sage is going to have to flash on out. Charm is going to land, but they do not want to take that fight. I am assuming that Q was massive, as it looks like Soggy as well as Sage are very, very low. They're just going to have to concede this dragon over to the side of Ryrie.
Now, one thing about the Hextech Dragon is that, especially early on in the game, it's not particularly helpful because it's really strong on those who are doing worse than their target.
Fighting.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that is a bursty champion, I suppose. Big old fight turned even crazier. A nice little pull sets up the panic button, and it looks like Trendy was able to pull that one off. So Blackfoot finds yet another one, and this Alawi already starting to look really good.
Yeah, picking a fight with Alawi is one thing. Picking a fight with Alawi is...
Uh-oh. Speaking of jumps, and it's going to be enough. The Tristana finds one, but here comes the jungler for the side of Ryrie. Zero is looking to get out once again, and they're able to do it. Just gives them the old Goomba stomp, massive blow up, and they are in and out once again on that bottom side.
Yeah, Ryrie's just picking fights that they really shouldn't be picking. A lot of damage coming onto this Fiora just because of that test of spirit. We see huge chunks going into that, but thankfully Fiora buys a lot of items that allowed her to get life steal. Is a 0-2 and 0 Fiora right now, so doesn't have that Vampiric Scepter yet, doesn't have a lot of life steal, but is going to get caught by the test of spirit again, going to try and pick that fight.
And despite the kill differential, it's actually unbelievably even as far as gold is concerned. You know, the managing of minions here looking pretty square, all things considered. And then again, you've got this Kayn with an extra kill on top of him. So that feels good for the side of Ryrie, but Blackfoot just feeling so strong in that top lane. Like you were saying, all they need to do is make sure that this Fiora pretty much stays in the condition that she's in, while the bottom lane continues to snowball as best that they can. 2 kills to their name with just a small, slight CS differential.
I think right now, Soft and Soggy is the only one not sort of like picking up that significant advantage over their lane opponent. One thing I would like to highlight, though, is that jungle difference there that's going on right now. And I don't mean jungle diff in a bad way like your solo queue teammates mean, but I do mean that Rammus is way under-farmed compared to the Kayn, who has also picked up an elimination for himself. So that might be something to keep an eye on going forward, because while the Rammus, you know, doesn't fall off very easily, is always going to be useful as a tank, it does mean you're going to have a lot less gold to work with.
It is just terrifying from the Alawi there, just burning so little and getting so much out of it. Basically just existing in your lane and punishing you through and through. Your tower's not even safe. Trendy is coming on through and is going to flash into the brush and be found by the Kayn. Thief says, "Excuse me, sir, you seem to be a little far from home."
That was really greedy. Like, even with a 2-0 lead, like you were half health going underneath the tower, already taking the aggro.
Got a style on him, right?
So I think you
get extra gold for being stylistic,
I think
right?
you sit back, you let your minions do the work, you pick up some tower plates, and then you don't get ganked by the Kayn.
Nah, top 5, man. That's what we're aiming for. But again, I 100% agree with you there, Glovely. Odd series, curious decision. And now this Kayn has got a bounty on their head. So that feels pretty good. Opposite that, again, we mentioned Tristana doing what they can with the resources they have been given. It looks like this Rift Herald is going to be a decision point. They're going to find that scuttle with relative ease, and now both of them are here. This Rammus is not doing so okay. He's going to be rooted and shooted as Ryrie Mookie is going to find yet another.
Yeah, Sage maybe not picking the right time to do Rift Herald, didn't know where the enemy jungler was, and he knew that the mid lane had roamed up. So at this point, this would be a great opportunity for them to pick up that Herald. Looks like they're just going to ignore it, maybe head back to the lane.
Absolutely. So a couple of plates maybe in the near future, at least one, that's for sure. We saw the ding and we saw the resources move on through. They will leave it at that with no minions to help back them up. But again, we mentioned gold being relatively even up until this point. It took 10 minutes, and it looks like Ryrie does have an ever so slight lead there, despite the kill differential being in favor of Blackfoot. This Rift Herald will certainly help as well. Say goodbye to at least half of your tower, depending on when we decide to throw that thing into it. And they're just going nuts there. Like I said, I guess they did want to find that second plate, and they will be rewarded. As you mentioned, Rammus so far behind, they really don't have to worry about him.
I mean, one thing that really swung the gold was that, yes, they got those eliminations, but they didn't get anything out of them. They didn't get any objectives.
Right.
Meanwhile, Ryrie, They got a shutdown in the top lane. They got the dragon early on. They got a whole bunch of tower plates in the bottom lane. There's
so
no plates taken by Blackfoot.
So much damage. It's just unfair, man. You can't do anything about it. And look, it's going to spawn right on top of you as well. Enjoy playing on that far side. Enjoy watching these minions, you know, just get chunked down over and over again. And Trendy hasn't even taken any damage. Look at how little mana has been burned as well. He can continue to do this for as long as he's there.
Definitely, and that's what makes Illaoi one of the most impressive champs in the game to go up against, especially if you're a melee champ. If you're a ranged champ, oh, it's fine. You can just, you know, poke down the... Oh my goodness.
Once again, with feeling, might as well. It looks like this Rammus is instead just going to take a couple arrows. Looks like looking for this Infernal Drake. I would pull that out if I were you. And in comes Vex. Here comes the rest of everybody. Soggy is in looking for something, but instead it's going to be pushed out here by the Ryrie jungler as Rammus is going to peel on out looking to help his mid laner. He's going to find Thief support, but he is going to be on life support as the Rammus is dropped.
Maybe not a great time to pick up that dragon there, especially since you know that your top laner... Ooh, speaking of, that hurt to watch.
Yikes.
When you know your top laner is pinned down and you know that your lanes aren't in position to help you, going for that dragon is a very risky move. You need to know where the opposing jungler is before you can really take advantage of that. So now they pick up their second dragon. Looks like the mountains will rise. It's going to be a mountain rift. So watch for that extra terrain.
Absolutely massive. It does look like Small Abode has found a way in. The hook is going to land. Will they follow through? Flay as well, not much. A little late to be throwing the shield out. Looks like they still want to go for it. Jumping on in, what a sentence plate. It's huge as the Grave Call is going to be pushed forward, but there is a huge Q from the Varus. He's going to find one in the meantime. I'm sorry, Thief is going to fall down in the meantime. And instead, it looks like not much going to be going through. Nice Q again going to be landing, and they are just chipping away at everything they can.
Again, like, you're using this Thresh, one of his greatest disengage tools, and you're using it to aggress on a lane that wants to aggress on you. You can't keep letting him do this.
I don't know about this either.
No.
Oh, and the charm is going to be found. It is just all on fire for the side of Blackfoot. It looks like Sage is trying to get on in, looking for the taunt, looking for the damage. It's going to work. They're burning, they're turning, but he's only going to find one, a double there for the side of Ryrie as Copycat finds two.
Yeah, that is going to help Copycat get back into the game. 2 eliminations now, does have a gold bounty and finishes that Dusk Blade of Drakthar, which I think very interesting choice because on one hand, yes, it's a very strong power spike item early on in the game, so it is going to power spike much sooner than that Tristana will.
Sure.
But on the other hand, you're going into a bunch of tanks, so you can already see Rammus already has that Bramble Vest. You've already got armor on the other side. That's going to be a lot harder to punch through with a lethality build.
Yeah, well, so we'll see how that unfolds. I had hoped that maybe Rammus would find a couple. They were low enough that his existence alone, and oh man, would have been enough. But it looks like instead we're getting a Rift Herald here in the mid lane. Thief support gonna return the favor again. Huge chunk from that tower gone. Teleport is going to be expended. This Illaoi is here to save the day in the remainder of that tower, now that she doesn't have one to fight on her own.
That's true. They've now left that Fiora up in the top lane. It's going to focus on what looks like a Trinity Force build. So, no, actually, I think that's going to be Divine Sunderer, which I think would make a lot more sense. But in my opinion, like if you're going into the Illaoi, you need to have Grievous Wounds very quickly. So much of her power is in her ability to regenerate and survive. Are going to pop that ultimate actually in order to get that proc on the Test of Spirit. I'm not sure that was the right call there because now they're not going to have it for this upcoming fight, but they do get a lot of damage.
Looks like Juggler is going to be jumping on in. Thief support is going to be charged up. Sage is going to try to do something, but it's just taking so much damage and delivering as much as well. Taunt comes out, so does the smite. Thief support will survive as he goes head-to-head with the mid lane. Will be dropped, but Illaoi finds the Vex.
There were pixels on that last play. Just barely dodging out of the way of that ultimate from the Vex. Soft and Soggy could have been just deleted there, but just barely managed to avoid it, barely gets the charm. These just minor pixel measurements are always the most terrifying thing to see, but the most exciting as well.
Just a crazy fight started right there on that bottom side of the brush and ended up working its way all the way back into the mid lane. A fight on 2 different fronts. God, so that's a little bit of an unfortunate. That's like
that's a panic flash.
It's a panic flash, but you never know, right? Maybe that Rammus somehow came back up in the top lane. But they're going to crash down here in the mid lane, looking to get this tower for the side of Blackfoot. Again, while the objectives may be more in favor of Ryrie, Blackfoot is holding on. The cage is going to come out. Taunt is not going to land. This Leona tanky as Bleep is going to fall. This Copycat is going to land a beautiful death sentence as Mookie's going to pick up that one as well.
Adobe has been playing so aggressive all game, but this time it finally pays off. They finally got back up from their team. They've got the tower shots. The Root held that Leona in place so that those tower shots were hammering through. It doesn't matter how tanky your Leona is. Eventually, those tower shots are going to get through all of that armor and magic resist.
Absolutely. They had an opportunity that does bode well, if you will, for the upcoming team fights. Means your Leona's very, very tanky. She can probably do that again at some point. The fear and hope is that the opposing team did not have as many resources to now shred through what was already so fragile. So again, as I was talking, as it unfolded, Ryrie's got the objectives. They got 2 dragons to their name, and wow, jumping right on in. This Vex wants to party, and the entire crew of Ryrie is there as well. But it does look like Mookie might actually die here. Trendy is going to find the Vex. Here comes the rest of Blackfoot to help clean this up. Copycat running for their lives, but this Tristana gets a 2-for-1 on a single auto attack. Buster shot to follow. Sage says that one's mine. Okay.
Fantastic shutdown on that Alawi, but in doing so, you left yourself open. The rest of Blackfoot roams up, takes full advantage of that. Now they're also going to pick up this Rift Herald here. Add that to the gold that they earned from this. And this Tristana still hasn't been shut down, now has the Kraken Slayer. That is a terrifying item to see on any AD carry, but on Tristana, it's one of the worst.
It's one of those dream scenarios, too. The explosive charge goes off, you get 2 kills on a single auto attack, you're able to focus around. Yeah, granted, the Fiora was probably already dead, but it just feels so good. And again, 5-0-1, meaning they have not been dropped. 500 gold bounty on their head. We'll see what that means for the already target that would be on the head of that ADC. But like you mentioned, Kraken Slayer should be doing wonders for them moving forward. About 18 minutes into this game, with Blackfoot having the gold lead, objectives looking more Ryrie favored.
We are starting to get to the point in the game where we're starting to see mythic items getting completed. Some of them pretty obvious, like the Hextech Turbo Chem tank going to come out from the Rammus. Very dangerous there with that Vex. You got to be careful, especially with that jungler waiting in the wings. One thing I think is interesting, though, is that Trendy Card on that Alawi has decided not to go for a mythic. Actually built the Death's Dance first. That was a flash there.
Hey, it looked like he needed it too, but yeah, I did not mention or see that. So the Death Dance, we'll see what they decide to do other than just kind of continue to steamroll. 6-2-2, not too shabby, nothing to shake your head at. And we have seen that all they need to do is land the grab, and it's open season, roughly, at that point.
I mean, some champions don't need a mythic immediately to have an impact on the game, as you can clearly see. Right? Like, yeah, Fiora's got this Divine Thunderer built, and it's a great item against Alawi specifically, but Alawi's had such a dominant
what a hook! Death Sentence going to land, play going to follow, so much damage coming on out. What a great cue from Copycat. They're sacrificing everyone and everything for this tower, as it does look like Zero may be able to get out, able to use the rocket jump as 2 individual skill shots had their name on it, but instead it looks like we have an opportunity here onto the top side. The support looking to make a sneaky little entrance, does so. Damage comes on out, engage is there, but it looks like this Alawi is more than willing to party. Thief support gets dropped, but all of those procs are gonna go off. Now it's 2v1, just kidding. 1v1 as Trendy absolutely destroys the 2 individuals who jumped on him.
Alawi's one of those champions where when she's ahead, you just gotta let her be.
Just leave her alone.
You can't fight that. Oh my
we're
goodness.
Still fighting,
what
friends.
a
And
time.
if comes on in, that Goomba Stomp was for naught. And now this Leona all by their lonesome is forced to use the ultimate to get on out of there. It looks like Small Boat will find the hook and be rewarded. Another one coming in there for Copycat. Finds a double on the bottom side, and they didn't even pick that fight.
And that is why the lethality on the Varus is useful, because the Tristana doesn't have any of that armor that all of her teammates are going to build. You're going to pop her like a grape.
Absolutely. So again, Mookie here had an interesting situation diving on top of that Alawi. Alawi was able to 2v1 the opposing top laner and jungler, so that's always a morale breaker if you have that kind of a monster in the lanes. We have not seen a full 5v5 team fight. We've seen a couple 3v3s, a couple 4v4s, some kind of trickle in 1v3s, you know, but not a full-fledged team fight yet. And I feel like Ryrie, if they can break the back line, they might be able to do something, but this Tristana is already popping off and going nuts.
And it is terrifying. Like this, they don't have a team fight composition. They want to pick these smaller fights based on the champions that they have, but they also can't really afford to. Like, you're losing that 1v1 in the top lane. You've got this terrifying Tristana that will just grind down your towers, although that last elimination was really big. Speaking of eliminations.
Well, that's exactly what you're looking for on the side of Ryrie, is they absolutely delete Soggy right there.
This is what I was talking about. That, oh my goodness, with that Shadow Assassin it's terrifying the amount of just sheer burst damage it does to squishy targets. If you take out the damage dealers, who cares about your tanks?
Rammus is in, and so is the rest of Ryrie here, and Zero is going to be left by their lones and forced to flash, but it's a weird one at that. And now the jungler and support are just fish to the fodder as this Varus starts plinking away. A triple kill for them on the bottom side.
Again, you take out the damage dealers. Once the Ahri is gone, once the Tristana is gone, what have you got left to deal with? Illaoi is just going to keep on perma-shoving in this top lane, so unless you have the Illaoi down there to provide additional damage, it's just a couple of tanks. What are they going to do? They're not going to hurt you.
You get a roly-poly boy and a very shiny lady. That's it. That's what you have.
And I think they're fantastic.
Sure, absolutely. It's not like their damage outputs are actually that insane. Sure, crowd control mechanics. Raw tankability, huge, but as far as that situation was concerned, as we did see, we're going to see it once again, rinse and repeat. Thief support just destroys mid lane.
Okay, Zav Nizagi has got to come up with a better plan to deal with this Kayn. My brain keeps wanting to call him Kanye because that's what I call him as a joke to my friends. But
the Kayn.
Yeah, this is Kanye East as opposed to Kanye West.
Fantastic. All right, I see it. I see it. Xenoblade not going to find anything. Ult from Varus is going to lock down the entire crew. Your Tristana exploded, deleted. Varus finds two. In come the tentacles, but they just tickle nonetheless, as it does look like Ryrie going to get the shutdown, and everybody looking at Gray on the side of Blackfoot.
They've set up themselves up with a lot of fantastic tools to be able to take that back line, especially just the terror of that Kayn being able to slip into the back. We saw the shots coming from long range from the Vex as a pseudo artillery mage, and Tristana just got deleted before she was even able to launch a single auto attack.
That Varus ult was actually super well placed, and one of those things where the side of Blackfoot, they needed to wait, they needed to let that go away. Instead, they trap their most vulnerable members, and they just get absolutely destroyed. Dragon Soul, 4 kills, top it off with a Baron on top. Ryrie looking set to finish this one out with a 6K gold lead.
Can you believe we're only 23 minutes into the game and Dragon Soul's already happened? We've already got a Baron buff on the field. You can already see that everyone has finished their mythics except, again, the Illaoi. And at this point in the game, it's going to start hurting.
Right.
Yes, the Hull Breaker is great, but you don't get any benefit of that in the team fight, which is where Illaoi really needs to be at this point in the game. So unless you're going to solely devote yourself to split pushing, which you can't afford to do at this stage of the game, it's not a great item.
They're just playing the ultimate Destiny mode, you know, where you just like get whatever items they tell you to buy on that website, and so you're like, oh, no mythic, no problem, we got this. But
Muramana. Okay, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I need 2 Zonias. That's weird. I don't know why. But
and Death Cap.
Death Cap. Always Death Cap. So, again, Ryrie looking good. Blackfoot struggling a little bit, but has looked good in the past as far as this match is concerned. Again, we started with an absolutely nutty Illaoi ripping off the top of the cage and just going for broke. And then, meanwhile, that bottom side, Ryrie, Copycat XL, was able to bounce back after a rather lackluster start, looking at 12-3-4. So able to bring themselves back. Looks like the siege here is going to be towards the mid lane. Those Baron-empowered minions trying to do some work, but will be easily cleared away. See if Alawi's going to do some work here, but the damage and the AoE is so raw. Everybody's toast. The support jumps in. Multiple bodies disappear. That's 4 for the side of Ryrie. They're going to get this tower, and they're going to be looking for more as Soft and Soggy left all by their lonesome. It's a Fox and the Hound situation, but this is not going to end the way of the movie. This is real life and an ace for Ryrie.
So what I wanted to talk about was how terrifying Ryrie's composition is in a siege scenario, not just with, you know, the Mountain Soul and the Baron buff, because that's always going to be terrifying regardless of what team you're going up against. But their team is so well designed to pick out key targets, to latch onto someone who steps out of place and then just absolutely eviscerate them. The Rammus goes in, does manage to hold one down, but is going to get deleted.
It's just the unfortunate part of that Rammus. It does look like he will get a kill there, but destroyed just as quickly and returned in kind. It's just if he gets so far behind, there's only so much he can do. Zenith Blade on in. It looks like Shovel there just throwing their lives away. The Charm is in. They're able to find the Thresh, but what was the cost? Both Nexus Tower is gone. Volley is going to land. Shovel Maniac jumping on in, but destroyed just as quickly as their flash was used. And that will be that from the looks of it. Ryrie picking up this one and moving on to the grand final. And what a massive game there. Blackfoot did all that they could to try to get it going. What a beautiful early game, but it all just falls apart towards the midpoint of that game. Like you mentioned, Glovely, Kanye of the jungle, if you will, absolutely just stellar. Huge damage out of nowhere.
It's all about that ability to access that backline, because once you deal with the damage dealers, it's a free game.
Yep.
Like the Alawi was very strong, yes, but once you got to the stage of the game where Alawi grouping up is ideal, where you want to force people into team fights around it, you had the Hull Breaker, which wasn't getting an advantage.
Right.
You didn't have your mythic items, so you weren't getting the benefit of like a Divine Sunderer.
Sure.
So as a result, like a lot of that power that could have come through on the Alawi was kind of almost thrown away.
Right.
But like, great job by Ryrie capitalizing on stuff, playing to their composition, getting the picks that they needed, and that's what set them up for victory.
Absolutely, and again, we will see the climactic finish of this whole League of Legends thing here later on today, and so that will give the time, or the crew of Ryrie time to take a look at what happened, where they were able to excel through, and possibly bring that into their next series again, because they now will play a best of in the grand finals. I wanted to give a shout out to Copycat. Those Varus ultimates were coming from nowhere. We didn't even see him on screen. We just saw the spread of purple immediately, and the entire crew of Blackfoot literally couldn't do anything. So shout outs to Copycat, in my personal opinion, for not only having the damage, you know, ADC, you're so cool, we love it, but having the awareness of, if I hit this one guy, I think they're going to filter in. And
yeah, I
that's
mean,
basically what happened.
If the Tristana's going to jump in my face, I'm just going to get all those stacks on him, hit him with the W-empowered Q, and just delete him with the lethality lethality dusk blade.
Yeah, that one.
There we go.
But again, this is Chizu and Glovely again. Ryrie moving on to see the grand finals. Big shout outs to, again, Blackfoot playing here in our arena. But we do have the ICCU player of the game. Any guesses, Glovely?
I mean, like, oh my goodness, that Varus, right? But also,
think, right?
But also the Kane, right?
Can we give it to the Fiora for just getting beaten on and like not surrendering at 15 minutes?
That's what you got to do in top lane. You just got to get beat up and let your bot lane carry you.
Absolutely. So as we take a look, it does appear it's going to be small Adobe. I do not necessarily disagree with that at all. Great hooks throughout the course of it.
I do think that early on, you know, a little over-aggressive, but later on that aggression paid off in a big way. Look at all these death sentences that they landed to set up the rest of their team, including the one in the final team fight.
Yep, absolutely. Love the photo as well. The ICCU player of the game, again, brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Small Adobe is the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game here. Feel free to give him a round of applause or one of those pogs in chat. But again, just an absolutely massive setup there. And again, it looks like Blackfoot had a way on in, but Ryrie on the back of Adobe as well as Copycat just absolutely shredded everyone in their path. And Ryrie surges on to find themselves in the grand finals. So we will see if they can continue on. But again, big shout out to them as being the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game. So from my understanding, Lovely, we're going to take a little bit of a league break. We're gonna simmer down just a smidgen. And then from my limited understanding of the world, we have the finals of Smash on the way.
I'm excited for that. I mean, we've got some really cool stuff lined up. We've seen some great matches today already. Like, this is going to be super hype.
Absolutely. So everybody take a minute, breathe, and we will be back with the Idaho Army National Guard and our amazing high school event. Don't go anywhere. We got the Smash Finals coming your way, but we've got an amazing top 5 as well as we get ready for the top 5s, again, presented by the Idaho Army National Guard. They invite you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time with more than 10 jobs offering a 20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for. The Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. Like I said, we're going to take a break. We got a top 5 coming your way, and then we're smashing. We'll be back. Individual skill shots had their name on it, but instead it looks like we have an opportunity here onto the top side. Thief Support looking to make a sneaky little entrance. Does so. Damage comes on out. Engage is there, but it looks like this Alawi is more than willing to party. Thief Support gets dropped, but all of those procs are going to go off. Now it's 2v1. Just kidding. 1v1.
Yeah, this is Kanye East as opposed to Kanye West.
Fantastic. All right, I see it. Xenoblade not going to find anything. Ult from Varus is going to lock down the entire crew. Your Tristana exploded, deleted. Varus finds 2. In come the tentacles, but they just tickle. Mid lane, those Baron-empowered minions trying to do some work, but will be easily cleared away. See if Alawi's going to do some work here, but the damage and the AoE is so raw. Everybody's toast. Thief Support jumps in. Multiple bodies disappear. That's 4 for the side of Ryrie. They're going to get this tower, and they're going to be looking for more as soft and soft.
Damage it does to squishy targets. If you take out the damage dealers, who cares about your tanks?
Rammus is in, and so is the rest of Ryrie here. Zero is going to be left by their lonesome, forced to flash, but it's a weird one at that. And now the jungler and support are just fished to the fodder as this Varus starts plinking away. A triple kill for them on the bottom side.
You just gotta let her be.
Just leave her alone.
You can't fight that. Oh my
we're
goodness.
Still fighting, friends. Everybody comes on in. That Kuma stop was for naught. And now this Leona all by their lonesome is forced to use the ultimate to get on out of there. It looks like Small Abode will find the hook and be rewarded. Another one coming in there for Copycat. Finds double.
Donkey Kong. Lucario. Stop the battle! Stop the battle! Donkey Kong! battle. Donkey Kong. Samus. 3, 2, 1, go! game. AZ wins.
If I stay, would you run for me? If I go, would you be happy here in the end? So is it all for nothing? Was it all for nothing? Those memories, was it all for nothing? Was it all for nothing? So is it all for nothing?
Welcome to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena, and you are watching our coverage of the Idaho High School Esports Showdown as top Idaho high school gamers compete to see what's the stuff. This year, my name is Brandon Red Hot Koziansik, and joining me to call the action is nothing other than Jared Baratel, whatever the last name is. But it's a long thing to say. But
it's Castiglione, but there we go.
Castiglione, there you go.
That's the funniest thing I've heard in a long time, whatever his name is.
I don't know, but... well, we do have the grand finals coming up here.
We do.
And I am very excited, honestly. It was actually pretty decently close for that. Like, both games from semifinals were, like, equally close. Like, both went to 2-0s, but both were, like, within 3 or 4 stocks. So I think the biggest thing is these teams obviously should, on paper, be very well matched. So I think the biggest thing is now they have adapted at least to this play style of having a different kind of – it's a crew battle. It's not just a 1v1 anymore. You're not playing for yourself. You're playing for the rest of your teammates, so it definitely feels a little better there. But
it's like more trade-focused because at the end of the day,
exactly.
If you can take stocks off your opponent, you make it easier on your teammates.
Yeah.
Both of these two rosters from Burley, from Minico, have phenomenal players.
Yeah, I think the stocks game really comes into play, and I think honestly sometimes you can just kind of have that stock. You're doing kind of your job. So overall, I'm excited to see that, of course. And I think they're kind of getting ready to go here because the third place match just happened. So
I saw Ganondorf there in the third place
they were
match.
definitely having some fun in that third place match. But now it's serious time.
True.
Big serious time with that overall. We'll see the Captain Falcon. We saw that from Burley had that going on.
Burley, yeah.
I think Minico was the they had either was it the Samus or the
Minico was the Sephiroth player.
The Sephiroth player, yeah. And I think they had the whatchamacallit, Mr. Game & Watches, I think.
I think they had the 2 Game & Watch.
Yeah, one of the two. Well, one of those.
We'll see.
Yeah, I know they had Jiggly, which was really good too.
They
But
do
that
have Jiggly,
Kazuya, and he had that Jigglypuff, so definitely has that double threat there.
Yeah.
So overall, excited. So
Ooh. Looks like we're getting into the action. There's a new one we haven't seen yet today. No, we have actually. We've seen it from Burley. They're pulling it out again.
And they're starting with their double
Beavers.
heavies, yeah.
We've seen Nuclear Pig here on this Bowser before, using a lot of that Flame Breath for edge guarding and really just kind of slapping things around, but it'll be hard to slap away. Ooh, never mind.
I think that does damage based on your weight class too. So I think that actually does. Oh, he actually read him right there. He said, "Nice try for the parry. I'm going all the way."
It's a big first early lead, breaking through for Nuclear Pig, and only getting 25% in response.
Yeah, definitely kind of got on that for a second. Wow, almost got through the double super armor because both these moves actually have super armor. So it's kind of a battle between the two there. Great back air. Ooh, goes off stage.
This stage cannot handle the weight of these two. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they could. Have you seen Pokemon Stadium with no hazards?
Wailord is also a
Have you seen no hazards in this map?
Yeah. Boom.
This thing's built to just blow up.
Okay. Nice read there. Gets a lot of damage there. On that.
Remember, he's always going to at least get that stock, too, but it looks like Nuclear Pig is feeling quite good right now. Oh!
Another
so you can actually angle that tilt, too, by the way. You can actually angle it down more to get more range. Great up B. If he gets a 3 stock, that's just immediately such a huge advantage here from Burley.
Yeah, and it may not be the case, but putting up such a great fight Nuclear Pig is, and if we remember correctly, I think this is the only heavy character that Minico played last time we saw them.
Oh wow! Yeah, I think it was both rosters. Oh my God!
You're kidding me!
Nuclear Pig with the 3 stock.
Goes Nuclear. Woo! Impressive performance, impressive start, and a 3-stock lead.
I was saying, Burley is definitely starting with that advantage. If you're, Minico, I don't think you really want to start with that one.
No.
Because he got the high percent, too. He was like 130, give or take.
He just got him rage mode.
Absolutely.
And he just slapped things around.
Yeah, I mean, he just really gave it to him. Now he gets all 3 of those stocks back and the percentage. So he's basically, now they're basically a full member ahead, essentially,
one
right?
Entire player ahead right now. And, I guess when it comes down to it, they may not stick with the Bowser. They can rotate in between other picks. That's probably their
so Nuclear Pig definitely does a good job of Bowser.
Yeah.
So definitely not going to be surprised.
Yeah,
I don't know the actual thing with crew battle. I think once you play that character, you have to stay. Unless, I think either way you do.
The whole time until you get eliminated?
I think it's until you, it's once you start. But Duck Hunt versus Bowser, Duck Hunt definitely does a decently better just because the multi-hits, because multi-hits are really good against super armor.
Right.
And since basically every one of Duck Hunt's abilities are multi-hits, so that'll help a lot.
It's got to try and keep the distance to a maximum, though. And Nuclear Pig does not want to play that game. These platforms will be really huge here for Broken TV. We've seen them use this map to such great length. using those cans to great aspiration. The Desperado and the Frisbee as well, but this time they're just getting slapped around.
Oh, great kind of dodge there.
Down air. Trying to go for the up tilt there too.
Ooh, not getting too much. He's definitely kind of trying to move on these platforms here, but
got to.
Not connecting anything.
Nice bait into the can and the Desperado as well. It's a trade of damage, and it's not one he's winning currently.
And honestly, platforms like this are really good for duck hunting because you can kind of use them to reset a lot of his jumps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Play all these angles that's hard to get to. Great there. Gets a lot. Oh, actually gets him on the kind of the top pillar there.
So much damage.
Now Nuclear Pig is at 4 stocks taken.
Yeah, continuing to pop off. And yes, Duck Hunt can get these chip damage percentages here onto Bowser, but
actually was on stage.
Gets him on the stage.
Oh,
no
great
punish
spike.
there.
Good damage. Okay, gets him down. Nuclear Pig finally loses his first stock here.
A first life they've
And Broken TV is definitely going to need to get like, these 2 stocks while maintaining his 2 stocks to kind of get Minico back into this.
The full fire breath. Didn't want to take more shield damage, so they popped it off, and now they're sitting at 100%.
Yeah.
Nuclear Pig not getting a single one since he died.
Good damage there with the double jab.
Oh, one beefy
hit with
hit,
the falling back air. He was definitely not ready for that one.
Nuclear Pig, again, continuing to
going
pop
nuclear,
off.
yeah.
Finally gets a measly 2% after all this time onto their health bar, and Broken TV is struggling to find a break in this armor.
Great up B from out of shield. You always gotta be ready for that one. It's really hard to deal with. They'd get 1 kill off of it, but
they take further efforts. 1 stock out. Nice combo with the throw.
Oh, does see the multi-hit. Definitely has a lot of lingering hitboxes.
Trying to bait him off and maybe count on the fact that his recovery is not the best. That might be the only really way.
Oh,
nice
big,
read.
yeah, huge smash
really
back
good
there.
charge timing on
that. Oh, great down air.
You want to play the platform game with Nuclear Pig. He's going straight ballistic mode right now. Has taken a lot of damage this stock. Broken TV would love to take one
there
more
we go.
away. There's the combo.
Hits both of them,
though.
They'll get them both. Okay,
oh,
little
nice
jab.
shield there from the claw.
Oh, great grab. But I don't think Duck Hunt's Duck Hunt doesn't have the greatest grabs there. Oh, there we go.
Okay, the Desperado
gets
Frisbee
one more,
combo.
at least. Although Nuclear Pig has already done his job tenfold now, so.
Yeah. It's still.
He might just get another one.
Yeah, still an entire player.
Oh, yeah, he's stuck. Okay, doesn't go down, though.
That's a good recovery.
There it is, yeah.
And he gets just spiked outward.
And now Nuclear Pig has taken 6 stocks.
For 2.
And he has 1 left still.
Yeah, that's a great trade.
Yeah.
2 players for 2 lives. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Minico.
You have to be.
These Minico members are definitely going to have to start working double time to get that back. Because right now you are literally at a 6 stock deficit.
Broken TV had to play kind of out of the mind to get those 2 stocks in general because of the fact that not having those big heavy-hitting moves, yeah, you can stack percentage. You're just giving Bowser back, though.
Absolutely. I'll say the biggest thing is that Bowser always has that threat, though.
Yep.
He always can come back. He always can kind of have that extra moves. And with Nuclear Pig, he definitely is playing very patient as a Bowser, too. He is definitely not trying to force any kills at all. He's letting it happen.
Okay. They think that it's time to pull out one of their aces in the hole. Jiggly will be called to finish this one out.
It is on the Jigglypuff.
I mean, talk about a character that has to play patient and calculated. This is a great response, and maybe that's what they're counting on for them to play a little bit more calculated and patient.
Jiggly's definitely that one guy who can make this happen.
Yeah.
If you're Jiggly, though, you definitely want to get this stock without losing one.
You can't.
Yeah, you really
carry to catch up.
If you want to make it a comeback story here for Minico, you definitely got to win this one and not lose a single stock here.
Fire wheeling down the shield. Going to take the damage to the health bar instead. Percentage now 62. Trying to get a rhythm for how Nuclear Pig wants to approach this.
Yeah, Jiggly's just playing slow. He did take a lot of damage to that fire breath, but doing a great job overall. Gets a jab. Recovering. Does a great side B there.
Oh, my.
Good DI. Insane DI from Jiggly right there.
Yikes.
Woo-wee.
Go for the edge guard, but just not successful. Nice slash.
Oh, and Nuclear goes straight for him. Off edge is now taking 7 stocks.
Insane. Still healthy and now getting into that rage percentage. Things start to get dangerous.
Great parry.
Maybe one of the lighter characters, as you mentioned, can just be thrown into the air, and they're being thrown around the arena.
Oh my gosh.
gosh.
He almost hit with the drop kick.
Looked death in the feet and said, oh, whoa.
Oh,
okay.
He didn't have any jumps.
He ran out of jumps.
Oh.
Somehow Nuclear continues to hold on. This is insane.
He's taken 8 stops.
8 stops by one player.
He still hasn't even lost his 3rd one yet.
Still fighting. Again, he's got the smoke coming out of him. Means he gets a big damage boost.
Oh,
he's going for the combos.
He wants it.
You may be floating in the eyes.
Oh, wow.
But Nuclear is here to combat you either way. And did they just roll out to death?
Yeah.
Did they try to roll out on stage, you think?
I don't think so.
2-stage?
Do not think so there.
Well.
But he's taken 9.
9 for 2 stocks.
Yeah, he's not done yet. He still has one.
Yeah, he still has the 1 stock.
He might wipe the entire team at this point.
That would be impressive.
That would be pretty impressive.
Especially with Bowser, too.
Yeah, I mean, really, members haven't even got to play the rest of that yet.
No.
They're just hanging out.
Just
like,
oh,
yo,
man,
can we get in there, man?
Can we just try, bro?
Like, can I get 1?
Can you just SD 1 time?
But at the same time, you're winning, so you're not too sad about it.
A W is a W. Even if it's just one dude doing all the work for you, it's all right.
Hey.
Bowser's big. He might just have a big enough backpack.
Go always rotate next game.
3 players for 1, and he's not even done yet.
Yeah.
3-point whatever players.
Absolutely.
Insane.
Uh-huh. And I think they have, 6 stocks left?
Yeah, they got 2 players left.
Yeah, they have 2 players.
They can't. Their Kazuya player
he's gone. Yeah.
Unless they have another one, I guess.
Yeah, I don't even know. I really don't know.
Their other 2 options, I think, are their 2 Mr. Game & Watch players.
Looks like the Sephiroth player. He's in.
Sephiroth player could be an answer.
Oh, banger, too. Little Persona 5 music going in here. He is walking off. He's like, I will not run off, I will walk. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, perfect. The
All
Bowser
right.
side.
Cat God has done it before. He got 5 last time, but this time he's probably needing at least 9.
He's got to get caught back up for the team. So far, not so
I think
good.
if Nuclear gets 1 here, it's just really hard.
It's demoralizing at that point.
Oh, great jab.
He's going to go for the read, and that redirect, like you mentioned, but he's going to edge guard. Actually finds a nice defense on the edge.
I will say, though, it's not that they're playing bad. Nuclear is just feeling good. He's schmoving.
Yeah, he's schmoving.
He's just doing all the right options.
If they had, the chant on, he would be going ballistic right now.
Oh, yeah. He is definitely just playing well, and there's just nothing that Minako can really do that's going to stop him, at least right now.
I mean, he's got the book of Minako's entire lineup open, and he's just reading it page by page.
Absolutely. Trying to get some damage there. He sees 1. He needs to get that 1 really bad. Does a lot of damage on him.
I'm about to say, the first time we see the neutral B, when they incessantly almost spammed it
great
last time.
move there.
Yeah, really cool
Up air.
flurry of blade there. Tries to go for a
that would have broken the shield. Oh, great counter. Yeah. Oh!
Okay.
And that's what they kind of need. I mean, he did lose 1, but at least,
but he stopped the train.
He got Nuclear down.
It was
and that's what matters.
Scary.
Yeah, I think Nuclear going down, obviously, is at least just something.
Right.
And, it is going to be hard to bring it back.
Yeah.
But I think the best thing you can do is make it as close as possible.
Yeah.
For that next round, right?
Do what you can for your teammate.
If you do the impossible, that's incredible.
Right.
Absolutely. Is it still a possibility? Yes. Low chance? Sure.
Right.
But the biggest thing is, what can you do for the next game? Can you just try your best, make sure you're feeling warm, try to understand these players, see what you got to do. Next, your teammates talk behind you. They've all played.
Right.
So just have them talk together. Okay, what are you doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? What do you think we can stop this guy? Things like that. And overall, I think, if you just kind of work on this thing, definitely come backable.
Yeah.
So I think, don't lose too much hope. There's still a best of 3 after all. There's 3 games you got to play.
Yeah.
And so with that.
Yeah, in the interim, too, with it being a best of 3, you can talk about, what do we do next time to maybe deal with Bowser a little bit better? Because they're probably going to pull it out again with the success that they just had.
I mean, if they don't, they definitely have other players who can. So you definitely have to kind of work out for that one. And I don't know. It's like I said, it's just – he did a great job there. I mean, Nuclear was playing very well. I mean, just looking at his play in general, I think it was more so, okay, well, I am playing well. And they are kind of messing up here and there. But at the end of the day, the reason why he took, 13 or 12, whatever many stocks he took.
A lot.
11. A lot.
Yeah.
I think it was 10, actually. I think that was 10 was the total.
10 total,
10 in total. But, that's insane for literally 3 stocks.
Right.
And so, Did a great job there, and I think his teammates probably get hyped up about that too. And they're probably hyped just as much as he is.
Yeah, and I mean, now it's up to Nuclear to say, all right, guys.
I got my 10.
I did my piece.
Yeah.
Just close it out. Come on.
Wow.
Meta Knight.
Yes, Cat God does a good job off. It's sometimes you forget. I will say, you definitely are in the moment. You're ready to go.
Okay.
Jamie is ready to go with some Meta Knight here.
Two antagonists as well. An interesting character to say the least.
Yeah.
In the current state.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great job there. Doing a great job so far with Catfish. Playing a little, obviously, Slay has 2 stocks, so he has to do a lot of damage here. Oh, he almost got him in the loop. So Meta Knight can do this thing where he can basically set him in an infinite loop with. Oh, whoa!
Nice counter.
Yeah, you got counter with everything.
Hit him about like the aerial.
Yeah, so hit him with the reverse Uno there. And he said, "That's not my damage. That's yours. Take one of these."
Do not pass go.
Okay, great little jab there. Get a lot of damage though. Meta Knight's just chipping away. Okay.
Oh, he
great.
does actually end up with the punish.
There's a back air. Honestly, I've not seen that much Meta Knight, so.
So the loop you're talking about is the one where he just juggles you.
He can basically up air jump, up air jump, up air jump, up air jump, and he can kind of infinite loop you all the way to the. And then
he just takes you to the ceiling.
And then he up airs you or up B's you. Then you go down. It's a lot harder to do than it seems.
Right.
But that is the thing, right? It's like Luigi player's infinite loop as well. But this one is just
the old Bayonetta loop.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Nope. You don't rest in peace there.
Go back
to
where you came from.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Okay.
Does get it, though. Does get his 1. That's huge.
Only taking 15%, too.
Jamie is definitely feeling pretty good here. Took his 1. He got his 1. And here we go. See Cat God do this a lot. But Meta Knight can just sit there forever, so he does not care.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing is you have to play Meta Knight in a way that's maybe a little bit different than other characters where you're comfortable not being on stage.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. You always want to be kind of in the air at the end of the day for his combos, right? That's where everything kind of stems from. Great grab. Oh, that was nice. I think it was a little down throw into up tilt.
There.
Oh, that's a lot of damage. Does not go down,
side
though.
B.
And he's just going to throw it one more time.
Gets behind him, almost in the blast radius, but doesn't get the punish that you want to.
Another
Tail will get
dash
punished.
attack doesn't go down, though. 143, and Meta Knight's a pretty light character, too, so like, it's going to be really close to just, okay, almost SDs.
Yeah, a little interesting there. Doesn't, like, pack a punch, though, is the problem.
Oh, he's on top of him, though. Does still hit him, though, enough to actually, for the move not to go off. Fireball goes out. Okay, great tilt. Easily at 160 on Meta Knight here. Oh, that was an insane read, by the way.
Yeah.
He read the roll there. Cat God, that was a great play.
Jamie, again, trying to get things on that same track that the Nuclear train was going. But in this Cat God station, that train ain't moving so easily anymore.
I mean, he's not doing too bad. He's trying his best, that's for sure. He got the Bowser Nuclear out. And now he can take down Jamin. Maybe. Jamian, I think.
Jamian? Yeah.
Jamian? I like Jamian.
Nice read.
Okay, great. Side special there. Does not go down the middle. Doesn't have that much knockback.
It does not. It's not like a kill move typically.
Okay, another Nair. Also doesn't have enough.
Meta Knight is that character, though. He's like the 1,000
back air. Oh, and there it is. And Jamian gets his. And now it is Minico's last member versus I think, 10 stocks.
3 players and 1 with 1
10
stock.
stocks.
Yeah. So 4 players total.
Hey, if there's a time to be a hero, it's right now.
They pull out their Bowser, and now it's on.
Oh, yeah.
Or Kazuya?
Well, we'd be high, but.
It's possible to happen. Sora?
I think this is
the pick.
Is this the Sora player?
One of these 2 teams is a Sora player.
I think it's Minic.
I think it might be Burley.
I think it's Burley. I think you're right. No, I think you're definitely right.
No, we might not even see it. Might not need to.
Hey, you never know. They got these pocket picks ready to go.
Right. And that's so cool.
Meta Knight might take this one.
That would be nice to see.
2 characters.
No neutral Bs we haven't seen because the move is.
Oh, there's the Yoshi M230.
That
usually does a pretty good job as well. So, Jamie is just going crazy outside there.
Yeah, you had mentioned how Yoshi has a lot of air armor.
He does.
These multi-hit combos from Meta Knight could be good against it.
Yeah, it can for sure.
He doesn't have any like big punishing moves.
Great. Grab right away. Gets 16. Oh, almost was going there. That was close. I think he just Phantom Footstooled him, too.
Meta Knight gets 5 hits there. Yoshi gets 2, and the percentage is the same.
Yeah, that's the heavy character. Oh, almost gets a double. But Yoshi does not have much knockback, so.
Oh, the neutral B!
Okay, great nair. I'll say either that or grab, probably. Oh, let go early, but wow, Jamie is kind of giving it to him a little bit.
Yeah. Every time they kind of get close to each other, he's just winning out these trades, but now.
M230 definitely looking for that one stock.
All he needs to do is get that one down. Looking for maybe a down air to try and do so, but you got to be a little bit more innovative against Jamie in there.
Great nair again, or sorry, that's a neutral special.
Goes for the egg there, goes for the roll.
He wants one. He wants one.
Nice shield yet again. Where's the punish, though? There's a little bit of an answer. The paper cuts are many, but is it enough to put M230 into a dangerous position?
Got him pretty sick, actually.
Oh my goodness. That down B is so precise.
Yeah, that was. I think he hit him with a down smash there to get him up there. Okay. Oh, there we go.
Reads with the headbutt.
M230's got 3 stocks and he's got 9 stocks to go. Is it doable? Maybe.
Maybe.
Possible? Yes. What happened?
Possible.
Who knows?
We'll see. We'll actually find out in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, say literally right after this.
Pretty soon in like a little bit.
Yeah.
What are they pulling out? You're up against Yoshi. If those rules do dictate you can't change.
I don't know.
All right. Respect.
I mean, they got a lot of roster. They got like 3 left.
Wii Fit trainer.
That'd be kind of sick. Wii Fit's kind of cool.
Sonic.
Nope, lame.
Lame.
Yeah.
Pac-Man.
Really lame. You're seeing T play
Diddy Kong.
Pac-Man. Diddy Kong's sick.
I like Diddy
Diddy Kong's really sick, actually. But it takes a lot with that, like with the banana stuff, like the peel, like this peel. God,
it's
it's all time. Yeah, like you have infinite loops, but it's like you gotta know, you gotta be in the lab for Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
Has a lot of crazy combos, but it takes a lot.
Zero Suit.
I think that's the guy. I think that was in Highland. That was in Mexico.
True.
Zero Shoot is sick.
We'll see.
Yoshi versus the Ike. We forgot about the Ike. We like
and
Ike.
They did
we
pretty
like
good
Ike.
last time we saw Burley.
Okay, it's 3. It's going right away. Getting straight into it.
True. 3 players to take out.
Can Spark end it?
I mean,
or can M230 get in the zone?
Can't afford to lose a stock here. I don't
Literally no. I think if he loses a stock, it's over.
Because then he gives himself 0 mistakes to make the rest of the other 2 matchups.
Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of damage.
Maybe 1 stock each one.
Right.
That's kind of fair.
That would be very scary.
But that's definitely possible.
We criticized Meta Knight not having kind of that swinging power, that oomph behind his swing.
Whoa. Okay, there's one.
Ike's got it. Ike's got the oomph.
He really does. I mean, 2 members of Burley definitely have the oomph. They have that Bowser and they have Ike. 2 really heavy hitters here, you know?
He's going for straight neutral.
Yep, that's what, that is
literally
how you play neutral with Ike. Like I'm not joking. You go nair into something, nair into something, nair into something. Like that, literally this. Or you go down tilt, but down tilt only works at lower percentages.
Right. You get up to 100%.
Oh, okay, you gotta be careful because that top of the hitbox does hit you, so.
It goes through platform?
Yes, it does.
Oh, okay. This is a great map then for Spark.
Yeah, it is actually really obnoxious because like you're forward, it's a forward smash, but it really covers like the entire option above you. It's like a protractor.
I like that.
But like half.
That would be a better weapon than a sword.
It's like a half. It's a 90-degree angle, but circleized.
You gotta like it. Same with the nair too. It's got a lot of coverage in terms of the hitbox.
Sparkle can take 2. Okay, that's usually what it does though. A lot of up airs out of neutral. Or up specials. We seem to do that a lot.
Nice
great. There it is. I think it was a forward air or an air. Once again.
Yeah, the toadstool to jump up there.
Oh, there it is.
To the ceiling you go.
And Spark has 3 stocks. Looking for this last one. M230 is now looking to be the hero.
M230 just needs to get at least 1 stock off of this to make this better. But
he's letting me his last hope.
It's like, please. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good. Oh, it was close. He was holding that one. He really wanted to hold that. Okay, Spark still has 140. He has that rage too, so he does a lot of damage, and it's over.
To the ceiling.
And Burley are going to take a convincing game 1. That game 1 was pretty one-sided.
Gone.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, they had 9 stocks left.
It's, yeah.
But, I mean, I think that's going to happen when, obviously, you start off with that, like, when you have a start like Nuclear Pig does, it's so hard to really come back from that.
Right.
Like, it really starts from the top, right? It really starts from the first match.
Right.
If you can stay consistent the entire time, at least getting one stock, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. Is the problem was is Nuclear Pig didn't get one stock to, like, the 3rd game in.
Right. I think that's important, too, the way they formatted their lineup.
Yeah.
Saying, well, we're here at this point. Let's do difficult, not so difficult, difficult again.
And I also think it's a difference, right, where Nuclear Pig definitely starts off and goes crazy. Like, they definitely don't expect that all the time. So, like, when you just so happen to have someone really step up and play well, that's going to be a big difference, especially in these crew battles here, because it really takes everyone to work together.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just really work hard for those 1 stocks.
You have to. Yeah, it's, again, with it not being just like a three stock 1v1 with a series in and of itself, what you do drastically helps out your teammates. If for some reason Nuclear did maybe only get 3 stocks for a 3 trade, it's a completely different game.
Yeah, no, 100%.
But we'll have to see.
But it is a best of 3.
Yeah.
So we definitely have to go back and forth here.
At least one more.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're going to change anything. Again, you have to consider there's got to be some changes for maybe the lineup. Maybe have different players
they definitely.
first.
I think they definitely go in a different order. Where there's like, okay, well, maybe we want this guy first or this guy, and then
Does Yoshi have a better matchup against Bowser?
Probably. I think he probably does because of the multi hits. I think we saw him last. I think we saw like a similar matchup the first couple games.
Right.
But I think definitely has the ability to kind of come back with that. Whereas Bowser. I mean, it doesn't matter. He beat like every kind of genre of character there. He beat like a light, very super light one, a medium, a heavy. So, I think like I said, I think it's just hard when Nuclear Pig plays that well. It's like sometimes you just have to kind of be like, well, they did better than us.
Right.
But now we have to go into this game too. We just have to play better, like genuinely.
Right.
A lot of times, sometimes it's like, just play better, Forehead. Like, okay, sure, but it's like sometimes it's like a different stance about it. Okay, well, we need to play things better this way.
Right, and then there's some character picks that just can't do certain things.
Yeah.
You can't zone with, like, Womack.
True, but no one plays Womack.
Don't play
a Joker coming out from Jiggly.
Okay.
And it's a Cardi Party. This guy was rocking the setup earlier.
If I don't see the people's elbow, I will be mad.
He definitely hits the people's elbow when need be. He hit it on me firsthand, not gonna lie.
Just immediately off the gate.
Oh, yeah.
Yikes.
Okay, here we go. Joker definitely has that moves, though.
Yeah. Get
a good character also for being behind. So I think sometimes there's different people in the roster that generally does better in a format like this.
Right.
Because if Jiggly loses a stock, right, but like even if he has 1 stock left and he goes in that 3rd game, he's at a significant advantage for that 1 stock.
Right.
There's the Arson. A lot of times we'll see teammate. Oh! Okay. There's the people's knee right there.
Got the people's knee.
And that's just the bread and that's the bread and butter people's knee though.
Butter, yeah.
That's a combo into you down air straight into the knee.
Captain Falcon's just a work of poetry sometimes.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is, he's kind of an essence character, like I said before. He doesn't have many combos. There are not a lot of true combos at all. You have to read a lot of the abilities there.
I think that's what makes Captain Falcon players so
sick.
Though, is just their adaptability.
Oh, that's a huge counter. That's the whole smash. Jiggly does get one at least. Has the Arson, has a decent amount left, though, but it looks like Cardi usually, instead of like the play style of waiting Arson out, he has decided to go, I'm going full in on Arson. Okay, try to get the dot going there. Oh, does try to go the counter, does grab. Oh, he gets another knee!
It's a statement piece.
Cardi Party has gotten 2 kills and 2 knees. He's feeling good.
1 for each knee.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know. Captain Falcon's just ready to go. Still got 1 stock. If Jiggly can get 1 more, it's not the worst, honestly. If he can get 1 more kill here with this Arson, that'd be huge for his team. But Cardi is just chaining these up airs and just
kind of being
he can't move. Oh, he actually hit that
Another
too.
Counter.
Wow, that actually gets him down too. That's what I was saying. Julie actually gets 2, which is honestly, if you're gonna lose, losing with 2 that's more than enough. And he's just down there.
Knee. He's gonna go for the stomp.
He definitely wants to.
Let's go for the spike. Oh my gosh.
Kay has the jab, the counter go out there. He went for a lot. He went for it again. Great Falcon kick.
Falcon kick, keeping pressure on
Oh,
the
actually,
stage.
with a tether grab, he actually had the nair, I think it was, there to stop it. Very close game here.
Yeah, Party not on that full offensive until finally the time to strike comes through. A lot more even though this time.
Yep.
3-2.
I mean, like I said, I think Jiggly lost, sure, but I mean, he got 2 stocks. And I think at this point, it's already at a better start than last time.
Where did he end up last time?
Well, I think last time it was the Nuclear Pig got 10 stocks.
Yeah.
So I think we're already
off to a better start.
He has 1, so.
Wonder if
that's
they'll
just numbers.
save that for like the latter half, like
Maybe.
the anchors as you were mentioning before.
Yeah.
But I like the pick. I think Captain Falcon's one of those characters that with X amount of time, you, again, as you mentioned, no true combos, but you become that kind of adaptable force that a Captain Falcon player
You
needs
play with
to
the
be.
flow.
Exactly.
And there's a lot of different flows, too. Like, there's aggression. You can kind of play slow and stuff like that. And I think Cardi does a great job of kind of playing all those. He's a very strategical player, I've kind of noticed. He definitely just kind of plays with how it's going and does what he needs to do.
Yeah.
So I think that's always good. But he has 1 stock left, so I think if Minico can kind of get in here, get that 1 stock, and get to that new match, that's going to be exactly what they need to go here so they're even footing again. You just can't. I think the biggest thing is they can't just allow these bleeds to keep happening.
Yeah, they can't let these kind of lingering, limping members be able to do so.
He's gone.
230.
Okay, and
usually
here
a force to be reckoned with.
And now here we go. M230, usually gets his 1. So, oh, great taunt too.
Moves.
Okay, that's his 15%.
Pretty cool. Just the gust of wind.
On Yoshi's too, Captain actually has a lot of annoying moves in terms of like it does worse on Yoshi's. Wow, triple up air there. He's just chaining up airs right now.
He's using the platforms.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a big thing, Cap Falcon. He's got to be able to use those platforms.
Man, if he takes 1, he's feeling good about him. Looking for it.
Oh, faced the wrong way though. That was a really good option, but oh, great grab, back throw. Okay.
The up B, but doesn't find it either. You guys gotta love Captain Falcons that are willing to up B in the sake of doing damage.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, there it is. And that's gonna get the first 1.
Insane.
Guardian Party
that
on his
move
1.
is like almost impossible to dodge.
Well, yeah, you have to air dodge.
Yeah.
It's a tether grab.
Sucks.
It is annoying. Tether grabs are annoying, I will say.
Yeah. M230 trying to find just 1 stop.
Yeah, he just needs to find 1. Great. Oh!
Okay. It is also Captain Falcon.
He saw the wall jump too, by the way.
Yeah. One of the few characters that can.
Yep, that's true. I've seen so many nairs here from M230. I want to see a couple more nairs. Nairs are a really good ability there for Yoshi, so I'd love to see a little bit of that.
Just to stack up the percentage, I mean, we saw it to such a great degree. It almost seems like they're trying to be reliant on these down airs.
But he almost had Superman through that. That was actually pretty cool. Interesting. Oh, almost went for the grab again, but Cardi goes with the grab again. Okay, and another tether grab. He's going to keep doing this out of neutral because he needs to hold that shield.
He keeps punching him in where his kidneys would be if he was human.
True, but he's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Okay. If Cardi gets 2 here, definitely back in that spot where it's okay. There we go. I'll say M230 really needed that one. That would be really bad if he goes down again.
Scary things, but ended up doing the clutch.
He got 1.
He gets 1.
So they still have the advantage. They still have the 1 stock advantage, which got to keep that maintain that slow lead there.
M230 is actually a pretty comfortable Yoshi, though.
Yeah.
Not someone who's unwilling to face adversity.
Yeah. True.
I like that they're being more kind of innovative and seeking out different paths for their attacks and their movement.
Yeah.
We didn't see any tongues the first time we saw them play the Yoshi.
Yeah, I mean,
I do want to see some more, as you mentioned, like some nairs or...
Yeah, I also think the atmosphere is different. Like when you're going into a match and you are down 9 stocks, you're definitely not feeling too good.
You're like, I can't do anything risky because it won't work. But it's like, you got to take risks because you have nothing else to lose.
But we're in the second match here. Oh, Meta Knight once again. And
both of these characters are like chip heavy.
Yeah.
But Yoshi's got the firepower. That could be the difference maker here.
Okay, and here we go. 1 stock difference at the moment here.
Tries to go for the headbutt read yet again, just to check that damage again. Both these 2 characters are able to tack on the percentage with ease. Meta Knight only has a slight disadvantage because they don't have a lot of big heavy hitting moves to get those percentages capitalized on.
Yep. And M230, almost has the egg, gets the damage. Now he's at kill percent. Does have a good forward air there.
Egg just to disturb, neutral B.
I will say, I've got to notice that M230 is not a edge guarder. He definitely stays on the stage.
He stays in the mid,
yeah. He is on that stage.
It's kind of evident. Not a lot of Yoshis show that they're comfortable with the egg, but that's like the top echelon of Yoshi play.
Great egg again there. Okay, misses the forward smash. That would have been kill for sure. Yeah, that does no knockback, but does more percentage. Wow, they both are very high percentages here.
Yeah.
Oh.
M230 just needs to get a heavy move, and there it is.
Yep.
Jamie just with the Meta Knight pick, despite having 125 percentage onto M230, unless it's one of those charged smash attacks, it's not going to do enough damage to knock him out. Doesn't have the force behind it. There is a full combo there.
There it is. Up smash.
Up smash is a move, and that one does do a lot. Outside of those 4 options, though. Unless, of course, you're trying to go for
a lot of damage, too, from M230. If you can get one more stock, that's actually pretty good.
You kind of question why we haven't seen that attempt to juggle to infinity. It's very difficult, as you mentioned.
Yep.
Here it goes, maybe? It's thrown back down, up into the air. Using the platforms to play keep away for a moment until they have a good opening. Doesn't find it. M230 trying to keep distance. Oh, he gets the full double hit there. 115, Jamie with 2 stocks.
Oh, it definitely gets him off the stage, but like I said, M230 definitely goes really high and gets right on stage again.
Yoshi's got pretty decent recovery in and of itself too, so it's difficult to
he has all the jumps. Oh, and there it is, up smash. Gets 2. If M230 wins this one, they actually gain the lead.
Right.
So definitely not out of the realm of possibility here either. Has only 74% HP, and he's a very heavy character. So, oh my gosh, he went for the up smash.
Still trying to throw some eggs just for chip damage, but not finding much. Meta Knight goes for the up air. The up special.
Okay, win for it all.
Dash move there too.
Good damage here. Doesn't go for the spike or anything like that. Stays on stage. Okay, great up air B, up special. Doesn't get him though.
A bit too high at the moment.
One more of those and I might actually get him next time.
Yeah, could launch him far enough into the air to get so.
Oh, great forward smash.
The down B teleport has so much end lag, and M230 is comfortable with punishing it. Tries to catch Jamie and moving forward.
Oh, there it is. Another great DI.
Still alive. The ceiling just a little bit too high.
Okay. Definitely in kill percent from Meta Knight now, though, too.
Right.
Yoshi has that rage as well. Okay, it's enough. You need like some sort of attack that has enough knockback here from Meta Knight. Dash attack will not do it either. 162% here. If M230 wins this, it'll be huge. Dash attack once again, not going to do it. 170%.
How many times does it try this? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Oh! Okay. And Minako take the lead for the first time in the series.
Yeah. Off the piggybacking up again.
I think it was
great stellar play.
I think it was down tilt.
It's got to be the down tilt. It's faster.
Yeah, the little tail whip there.
The wind up is just like
it's like a Pokemon. It's like a Pokemon move.
Boom! Get out of here. And again, no discredit to both players, but Meta Knight just didn't have the oomph behind the attacks that they were able to continue to land.
Yeah, he could confirm that.
Could not.
Got him to like 180%, I think.
It was like the dark red, like the 300% area.
Yeah, and unfortunately did not go down.
Couldn't do it.
But, like I said, Minako does have the advantage now. They have that one stock on the Yoshi. If M230 can get even just one, that keeps in the lead here.
Right.
Anything's possible.
Anything's possible, and that's what we're here to see. I'm cheating right now.
He's cheating off of the screen there.
I'm looking at the other screen right now.
But overall, it's been a great series. Like I said, Minako definitely has an opportunity here to kind of blow something out of proportion in terms of
they can
game 3. They could get that big lead there and go to that game 3.
And I mean, with it being the finals, this is your only opportunity to do so.
Oh, they definitely.
Oh, Pokemon Stadium.
Saw them go to the music here. This was okay. This one's okay. This is okay.
You don't like F-Zero?
No, the song. It's all right.
I like the wolf pick.
Yeah.
Saw him pop off last time.
Last time we saw Retro, he definitely did some work.
So that means they have the Sora play.
Last time Retro was on the game, he literally got 2 down throws into side Bs, which were pretty stylish. So.
Nice first exchange. Not going the way of Retro so far.
Oh, nice air dodge. Or sorry, spot dodge. Means you just kind of sit in place. Good idea for jabs and grabs.
Right.
Great combos here.
I like how he's weaving in these taser shots, too. Any percentage helps. Especially when you only need to get one kill. M230, though.
So he's definitely keeping that zone. Oh!
That's a slash.
Okay, not enough. Great DI.
Nice taser. We'll reset some of the jump distance. Here comes the
I feel like Retro really wants to down throw into side B.
I think that's the bread and butter. 131%.
Wow, he actually just hits him with the block into the up smash.
Yeah, the up smash. The double kicks to the heavens.
Yeah, that little swirl kick. It's really cool. He does a little swirl and up.
It's a straight breakdance move.
It really is. He's really kind of breakdancing up in the air.
Ties things back up, though.
Yep. And Retro, like I said, we have seen him kind of, the one times we did see him, he definitely kind of ran it up.
Yeah, and then you get yourself on like the starting of feeling good with the first dub. You avenge your teammate.
Yep.
You know, helping out a homie always feels good, and could be the start to some momentum gaining for Wolf. You can't play Wolf in like a super or ultra conservative fashion. You have to have like a little bit of confidence or a little bit of gall to continue to be brutal. That's how the character works.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some great Wolf play, some even more. Retro definitely plays the neutral very well. He kind of hits that combo, gets his 1-2, backs up.
Yeah, not really a greedy player.
Up. Yeah.
Doesn't look for anything more than what's given to him.
And here comes the King K roll, which started off last time. Oh, banger, too.
This is, I think, a really interesting matchup. Wolf has just a lot more meat to hit right now. And I think the fact that he plays at such a faster pace, King K. Rool is going to have a tough one.
Okay. He also can bait out a lot of those counters. Now they're already 93% HP.
Still struggling. Super armor will only get you so far.
Oh, we actually blocked that one
there.
It blocks projectiles too. It'll send them back. Reflect. It reflects is a better word for it. Oh. Went for just in case. Yeah.
This is home. King K. Rool cannot leave at the moment.
And the up smash.
The breakdance move yet again.
That's true. He is breakdancing and hits him with a dash attack. Great parry.
They both have such amazing answers to each other's abilities, to be honest. But again, Retro playing fierce, playing ferocious, and playing just such a
oh, yeah, so I saw that. As soon as Nether doesn't actually grab ledge there, Retro does kind of punish.
You're vulnerable. Doesn't reset your immunity.
Yep.
I'm going to try and play the juggle game. Taking the 1-2s, backing up, waiting to respond to whatever King K. Rool is trying to throw at him. And Nether, unfortunately, not finding a lot of success. 41% to their name in terms of damage this particular matchup.
Oh, actually has almost a sweet spot, I believe.
135 now on the health of Nether. Luckily, they are playing a pretty heavy character, so they're not the easiest member to throw off the edge.
And he's throwing his crown right back at him.
Take this.
He said, take this with him back. Oh, counter does go through still. Oh, wow. Really good dodge, yeah.
There. Great read, and now up 3-1.
Yeah, and Retro is definitely feeling pretty good here. He's very familiar with this matchup. Oh, he does the trip there, too. Oh, great parry.
Throwing the crown projectiles being exchanged between both players.
Oh!
Finds the slash watching the big spike.
Yeah, Retro does. Retro has won every single game like that. Also for the last game, actually. 3 out of 4. I lied. 3 out of the 4.
3 out of the 4.
But that's definitely kind of his signature move there. That down throw into side B.
Yeah. And it works out well because that's how the character works.
Yeah, and spikes just straight down there. And it's really cool, too. It is very satisfying. It's a cool kill. Retro just took 3 stocks. I think he lost 0.
He did lose 0.
So it is definitely looking kind of
scary.
Sided towards that.
It's a scary thing.
Yeah. And overall, though, definitely, like I said, they were close for Minico, but he kind of brought it back for Burley. He's like, all right, guys, no, we want to win this 2-0.
Right.
We want to win this. We've been here for a long time, been here since 9 a.m., so definitely feeling it a little bit.
Yeah, respect.
I think it definitely hits a little bit different when you've been here for a long time and you're like, you know what, like, let's get it going.
Let's go home and send some teams going home, too.
And with some W's.
Take the home to
Nothing better than trophies.
Well, I don't know. These Idaho Spuds are pretty good. Still haven't had one.
Then you don't even know if they're good.
I believe you. You wouldn't eat something that's bad. Yeah. That was a compliment. A weird one, but it was one. Here's the answer. The Falco. Haven't seen Broken TV on this at all, so this would be interesting.
Maybe because the TV's broken.
How they play.
Still like a 3 stock difference here. Retro's all 3, so Broken's going to do some work here if he wants to kind of bring back the deficit that just caused by Retro.
Yeah, this is an
great grab
matchup. It's strength versus speed, and so far, Broken's not getting either. Reading right into the book.
Down smashes. Retro gets 1 already.
Yeah. That's the problem with this matchup. Falco may be a little bit faster, but Wolf still continues to have that power edge. He's being stopped in his tracks. His
Retro also has really good spacing here.
Yeah. He's very comfortable with this matchup, I feel. Almost goes for the trade. Man, that down B from Falco is so interesting.
Yeah. They're like, oh, give it. He has shine as well. But we're going to give him shine at home. We have shine at home. That's literally Falco's shine, is we have shine at home.
We have shine at home.
How'd they murder our boy?
How'd they
from
murder
Melee?
my boy?
Even Smash 4.
True. So sad.
Yep. But nothing to do now.
Had to.
They did. Not really, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, they didn't have to.
Okay. Wolf approaching, a.k.a. Retro.
If it weren't for that first stock going kind of awry so quickly, this would be pretty even. With these two kind of exchanging blows back and forth and no one in immediate danger. But again,
yeah.
we also
Retro also fishing for these forward smashes. He's literally throwing like 5 outs. Yeah, and
well, it's because it's powerful.
The 6-1 kills, that's why.
Yeah. Imagine that. Broken TV just
Retro looking for
it up to just
literally a 3 stock.
Yeah.
You gotta get at least 1.
You gotta try. What angle does he have?
Oh, he almost read him too with that grab. Grabs him anyways. Classic
That's
down throw into dash tag. Actually, pretty sure it's a true combo.
There's just too much happening, and Retro being unrelenting here in this matchup does not allow Broken TV to do much of anything, really.
Yeah.
They're changing. They're even trying to exchange.
Oh, great down air.
Like phase blaster rounds, but Wolf continues to win those as well. His gun actually packs the punch.
Oh, great forward tilt.
He's trying to go for that same combo. He's done it before. Broken TV finds himself back onto land, but the safety is only minimal as there is a Wolf behind you. Barking at your heels, goes for the up air.
Barking at your heels.
Barking at him. Bork, bork.
Almost has the 3 stock though. He's literally within 1 hit away.
He's got 1 big hit. Looking for the stun into some sort of combo. Shield will fall. Broken TV trying to go for blaster round after blaster round, but again, they are wildly behind.
Oh, almost trying to go for the forward tilt. They're both really low. And the back air might kill. It does. Falco's very light, so that definitely takes him down. And Retro has now gotten 6 stocks.
Yeah.
Seems like literally someone from Burley is like, yo, it's me.
Burley,
my turn.
Burley plays Smash.
Burley does play Smash. I have heard they actually do play a lot of Smash. They have a lot of cool local stuff they do as well.
Cool.
And shout out Burley. We love Burley here.
Woo!
I've played with them a little bit. Got in that rotation.
How was it?
I lost.
Was it fun though?
It was very fun. It was great. But hey, they do a great job. They have a lot of locals. They probably have a lot of fun together as well. They can kind of play, after school, stuff like that. I think that's what's cool about Smash is, you usually have a core group of players you can play with, and usually they're playing against each other too, right? Like usually they're playing one-on-one, stuff like that. Best of threes, all that fun stuff. But now they play as a team. Yeah. And so all that kind of work and I guess practice they put in because it's all fun and games and stuff like that is now kind of going into here, and they can all play together. So
and you're playing against great players.
Yeah.
You're naturally going to get better.
Of course.
Unless you're not receptive.
And that's the cool thing. That's the cool thing about like LAN Smash, right?
True.
Online Smash, you can play all these like random online stuff, and they take advantage of the really bad netcode that Nintendo does have.
Incredibly bad.
But when you have LANs, you definitely have to power up. Like every time you go to a LAN, even the teams that lost today and stuff like that, like Highland and that teams like that, like they don't have to go anywhere and think they didn't get anything. They got better. You got to play a lot of LAN stuff, and you can get those friendlies going. Smash is a game where you can always be grinding.
Yeah. I mean, that's something that's attributable to, like, a lot of esports, right? The people call you, like, an online player or a LAN player. If you're LAN good, you're good.
I mean, the thing is, though, is you can be good online and good on LAN. We have seen with Spargo. I don't know if you know who that is recently, but Ultimate Smash is literally the top 2 in the world right now, and he was, an online player who everyone was kind of like, oh, well, he's an online player. Then he went to LAN. He's been smacking. He's been doing a great job. So
good.
Overall, definitely can play both, but I think LAN will help you overall get better fast. Like, getting those tournaments, playing those locals, playing that stuff, playing just a lot of games in general. Like, Smash is such a game where if you play multiple matchups, you can learn things about your character you didn't know you could do.
Right.
So Lilac. Oh, gosh.
On to the band stage.
I think Retro did not have a stock, but they're going with it anyways. Actually, he actually had all 3. Oh, he did. Oh, boy.
It's up to Cat God for the full 1v3.
Oh, okay. It's Lilac Battlefield. We're good.
We're good. This map's completely fine.
This map used to be, I think it's banned now because it is awful.
I mean, some of these just platforms and how they're not consistent is just so sad.
Oh, whoa.
Okay.
I don't think that DI went through there.
I don't think so either. Man, I have a shirt, but...
And this is the last one for Minico, and Retro, I think, is looking to end it all. He's trying to match Nuclear Pig right now. That's what's happening.
I mean, he won't be able to, but that's okay.
He's trying. He might get 9.
He could get 9. Yeah, definitely could. He's 2 away from doing so right now.
Yep. I don't know if you can actually reflect that either. Yeah.
What one?
I think you can reflect the Sephiroth like fireball thing, maybe early. But I don't know if you can later. But you might be able to absorb it, not absorb it, like, but at least block it.
I feel like only Bucket can stop it. Okay, good timing there on the shield.
Remember, when you reflect it, it gets more increased damage.
Faster, yeah.
Oh, that's a lot. He's far. He's really far. Oh, he actually gets it, though, and he does the same thing.
Punish, and he's gone.
He only hits another up, like, forward tilt.
All right.
And Retro is looking to finish it out here with the Idaho Showdown Smash Grand Finals. He's looking at it all. That's 3 stocks. Can Cat God become Cat God?
They got to.
Can they do the inevitable? There's Corneria.
Retro, again, just continuing to watch their spacing.
Wow, he is literally trying these. Yeah, I would say if there's definitely a bad matchup for Cat God, it's definitely Retro. Oh, good, great DI, though. He's alive.
Oh, alive singularity there.
Actually gets him, though.
The immunity runs out.
His hitbox that hitbox lasted so long that literally he rolled and got active hitbox.
Cat God got a stock. Is that enough to gain momentum?
Oh, that could be it. That is it. And the Burley High School is your grand finalist. Idaho Showdown Esports champions. So great job by them. And well deserved, too.
Yeah.
I think they're just grinders. They're ready to go.
They are good. They are very good.
Very deserved.
3, I mean
this was a bigger win than their semifinal match.
That's true.
But I think it's like
a more
it's different mentality, right? When you get the grand finals, it's like we're ready to go. We get the serious face on. We're ready to go. That's what they did.
They were not messing around.
They showed up for business today.
Yeah.
It's fun to have it. It's a fun event to play games and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, they were ready to go.
They wanted the dub, and they probably want to get home.
Yeah, I feel like 2 hours away.
It's a bit of a drive.
Yeah.
It's rainy out there.
Look at them go out there.
Look at them.
Great job, grand finals champs.
Your grand finals champion.
Yeah, you're on screen. Let's go. Let's go, Burley. That's right. They're getting hyped, and of course, League is getting ready as well. As the grand finals for that is happening. Been an incredible weekend so far.
It's been awesome. I love being able to do stuff like this.
That's great.
Yeah.
Seeing the up-and-coming talent, or just how high school is kind of working towards stuff.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, of course. But
I get to be a referee. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I ref for like 20 minutes.
Yeah, so he ref like the first semifinal, and he just didn't take it off.
I don't want to. It's giving me power.
I'm official.
I really am. I just need a whistle. All right.
Well, you know what the next thing kind of is, of course, is our ICCU player of the game. And
tough.
Definitely torn between
It is a torn thing, yeah.
Nuclear Pig,
yeah,
I would say, or Retro. I think those both definitely popped off there. But I would definitely be willing to say Nuclear Pig's impact is greater. Because when you start that first match and you take 10 stocks in a row.
By yourself.
The first match, too, right? This is not a game. This is not the second match where, like, okay, it was a close first match. This is the first match where he just terrorizes all the way through 10 stocks. I think that does a lot of damage. But at the same time, Retro came in at an equal footing.
True.
So equal footing there. They have, they're not too momentum focused wise, but Retro comes in, takes 9 stocks.
Right.
So
Nuclear did have a really consistent performance in the first matchup we watched as well. So that would be the only thing that I would weigh heavier in Nuclear's favor is just the fact that throughout the day they've been consistent. Yeah, you can get heated up and be on a roll.
Yeah.
10 stocks is insane.
Yeah, that's a lot. So I said, we can kind of course, check this out in our Idaho.
Oh, we already know. Bowser's on the
it's
screen.
Nuclear Pig, yeah. Nuclear, like I said, he just, just starting off the grand finals and getting 10 stocks with 3. Like you're not playing. You don't have more stocks.
2/3 the roster.
Yeah,
gone.
You're literally taking down more than half the enemy roster there. So the player of the game is brought to you by Idaho Central Credit Union, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like Idaho Central's helping members achieve financial success. Nuclear Pig is the Idaho Central Credit Union player.
It's the wrong
picture.
The wrong picture. It's the wrong picture.
But hey, we definitely know who it is, though. We're good.
It's
We're
Nuclear
good.
Pig. Gosh, everyone knows that.
Of course. It's okay.
Especially now.
Long day.
Very long day.
Yeah, happens.
It's somebody's picture.
Yeah. Hey, doesn't give a fact that, he's still the Idaho Central Player of the Year of the game.
True. Help the team.
Absolutely.
Big dub.
Huge dub.
But we got more.
We do have more. There's always more.
Always more.
Always
Never
more.
stops. Can't stop,
Except for
won't
summer.
stop.
Yeah. But
we're done.
Oh, absolutely.
You and I are done.
So as we get ready for the next match, we can share the top 5 plays presented by the Idaho Army National Guard, who invites you to take your impressive critical thinking skills into real time.
Yeah.
With more than 10 jobs offering $20K bonus and your degree of choice paid for, the Idaho Army National Guard is the best team out there. They've done a great job of helping us out this weekend, of course.
Yeah, phenomenal job.
Cannot do that. It's a big shout out to them, of course. And we are going to stop now for Smash, but there's grand finals for League coming up here, so we'll have top 5 plays and a break. We'll be back right after this break. If you can get one more, it's not the worst, honestly. If you can get one more kill here with this Arson, that'd be huge for his team. But Cardi is just chaining these up airs.
Yeah,
and just
kind of being
he can't move. Oh, he should have hit that too.
Counter.
Wow, that actually gets him down too. That's what I was saying. Julie actually gets 2, which is honestly
that rage percentage. Things start to get dangerous.
Great parry.
One of the lighter characters, as you mentioned,
is
being thrown into the air, and they're being thrown around the arena.
Oh my gosh. He almost went with the drop kick.
Looked death in the feet and said, oh.
He didn't have any jumps.
He ran out of jumps.
There's a lot of damage on him.
That got, yeah, I'm about to say, the first time we see the neutral B, when they incessantly almost spammed it
great
last time.
move there.
Yeah, really cool
Up air.
flurry of blade there. Tries to go for a
Oh,
single
that was broken shield. Oh, great
Nice
counter.
counter.
Yeah. Oh!
Okay.
And that's what they kind of need. If M230 wins this, it'll be huge. Dash tech once again, not going to do it. 170%.
How many times do I have to try this? How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Oh! Okay. And Minico.
For the stun into some sort of combo. Shield will fall. Broken TV trying to go for blaster round after blaster round, but again, they are wildly behind.
Oh, almost trying to go for the 4 tilt. They're both really low. And the back air might kill. It does. Falco's very light, so that definitely takes him.
energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I.
Hello and welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. You are watching the last bit of coverage from the Idaho High School Esports Showdown. As the top Idaho schools, gamers have competed to see what they've got this year, and so far we have found a champion for things like Overwatch. We have found our champions for Super Smash Brothers, and as you see, certain systems going into sleep mode, but myself, Chizu, and Glovely here on the desk show no signs of slowing down. Thank you so much for stopping on in. That guy's having a good time, complete with the Tibbers and all, and we have a best of 3 knockdown drag 'em out to bring you Bishop Kelly versus Ryrie.
And at this point, like, one of the biggest factors that we can take into account is stamina. These players have been going for a long time today. We're tired. I'm sure they're getting tired. And this is a best of 3, which means you could potentially go all 3 games.
Absolutely, yeah. If the indication on my face was any clue, it has been a long last 2 days, and so you do have to take that into account. If they are even as close to as exhausted as some of us are here behind the scenes, it could be an interesting scenario, but we have gotten word, if you will, as far as the way this looks. Bishop Kelly has been shining throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, certainly. We've heard that they've shown dominating performances. We don't want to say that one team is for sure going to win because we don't know that. We don't know until they hit the Rift and the Nexus falls.
Right. Well, and we saw Ryrie, as far as their game leading up to this final, started out a little weird as far as the early game was concerned, down not a bit, but it was just a weird game. And then they surged out of nowhere in the mid game. It could very well happen here again.
I mean, they certainly found their opening off that one shutdown on that Tristana, so that's something you need to look for. Don't give them those openings. That's how you're going to win.
Absolutely. So as far as everything else is concerned, we talked about stamina. We talked about the uphill climb. This is the final match of the evening. And again, as we saw Ryrie with a weird kind of start, their finish was even stronger. What can Bishop Kelly do to maybe exploit some of that early game pressure on Ryrie?
I mean, certainly you could focus on some more early game oriented champions that are going to be able to apply that pressure very early. I think that Leona probably was a very effective pick early on. The problem was that the Tristana just took too long to really come online, really shine on top of that, and as a result got punished by that Varus with the lethality build, who was able to just pick it off the moment she jumped in.
Do you think we see the nutty bagutty Alawi in the top lane again that just absolutely shredded everybody?
I mean, that was terrifying. I mean, I've faced off against a lot of Alawis in my time.
Right.
She's a good matchup into Garen. But I think that the best way to handle it is just get some grievous wounds.
Right.
And I'm not talking about Thorn Mail. Don't send a tank up against her. Get yourself a Mortal Reminder. Get yourself your Executioner's Calling into, what's that other one? The Kempunk Chainsword, I think?
Something of that nature. Sorry, I was adjusting our script.
But get some grievous wounds against yourself, because a lot of Alawi's power comes from her ability to continue fighting you for long periods of time by regenerating health from those tentacles. If you're constantly applying that 60% grievous wounds to her, she's not going to be able to have that sustained throughout the fight, and that's going to make her much easier for you and your team to burst her down.
Well, we saw some crazy things like the Fiora showing up and actually paying dividends, even if it was a rough start. But as we take a look moving forward, the Doc's keys of the game: focus on a strong comp, find that identity, and then play to it. Also, remember there is a win con somewhere within that composition. That's why you draft it. Remember and get to that point. And of course, we have talked about this time and time again. Dragon control. We saw Ryrie go absolutely nuts and pick up that soul with limited contesting from the opposing side. And so with all of those in mind, Doc's Keys to the Game brought to you by Drop In Gaming. It's the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. And again, Chizu, Glovely bringing you the action. Bishop Kelly versus Ryrie. This will be a best of 3 series. So far, the games have only been a single match. Take it or leave it and walk away with the results. Kind of explain to those who may not understand necessarily, where does the series, the best of, kind of change the way you play the game?
Well, after that first game, both teams are going to have the opportunity to look at the way that the other teams play, look at the strategies they brought out, the champions that were problematic, and say, hey, these are some things that had problems. These are things we can change going into the next draft that we can fix for this upcoming one. Varus getting taken off the board, and that's not a surprise. Ryrie absolutely dominated with that Varus.
I certainly saw exactly what was going on, so they did not want to see that repeated. So it appears we'll get rid of that. And might as well stick to the ADC side of things, possibly mid, as Kaisa going to be removed as following Pyke.
Both of them very strong assassin champions. You might not think that from Kaisa in particular, not being a assassin, but the assassin AD carry. Zed also going to be taken off the table, so a lot of assassinations being removed, probably signaling some kind of hyper carry potentially, so that's going to be Morgana off the field as well. Great pick champion, and more importantly, pairs well with Caitlyn, who's a very strong AD carry in the meta right now.
Morgana is just one of those as well that that Q seems to last forever.
Yes.
The Black Shield somehow, some way lasts just a second or two longer than you were anticipating, so you can't layer your CC. Just an absolute nightmare of a champion, and my heart is shattered into a million pieces as the Dawn will not arrive here in this map.
Alas. Leona pushed away. Jax is, however, going to be picked in. That's a pretty uncommon pick, although he has been gaining a lot of steam lately. Nocturne on the other side. Absolutely. That's a champion who really relies on being able to get those eliminations with his ultimate.
I do, in fact, love me some video games. As again, Nocturne. I love this champion. The ability to shut down one of the most vital pieces of your game, and that is vision. And then he drops right on top of you, smacks you around, and makes it all spooky-ooky for the rest of them. Speaking of scary, Seraphine going to make their way onto the field this time around.
I mean, I have a lot of feelings about Seraphine, but just as a champion, she is a very powerful team fighter, especially with that ultimate that can pass through targets to extend the range. She's incredibly dangerous in compact spaces. Nami, however, is also incredibly dangerous in compact stages and pairs incredibly well with the Lucian, especially with those updates. And Yasuo on the other side, but there are no knockups, no displacements yet, so that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, that's one of my things where you kind of want that. It's not necessarily something you have to have. It does expedite the process quite a bit, you know? Pair like with something with unorthodox, like a Diana or something of that caliber. We already got our Malphite, something like that, you know. But if you got the skills to pay the bills, you could get a Whirlwind or two while you're at it. We mentioned the Alawi. It will be removed here, so we won't see that rendition. And Trundle as well as Ahri going to be removed from the side of Ryrie.
All kind of just generally strong picks, except for obviously the Alawi, which is a bit more niche, so you know that's targeted towards that top lane, which means they think that this Jax is not going top, maybe mid, maybe jungle. I mean, technically could even be going support, but I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want that Nami in any other role. Samira going to be the last ban, and that's a champion you want to prevent from just exploding onto the scene once she gets her first elimination.
Nice team fight. It would be a shame if I ulted into it and killed everybody. Samira is just one of those champions that absolutely goes crazy if given the opportunity. I love the Mordekaiser pick. The displacement on that should allow, does it allow for Yasuo to pop on that? Because it's not an aerial popper.
It just has to be a displacement.
Just has to be displacement,
you do have the displacement on that E, and we're going to Brazil. But on the other side, Vex is going to be picked up there, probably going to go to that mid lane. So that is either jungle or top Jax. They do have one more pick, and that will probably tell us where this Jax is going to go.
And again, sorry.
No, you're good. It is Hecarim, that's probably going to be jungle. I suppose you could go top lane Hecarim, but Jax is generally the better laner between the two of them.
And not nearly as strong or as scary as perhaps he has been in previous iterations this season. Just a couple of nerfs coming down the line. I was going to bring up the Vex Surprise. That champion, time and time again, it doesn't matter if I can see the full game because I'm a caster or if I'm in a game, that champion, again, just appears out of nowhere and destroys everything. And as you mentioned, the fear to follow really just makes that a difficult move. But when you're slippery like an Ezreal, it may not become a problem.
There is one problem is that I see with a lot of Ezreals is that they go with this sort of like tanky build. That just, it doesn't scale.
Blue Ezreal's back.
Like I love Blue Ezreal and everything, but the problem with Blue Ezreal is it's only really good at compositions that are really hard engaging on you. And I suppose you do have some of that looking into like the Hecarim, the Vex, the Lucian, the Jax. They all want to get on top of you. But realistically, like, don't you need like some damage for your team, some scaling damage? Because like the Seraphine's not going to scale that hard, and Yasuo, while he will need some time, a little only a small amount of time to come online, like 2 crit items, and he's already full crit build.
Right.
But he's going to be also very reliant on his own skill or his Mordekaiser in order to land those big knockups for his team.
As you mentioned, kind of the dogpile mentality, I do have some major concerns for the side of Ryrie. I mean, any one of those champions, with the exception of Mordekaiser, gets dropped on by one of these individuals, it could be problematic. Now you have 3 individuals whose sole job is to land on top of you and ruin your day. Vex dashing on in. You've got Hecarim, the fastest horse known to man, going to just Bojack his way all the way in there. And then, of course, you've got Jax, who can drop on top, drop the stun, and allow for things like Nami to follow up. And we'll just assume Lucian's just going to go straight up equilibrium mode and start putting damage down wherever. So you very quickly lose your back line if you're not paying attention.
Definitely. I think looking at the 2 compositions, the big focus is going to be who sets the pace, who sets the tempo. The person who strikes first, who has control over the flow of the game, is going to be the one to benefit, because both teams have a lot of strong ability to dive on top of each other, like with the Nocturne, with the Seraphine. Like, they can pick these strong 1v1 fights.
Right. Right. So we'll see what happens. Again, Bishop Kelly on the blue side with Ryrie on the red. This will be a best of 3 matchup. So we'll see if this goes the full distance, or if one team picks up 2 almost immediately. Either way, it should be an absolute climactic end to this entirely amazing weekend, and I couldn't be more excited to have an opportunity to bring you the action. You saw the players loading on in. There's no way in heck I'm going to be able to make any kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Telepathy, knowing, prediction was the word I was looking for. I cannot predict this, but like I said, BK apparently has been on a tirade as far as this tournament is concerned. But I would love to see Ryrie deliver a swift underdog uppercut and fight their way into this.
I think there's definitely a lot of potential for that in their team, especially with that Seraphine. If you line up that ultimate right, that's a kind of ultimate that can completely turn a fight around.
Yeah, and there's absolutely, we can sit here and speculate as to what the actual fights will look like. But as I mentioned, the kind of glass nature of Ryrie does make me a little nervous again for the deep impact that the side of Bishop Kelly has drafted, but we've seen crazier things pay off today. You know what I mean? We saw an Alawi go 5 and 6, 8 minutes into this game kind of stuff. We saw a Jungle Rammus that maybe didn't pan out the way they would have liked it to. Came on through just fine. So again, while we talk about picks, you know, and the effectiveness, the meta, things of that nature, when it comes to these tournaments, anything can happen. And I'm very excited to see the powder keg kind of come to an end.
Absolutely. Like, I love seeing things get turned on their head. The high school meta is always so much more interesting than watching the pros because there's so much more variety. And I think I said this earlier today as well, but like, Hecarim's not meta right now, so the pros aren't playing Hecarim.
Right.
But here he is playing with us. Lucian Nami is a really cool lane combination after some buffs to Lucian.
Right.
Gave him a little extra bonuses every time he gets buffed by his lane partner, which was to make him better with Senna, but also made him really good with Nami.
Yeah, absolutely. So on top of everything else, it looks like today's action brought to you by the original Owyhee Spud, a candy bar that makes Idaho famous. Yes, the Battle Arena is pretty neato burrito, but it is all about Owyhee, Idaho Spuds. It's complete with the gooey inside, chocolatey outside, and a dash of cocoa nut. It is everything you need and then some. And the official snack sponsor of the Idaho Army National Guard High School Challenge.
You know, if there's one thing I really appreciate about living in Idaho, it's potatoes, right?
Right, exactly.
I'm a big fan of potatoes.
I don't know why we have 10,000 of these, but if we were to get locked in here and we're not allowed to leave, we would probably survive for quite a few days.
Quite a while, all things considered. But looks like, speaking of surviving, we'll see how these two teams survive on the Rift as we are now getting into game.
Making the adjustments, production crew OP as we do get in again. Bishop Kelly, what was rumored to be one of the favorites, and Ryrie here on the red-hand side. This, again, a best of 3, so it'll take 2 victories to hoist the proverbial and literal cup. And you see right here, as far as Ryrie is concerned, they're looking on this this blue side, and it does appear that the side of Bishop Kelly may mirror this. It does look like it. We'll see. Does look like they might actually go for the deep ward towards red, and then just peel on out of there. So yeah, just looking for a little piece of information, but we will have a very standard start here in the early minutes of the game.
Yep, pretty standard builds, pretty standard items and runes. One thing I'd like to note is that exhaust on the Seraphine, that could turn fights around. I know that Ignite is definitely a more popular choice because of its ability to confirm eliminations, but when you've got this much stuff jumping on top of your carry, you need to be able to shut one of them down in terms of that burst damage to give your AD carry some time.
As a support guy, it is nice to, like, you know, someone drops on you, cool your jets. Just like, you need to stop right now. Gives you that extra second to kind of figure out what's going on, especially with those attack damage-based characters and things of that nature. So could come in handy. The question is, when do they use it and how effective will it be? All lanes giving each other a little, hey, how are you? Very aggressive trades right off the bat to try to gain some lane dominance. An immediate Ignite? All right, that's...
interesting.
That's a choice.